Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2022 Rowing New South Wales Kings PLC Regatta. We're about to get underway with race 1, the Schoolgirl Para Single Scull Recreational 500. My name is Michael McRae. I'm joined in the commentary box this morning by Margot Harley, CEO of Rowing New South Wales. Welcome, Margot.
Welcome, Michael. Great day to be out here. Beautiful weather we're having.
Totally. I think it's going to be fantastic conditions for rowing. Hopefully the water's going to stay nice and flat for us with a bit of rain.
We actually have a start in the first event of the day. They've started a little ahead of schedule. It's the Schoolgirl Para Single Scull Recreational 500. We've got two PLC Sydney scullers. In lane 3 we have Ella Dunphy. And in lane 6 we have Amber Bradley. So great first event to kick off the day. Just a short 500 metre row. And it'll be good to see these girls as they come down. While we're watching them come down, just a friendly reminder for all coaches and crews as they're warming up on the back lake that it is an anti-clockwise warm-up direction. So when you exit the pontoon, you need to go around the big orange buoys in an anti-clockwise direction. Just making sure everyone's nice and safe as we get up into the racing.
Thanks, Margot. And as you said, we've got a start in race 1, and they're about 250 metres through this race are our scullers from PLC Sydney. Amber Bradley out in the lead at this stage. With a high rate of striking. Looks as though we're experiencing just some steering difficulties over in lane 3 from Ella Dunphy. Looks like we could be back on track now, though. Of course, the PLC Sydney crews coached quite capably over there in out of Drummoyne Rowing Club by Felix Dew. And so no doubt, Margot, we'll see plenty of action from our PLC schoolgirls today, of course, being their regatta.
Definitely. And Amber and Ella are regulars in this race as well. We always tend to have the para races off first. We tend to have the calmer conditions, which do help the rowers. And as we see here, they're making their way down, and we've got it looks like Amber just coming in. Into the red buoys with about 100 metres to go. So we've got Amber Bradley coming across coming closer to the line. A great row to kick off the day of the 2022 PLC Kings Rowing New South Wales Regatta. A few more strokes as she crosses the line, which is a great effort for her, so well done to Amber. And Ella's managed to correct her, still having a little bit of difficulty with the steering, but the BROs are out there helping her out, and she's come into the last 100 metres of the race. So great effort by Ella Dunphy to come across the line in a few strokes time, but looking around, nice strong strokes. And last few strokes across the line, a great effort from Ella Dunphy. So well done to both scullers.
Thanks, Margot. And of course, we've just had that finish in the first event of our program today, ladies and gentlemen, the Schoolgirl Para Single Scull. And of course, it was won officially in a time of 2 minutes 56 seconds by Amber Bradley of PLC Sydney. And of course, second place going to Ella Dunphy, also of PLC Sydney. Just waiting on a presentation for that event, Margot. But in the meantime, I'd just like to take the opportunity as well to remind particularly our coxswains and our coaches for today. All coxswains for schoolboy and schoolgirl events and under 19 events will need to weigh in at the tower at least 1 hour before your race. So that's 1 hour before your race, coxswains will need to weigh in. Margot, we're going to have race 2 starting in just a short while. It's the first division of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Double Scull. It's an event contested over 1,000 metres. And we have a lineup, so I'm just going to run through the crews just before we go to a presentation. So in lane 2, representing Canberra Girls Grammar is Elka Spiker and Athena Satios. In lane 3, representing Pymble Ladies College, Arabella Wheatley and Winter Shervington, coached by India Thompson. In lane 4, representing Redlands is Ruby Warner and Scarlett Cortez. In lane 5, representing the Askham School, Anna Radzaminski and Ivy Smith, coached by Thomas Parker and Maggie Crow. In lane 7, representing Sydney Girls is Stephanie Cheng and Zemo Kang, coached by Timothy Hughes and Miku Johnson. And finally, in lane 8, representing the MLC School is Ariana Saar and Julia Zarlenga, coached by Andrew Patterson. Now, Margot, as I said, that race is going to get underway in just a short moment, but I think we're going to try and sneak in that presentation for race 1, the Schoolgirl Para Single Scull, which finished just a short while ago.
Thanks, Michael. So we'll now head to the medal pontoon for the presentation of the Schoolgirl Para Single Scull Recreational 500. In second place, from PLC Sydney, Ella Dumpy. And in first place, from PLC Sydney, Amber Bradley. Congratulations, Scullers. So we're underway in race 2 of the day, the Schoolgirl Year 8 Double Scull. As Michael said, in lane 2 we have Canberra Girls Grammar, lane 3 Pymble Ladies, lane 4 Redlands, lane 5 Askham, Pymble Ladies in lane 6 is Scratched, lane 7 Sydney Girls, and in lane 8 MLC School. So this is a 1,000 metre race. Division 1 of the Year 8 Schoolgirl Double Scull. So,
thanks, Margaret. Yeah, so we've got 4 divisions in this event. So races 2, 3, 4, and 5 are all the different categories of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Double Scull. At this stage of the race, it does look as though we've got the boats in the middle of the course, so that's representing Askham by the looks of things, and also in lane 7 from Sydney Girls High. Have come out to a good lead, but of course it's too early to tell at this stage.
now we do have timing all the way down the course today, so we'll be able to get a lot of data for you watching at home if you're not able to make it out to the regatta, but also if you're following along. So it's great to see so many volunteers from the schools helping us out to make this regatta a success today. So I think they're coming up pretty soon to the first 500, and it looks like the crew.
I think it could be Redlands out in the lead, Margot. Don't want to jump the gun though, let's just see as they come through the 500.
So as they come through the 500, it's the Canberra Girls Grammar School crew in first place followed very closely by Redlands, only 1.13 seconds back. In third place currently is the Askham pairing, and in fourth place we have the Sydney girls, which are, the field is a little bit spread out in this first division, but nonetheless some good, tough racing up the front. Coming through the 500 in fifth place is MLC School. So it'll be a nice tight race in the last 500, particularly between the Canberra Girls Grammar crew and the Redlands pairing.
And Margot, it'll be interesting to see how the different divisions are spaced out. As you say, there is a bit of a gap widening between the first two crews in Division 1 and the rest of the field. Of course, we'll expect some varied, I suppose, results and performances throughout these divisions.
Yeah, and it looks actually, from our view here, that the Redlands double has potentially moved slightly ahead of the Canberra Girls Grammar crew. Now, we haven't seen Canberra Girls Grammar up here at all this season due to COVID restrictions, so it's great to see such a large cohort making the trip for today's regatta and also the IGZA regatta tomorrow. But it's a very tight tussle for these two crews as they come into the last 100 metres. A reminder that it's only first place that receives a medal in these divisional races, but we've definitely seen some good, strong rowing from Redlands as they come into that last 100 metres into the red boys that you can see there. They've made a good push through the Canberra Girls Grammar combination, and it looks like they'll be fairly comfortable coming across the line to take out the win in Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 double scull. So a few more strokes to go. Great result for Redlands. So Redlands, one of Warner and Courts coming across the line in first. Canberra Girls Grammar in second. And then we're coming back to Askham in third position, rowing really nicely there from the two ladies from Askham. A few more strokes to go. So third position to the Askham pairing. Fourth to Sydney Girls. And then we've got MLC rounding out the Division 1 race in fifth position. For many of these girls, it could be their first race, so it's great to see them having a crack. So a few more strokes to go for the MLC double of Saar and Zarlenga. Well done, girls.
Thanks, Margot. And as you said, there's a good chance that this represents the first race out here at the Regatta Centre for many of our schoolboy and schoolgirl athletes, in certainly in the younger categories like Year 8. So it's a fantastic opportunity for development and I suppose an induction into the sport at a high level as they progress through their year groups. And of course, we've got the point end of the season coming up in both the school and club arenas. Of course, the head of the river for schoolboy and schoolgirls coming up just around the corner, really, in less than a month, I think it is.
On the 12th and 13th of March. So, you know, a COVID-affected season, which has been, you know, interesting for a lot of them, but they're making the best of it. But we're underway in race 3, which is the second division of the Schoolgirl Year 8 double scull. So in lane 2, we have MLC School. In lane 3, another Canberra Grammar, Girls Grammar double. In lane 4, Sydney Girls. Lane 5, Loretto Normanhurst. Lane 6, Pymble Ladies 1. Lane 7, Pymble Ladies 3. And in lane 8, PLC Sydney. And we've just had a 6th place come across from Pymble Ladies in that last division. Looks like they may have had some steering issues. So we're still underway, coming up to the first 500 in the third race, the Division 2 of the Year 8 double scull, but we do have a complete field finish in that in that first division.
Thanks, Margot. It looks like Sydney girls are in the lead at this stage. That's the crew in lane 4, comprised of Xenia Palmer and Hayley Hui. Their coaches are Timothy Hughes and Miku Johnson. About 8 or 9 seconds behind them are 2 crews from Pymble Ladies College, Joanna Ricketts and Millie Cullinan, and Arabella Murphy and Ella Willits. 4th place through the 500 metre mark was Loretto Normanhurst's Stella Moore and Patricia Boland, coached by Georgia Borick. 5th place was the MLC School 2, Isabel Ng and Sophie Winnell. And in 6th place was that other crew from PLC Sydney. That was Maddie Hall and Isabel Bochard.
So it looks like we've just got 6 crews in this race, and it seems to be that Canberra Girls Grammar have scratched their crew. But we've definitely got the combination of Palmer and Hugh in the lead from Sydney Girls. A few crews having some steering issues there.
Looks like, yeah, Margot, we've got some 2 crews from Pymble Ladies College over on this close side of the grandstand course, just experiencing some difficulties playing dodgem cars with each other there. But look, at the front of the pack, Margot, certainly the Sydney Girls group, Palmer and Hugh, will cross the line with relative ease and take out this second division of the schoolgirl Year 8 double scull. So congratulations to Sydney Girls. In second place, it looks like we're going to have Loretto Normanhurst or
the lane 6 Pymble Ladies College combination of Murphy and Willits. Started in lane 6, ended in lane 9, but they've come across in second. In third, we've got the Loretto Normanhurst double. In fourth, we've got Pymble Ladies 3 of Murphy and Willits. So second place went to Ricketts and Cullinan. Coming across then in 5th position, we have the PLC combination of Hall and Bossard.
I think we're just going to go to a photo finish for that 5th and 6th position between that crew from MLC and PLC. I think that was just a very tight call for our judges, but certainly taking out that race in relatively comfortable fashion was Palmer and Hugh of Sydney Girls.
Now, just a reminder for crews, if you do win your division, to please make your way to the medal pontoon for the presentation of the medals. That would be greatly appreciated. So we're underway in race 4, so Division 3 of the schoolgirl Year 8 double scull. In lane 2, we have MLC School. In lane 3, we have Redlands. In lane 4, we have Canberra Girls Grammar. In lane 5, we have Roseville. Lane 6, PLC Sydney 4. Lane 7, PLC Sydney 3. And in lane 8, Redlands 2. So they're through the first 500 metres. And we've got the Roseville combination of Franklin and Jones in the lead. And they've got a fairly substantial lead of just over 8 seconds to the Redlands 2 pairing of Carter and Harris. And then 2.5 seconds back to the other Redlands pairing, Redlands 3 of Winder and Corrington. So it seems to have, as we would expect in these younger divisions, quite a spread out group across the division. But Roseville combination of Franklin and Jones really making a good start for the day. So we've got about 150 metres to go in the third division, race number 4 of the Year 8 double scull. The Roseville combination has maintained their lead as they come into the last 100 metres of the race. It looks like it was through the first 500, so the Roseville combination of Franklin and Jones leading from start to finish, really.
I think they might have even extended their lead, Margot, from the 500 metre mark. Chloe Franklin and Eloise Jones rowing very nicely indeed as they cross the line to take out the third division of the schoolgirl Year 8 double scull.
And it looks like the Redlands 2 combination of Carter and Harris over on this side of the course in lane 8, also rowing really nicely, will come through in second place. Third place will go to their school counterparts of Redlands 3 of Winder and Corrington in third. Coming across in fourth position will be the MLC Sydney 3 combination of Emily Barrett and Amelia Barry. The Canberra Girls Grammar crew in lane 4 seem to have had a few steering difficulties and will come across in fifth position. And then we've got the MLC combination that's looking to have some only one rower rowing over on the far side. They'll be beaten out by the PLC 4 crew. For sixth position, and then coming across to round out the race will be lane 2 from MLC School. So a reminder to the Roseville crew to come into the pontoon for your medal, and well done to all athletes.
Thanks, Margot. So we're going to move right along to Division 4, which is now on the 1,000 metre starting markers, halfway down the course. So now we're just waiting on a start, so I'll take the chance to run through the crews. In lane 2, representing MLC School, is Steffi Leung and Ella Hugh, coached by Robert Glendenning and Kirsten Lillequist. In lane 3, from PLC, is Sophie Sharma and Ruby Mills, coached by Lily Glenn and Felix Dew. In lane 4, representing Redlands, is Amber Cusano and Hannah Riddington. In lane 5, from Loretto Kirribilli, is Jessica Wagner and Zara Jean Felinsky, coached by Alex McMillan. In lane 6, representing Pymble Ladies College, is Oleana Tighe and Scarlett Olsen, coached by Lewis Gray. In lane 7, representing the Tara Anglican School, Hannah Ryan and Gemma Waterhouse, coached by Graham Gardner and Kate Crampton. And finally, representing Radford College ACT, is Medha Vamuri and Lucy Mihalovic.
So it looks like the rain is following them down the course. We can see from our vantage point here. So hopefully these lovely ladies can keep ahead of that wet weather, which will inevitably get all of us, I'm sure. But it looks like it's just sitting behind them as they make their way through the first 500 metres of this race.
And I think it is slowly starting to creep down towards us on the southern end of the course here, Margot. You can see it slowly coming down, but as Margot said, it is going to get us all. So make sure, just ladies and gentlemen, you're wearing helmets if you're riding on bikes, and take care to stay out of the rain wherever possible.
So they've gone through the first 500 metres of Division 4, and it is the Redlands combination of Cusano and Riddington that are in the lead. Redlands 4. In second place, MLC School of Ling and Hugh. In third position, Ryan and Waterhouse from the Tara School. In fourth position, Wagner and Fokolsky from Loretto Kirribilli, followed closely by the PLC Sydney combination of Sharma and Mills. Sixth position of Tig and Olsen from Pymble Ladies, a little bit of the way back. Looks like they may have had a few steering difficulties and are just righting themselves now. But out in front, it is definitely the Redlands number 4 combination of Cusano and Riddington, Amber and Hannah. Really great effort for these young women getting out here on the Olympic course. Some great flat water. That's one nice thing about the rain, Michael, is it might be raining, but it does flatten the water down quite nicely. So good conditions for these athletes to have a attempt at their first race.
Absolutely, Margaret. We just hope that after some heavy rain this week, we don't have much debris, of course, out here in the Regatta Centre, but it's proving not to be the case so far in these divisions of the schoolgirl Year 8 double scull, and it is fine conditions for sculling indeed. But of course, out in the lead is that crew from Redlands, Amber Cusano and Hannah Riddington. I think in second place at this stage, Margot, it might be that crew in lane 2. If I just can't quite make out their bound number from here, but it might be Steffi Leung and Ella Hugh from MLC in second place.
Yes, but the Redlands pairing, Amber Cusano and Hannah Riddington, looking really strong as they come across, just moving a few birds out of the way to easily take the Division 4 of the schoolgirl Year 8 double scull. So in first position, Redlands number 4. As you said, in second position from lane 2, Ling and Hugh from MLC School. In third position, the Tara combination of Ryan and Waterhouse. Fourth position, it'll be the Loretto Kirribilli crew, followed very closely by the PLC Sydney crew in lane 3. And then we've just got the Pymble Ladies College double that looks to have had a few steering difficulties. So within the last 100 metres of the race, really great effort from these young rowers.
Of course, it's likely, Margaret, that many of the Year 8 double sculls will never have rowed on a buoyed course before, so that's something that's new. Of course, Pymble Ladies College doing their work down in Iron Cove Bay at the best of times. But we'll move now to a presentation for Division 3 of the schoolgirl Year 8 double scull. In first place of that race was Roseville, Chloe Franklin and Eloise Jones. And their coach is Alex Brown. Ladies and gentlemen, won't you join me in congratulating the Roseville crew?
So we're just lining up for, we're moving away from the double sculls now, Michael, into the same year group, year 8, but the single sculls. And we're underway in race number 6, which is Division 1 of the schoolgirl year 8 single scull. In lane 1 from Sydney Girls, Zhao Zhao Dong, coached by Timothy Hughes and Mika Johnson. In lane 2 from Redlands, Rosie Garcia Wood. Pymble Ladies College is scratched in lane 3. In lane 4, Catherine Budden from Redlands. In lane 5, Julia Ungermark from Stella Maris College, coached by Katie Healy. In lane 6, Isabel Campbell from Redlands. Ruby Mills from PLC Sydney has scratched in lane 7. In lane 8 from Redlands, number 4, Lara Doyle. And in lane 9, Chloe Hitchens from Askham, coached by Thomas Parker.
Thanks, Margot. We are underway in Division 1 of the Year 8 Single Scull. I've also just noticed we've got a scratch from Julia Ungermark, unfortunately, in lane 5, representing Stella Maris College. Of course, the Ungermark name awfully familiar out here at the Regatta Centre. So we'll get some times for race 6 in just a moment. But of course, the single scull, everyone's favourite boat to row. It's a tough boat. Certainly, it's a tough event out here at the Regatta Centre to get a boat going straight all by yourself. And but by the looks of things, our young women out here on the course are putting on a clinic for us. Might be a bit early to say, Margot, but it looks to me as though it could be Chloe Hitchens in lane 9, representing the Askham School, in the lead at this stage.
Yes, definitely. She, from what we can see here, she's rowing very confidently, and it doesn't seem to be worrying her, the rain, at all, and she's got a pretty good line. So much like the double sculls, these girls will probably never have rowed on a buoyed course. And to put their hand up and row in a single scull at this young age, you know, I definitely wasn't rowing a single this early in regattas, so more power to them. But as we come across the line, we've got Zhao Zhao Dong from Sydney Girls and Chloe Hitchens from Askham pretty close together as they come through the 500. Catherine Budden from Redlands in 3rd position. Isabel Campbell from Redlands following her in 4th. Rosie Garcia Wood in 5th position from Redlands as well. And Lara Doyle, another Redlands sculler, coming through in 6th position.
Yes, Margot, so as the rain drives into the backs of these scullers, it's going to be a challenge for them in, yes, as you say, probably what's for most of them their first race, their first sculling race on a buoyed course. Of course, the hands get a bit slippery, and you know, managing the boat direction and managing the boat rhythm with wet hands and slippery handles is never fun. But certainly, we've got a close race in our hands, at least for the first 4 positions. There's only really 2 seconds in it. But the race at the moment, well, as we came through the 500-metre mark, was between the scullers on the extremities of the course. That's Zhao Zhao Dong of Sydney Girls and Chloe Hitchens of Askham. And both of those scullers doing very well. Dong of Sydney Girls just with her bow in front at the 500-metre mark.
It does look like the Redlands sculler in the middle of the course is making a late challenge to those 2 scullers that you just mentioned. But it's really pleasing to see such a high quality of rowing from these young women. Single sculls, it's always a challenge at this age not to fall out, but definitely the Redlands sculler has come through nice and strong in the middle of the field.
I think that might be Isabel Campbell, Margot.
Yes, yeah, definitely looking very strong and with a technique I'd say far above her years. So she's pushed through the field and will take out the first division of the Year 8 schoolgirl single scull. So a great race for Isabel Campbell from Redlands. Redlands number 1. So congratulations to Isabel as she comes across the line. Askham sculler of Chloe Hitchens having a great row, going to secure second position in the division. Great, excellent row, Chloe. In third position, Zhao Zhao Dong from Sydney Girls. In fourth, coming across from Redlands, Catherine Budden. In fifth position, Rosie Garcia Wood, also from Redlands. And then we've got, it looks like Lara Doyle coming across to round out the first division. So well done. So just a reminder to Isabel Campbell to come across to the medal pontoon to receive your medal. So great race from all athletes.
Thanks, Margot. So we now have a start in the second division of the schoolgirl Year 8 single scull. In fact, they're coming down towards us in the finishing tower at a rate of knots. So I'll run through the crews very quickly. In lane 1, we have a scratching from Malaika Hussain. In lane 2, representing Sydney Girls, is Elsha Lim. In lane 3, representing Redlands, is Lucinda Ma. In lane 4 from Redlands is Elizabeth Whelan. In lane 5, representing Abbottsley, is Matilda Marconis. We have a scratching from Pimble Ladies, Millie Cullinane in lane 6. In lane 7, representing Redlands, is Mila Osborne. And finally, in lane 8, also from Redlands, is Jess Smith. So a fairly large Redlands contingent out here today, Margot.
Yes, and they do tend to like to get all of their rowers out in sculls early in their program, which is evident here. And we've got another Redlands sculler leading this second division in Miller Osborne. So she's got just under a 4-second lead to the Sydney Girls sculler of Alicia Lim. So yeah, another really strong showing from Redlands with 4 scullers in this race alone. But she's just, Miller's just casting her eye across the rest of the race just to make sure she's got the race under control, which it looks like she does. Alicia Lim is rowing comfortably over on the other side, but it definitely looks like Miller will take out this second division. She just had a little look over her shoulder just to see how many strokes she's got to go, but again, looking really strong and some beautiful technique. So they're obviously doing something right at Redlands with their Year 8 sculling group. So coming across to take out Division 2 is Miller Osborne from Redlands. Congratulations, Miller. In second place, we've got a really tight tussle between lanes 2 and 3. And I would say on the line, it'll be lane 3, Lucy Ma from Redlands. Third to Sydney Girls. Fourth to Redlands. Again, fifth to another Redlands sculler in Elizabeth Whalen. So fast and furious finishes from our ladies. And then in lane 5, the Abbottsley sculler, Matilda Marcoins, coming across on a little bit of an angle, but that was a really tight race and quite fast. So well done to Miller Osborne.
And it's a fantastic thing to see such tight racing at such an early age, Margot. Racing is a skill, and to tussle with an opponent so close to you, particularly in the lane next to you, is it's a bit of a mind game that really does take a bit of rehearsing to perfect. And the battle of wits at the end of the day, battle of wits and of will. So we're looking forward to the rest of the racing to come.
Yes. Now we're underway. We're moving from the single sculls to the quad sculls. So we've got Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cocked Quad Scull. We have a scratching in lane 2 from Kinross Wallaroy. But in lane 3 we have Radford College. Lane 4, Queenwood. Lane 5, Pimble Ladies. Lane 6, Loretto Normanhurst. Lane 7, Sydney Girls. And in lane 8, the Armidale School. So it looks relatively close across the board. We're coming through the first 500 metres now as we speak. And it looks like we've got the Radford College crew coming across in first place, coached by, doesn't have a coach here, so followed closely by Queenwood, Pimble Ladies College in third, Sydney girls in 4th, the Armidale School in 5th, and Loretto Normanhurst in 6th. So quite fast and furious. Obviously a much faster boat than the single scull, but it definitely looks like the Radford College crew over in lane 3 is being challenged by the Queenwood crew, which is right next to them, and the Pymble Ladies crew. So they look to be our top 3, and we'll see what they do in the last 200 metres of the race.
Thanks, Margot. That's the Radford College crew of Mila Sullivan, Zara Turner, Anvi Gupta, and Audrey Potter, and their cox, Stuart Ward. Of course, we saw the Radford College contingent, as well as several other schools from the ACT, come up to join us at the New South Wales Rowing Championships just a short while ago. And of course, they performed very well, and we're used to seeing them perform well in these coxed quad scull events. So do keep an eye out for them. That said, Margot, the Radford College crew has been challenged, and indeed, I'm going to say they've been pipped by the Queenwood ladies in lane 4, who've opened up a handy, probably half a boat length lead over Radford, who have just taken their foot off the gas slightly. In 3rd position for mine is the crew from Pymble Ladies College: Erin Porter, Hannah Webber, Talia Regan, and Annabelle Shanahan and Matilda Goddard. But
definitely the Queenwood crew,
yes,
looking strong, coming across the line in 1st position. 2 more strokes to go. So Queenwood in 1st position, followed about a boat length back by Radford College. In 3rd position, it'll be the Pymble crew in lane 5. A very tight race for 4th position between the Sydney girls and Loretto Normanhurst crew. Sydney girls will take it on the line for 4th. Loretto Normanhurst in 5th. And then in lane 8, great to see them out on the course, is the crew from the Armidale School. So much faster racing than we've just seen, but a really strong showing from the Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 1. So congratulations again to the Queenwood crew, and a reminder, if you can, to come and collect your medal at the medal pontoon.
So, Mark, we're going to have the 2nd division of the schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull on the course now. So in lane 2, representing St. Catherine's, is a crew comprised of Melanie Poulos, Lucy Hall, Alice Steed, Chelsea Barker, and their cox Georgia Parks, and their coach is Jared Watson. In lane 3, representing Canberra Girls Grammar, is Ash Watts, Sophie Frost, Audrey West, Isabella King, and their cox Eliza Miller. In lane 4, representing PLC Sydney, is Hannah Bebbington, Molly Cameron, Willa Bowman, and Tanika Young. They're joined by their cox Emma Birches, and their coaches are Laura Bradley and Felix Dew. In lane 5, representing Redlands, is Kira Attard, Lily Wainberg, Juliet Trelaw, and Annabelle Huang. Their cox is Ruby Wood. In lane 6, representing Loretto Kirribilli, is Chloe Allsop, Mabel Oxenham, Grace Woodward, and Georgia Moran. Their cox is Ruby Kozub, and their coach is Frederica Gibbs. And finally, in lane 7, representing Roseville, is Georgia McRae, Abigail Kelly, Grace McKinlay, and Emma Dupree. Their cox is Matilda Marchant, and their coach is Karis Campbell. So we're about to have a start, and if you're joining us on the live stream today, you'll see that our crews in race 9 are positioned fairly expertly by our starters, and all but a straight line across, bow ball to bow ball at the 1,000 metre mark, and they're away.
So we'll just head down to the medal pontoon while that race gets underway. So So we are presenting medals for race 3, which is Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 double scull, and the second division was taken out by Sydney Girls number 1. Sydney Girls are represented by Xenia Palmer and Hayley Hugh, coaches Timothy Hughes and Miku Johnson.
So in race 9 at this stage, Margot, I think it might be the school from St. Catherine's in the lead. That's the crew of Melanie Poulos, Lucy Hall, Alice Steed and Chelsea Baker. Oh, they've just got been pipped over the 500 metre mark by Loretto Kiribillis, Chloe Allsop, Mabel Oxenham, Grace Woodward and Georgia Moran. But in any event, a very close race. Third place with the 500 is the school Canberra Girls Grammar School in lane 3. Roseville across the 504th position. And then 5th is PLC at this stage.
So just the 2 divisions in this race. It'll be interesting to see how the times compare from the first division to this race. But it looks like the Loretto Kiribilli crew has taken the lead, but it is still very tight between them and the St. Catherine's crew as we come into the last 300 metres of the race. Again, having to challenge themselves with some drops of rain as they come across, but quite a tight field as they come down. But the Year 8 event with the girls from Loretto Kiribilli have, from our position, taken the lead, but it looks like St. Catherine's is putting on a challenge to come back, so it will be very tight. In third position, the Canberra Girls Grammar crew, coxed by Eliza Miller. She's obviously giving them some good direction and they're making a late push, but it's really on between St. Catherine's and Loretto Kiribilli for this first position as the rain starts to come down. But it looks like the Loretto Billy crew, coxed by Ruby Kozel, are going to take out Division 2 of the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. So in first position, we have Loretto Kiribilli. Second, St. Catherine's. Third, Canberra Girls Grammar. Fourth, Redlands. Fifth, coming across the line, is PLC Sydney. And in sixth position, the Redlands crew, coxed by Ruby Wood. So a few more strokes to go for them. But the Loretto Kiribilli crew had come through the field and has won Division 2 of the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull.
Thanks, Margot. And the rain really coming down now for our scullers in the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull.
Interestingly, those races were less than a second apart in terms of time from the winning crews. So some good competition setting up in a few weeks' time for the head of the river regatta.
Absolutely, and in race 10, the next division of this event is going to be underway in just a short moment. In lane 2, representing Pymble Ladies College, is Alice Beveridge, Amy O'Donnell, Genevieve Harton, Lauren Gibson and Annabelle Taylor, their cocks. Their coach is William Newnham. In lane 3, representing MLC School, is Hannah Chessel, Sophia Grave, Charlotte Penny and Ella Baker, and their cocks is Seraphine McNamara. Their coaches are Andrew Patterson and Kirsten Lilliquist. In lane 4, representing St Catherine's, is Eden McGregor, Jaslyn Morgan, Darcy Connell and Ada Lloyd. Their cocks is Gina Kimpton. Their coach is Diarmid O'Driscoll. In lane 5, representing Radford College, is Emily Brennan, Coco Gunther, Bonnie Hardy and Jessie Palfreman. Their cocks is Jude Barlin. In lane 6, representing Sydney Girls, is Fiona Hay, Shalona Archara, Yu-En Liang and Nazara Jones. Their cocks is Emily Wren. Their coaches are Cam Ogilvie and Tal Lewis. And finally, representing Queenwood in lane 7, Ella Hardy, India Stevenson, Millie Dont and Jessica Hogg. Their cocks is Claire Chen and their coach is Kieran Glynn. So Margot, our crews in race 10 are just coming through the 500 metre mark, and I think with their noses in front at this stage, it's the crew from Radford College, closely followed by Queenwood and Pymble Ladies in that order. 4th is St Catherine's, 5th Sydney Girls, and 6th the MLC School. So Margot, some tight racing that we're seeing in this race, about a second and a half on average between our crews. So not huge blowouts like we have seen in some of the earlier races, but of course in the year 9 age category, in the quad sculls, you have a couple of races under your belt, and hopefully steering difficulties will be to a minimum with the assistance of a coxswain. And of course they have the boys of the course out here at the Regatta Centre to keep them on the straight and narrow proverbial and actual.
Definitely. So it does look like the crew from Radford College, my old school, so a little proud moment for me seeing them come up and compete with the rest of these schools. So they've taken the lead and retained the lead quite strongly in the centre of the field. Then over to this side of the course, the Queenwood crew in 2nd position in lane 7, and then in 3rd position currently is the Pymble Ladies College crew in lane 2. But Radford College in these trying conditions, very wet weather, coming into the last 100 metres of the race. Nice, long and strong rating and rowing very much in unison. So they're going to easily take out this division of the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. It looks like the Queenwood crew in lane 7 will take out 2nd place, but Radford College coming across in lane 5. So well done, ladies. As I said, in 2nd position, Queenwood are going to take that out in lane 7. In 3rd position, it'll be the Pymble Ladies crew over in lane 2. In 4th position, from St Catherine's, in lane 3, the MLC School coming across in 5th position, and in 6th position, the Sydney Girls combination coached by Emily Wren. A little bit slower in that division, but nonetheless some tight racing. But well done to the Radford College crew of Amelia Brennan, Coco Gunther, Bonnie Hardy, Jessie Palfron, coxed by Jude Barlin. Ladies from Radford, if you could make your way to the medal pontoon, and a general reminder, if you do win your race, please make your way directly to the medal dais for presentation.
Thank you, Margot. And race 11 is underway. It's the next division of the schoolgirl Year 9 coxed quad scull. In lane 2, representing Tara, is Holly Martin, Shirley Chen, Kayun Kim, and Sally Payne. Their cox is Amelia Jones. Their coaches are Graham Gardner and Kate Crampton. In lane 3, representing Loretto Normanhurst, Sabine Walton, Sophia Slater, Sophia Lamp, and Mariana Daly. Their cox is Sophia Bartucciotto, coached by Finley Blake. In lane 4, representing Kinross Walleroy, is Lucy McIsaac, Xanthi Staniforth, Maggie Kirby, and Lucinda Clinton. Their cox is Lillian Pierce, and their coach is James Perrin. In lane 5, from PLC Sydney, is Manuela LaRocca, Jasmine Saha, Ella Dale, and Georgia Miller, and their cox is Alyssa Chang, and their coaches are William Lucapio and Felix Dew. In lane 6, representing Redlands, is Anushka Lee, Sophie Yu, Sela Taya, Sonia Pollock, and their cox is Carolina Pedro Inacio. Finally, in lane 7, from Loretto Kirribilli, is Elsie Hutton, Ella Chidgey, Eva Eels, and Bridget Carnavale, coached by Annabelle Peel, coxed by Annabelle Peel, my apologies, and coached by none other than Lara Wainwright. So Margot, it looks as though coming through the 500 metre mark is the crew from Kinross Walleroy, and we're very accustomed to seeing them down here at the Regatta Centre, and I have to say I'm always impressed by the quality of scullers they produce, scullers and oarsmen and women alike.
Yes, and they had a very successful state championships, particularly in the quad races and all of the sculling races really, so it is no surprise to see them taking first position in this division of the Year 9 coxed quad scull. So they are leading Loretto Kirribilli by just under 3 seconds. Then there's a bit of a distance back to the Loretto Normanhurst crew in 3rd position. And then it is very, very tight from 4th to 6th position with Redlands, PLC Sydney and the Tara School fighting it out for those minor placings. But definitely as the rain is coming down, we have the Kinross Walleroy School showing us what they're made of. They are being challenged by the Loretto Kirribilli crew over on this side, just making them, giving them something to think about, Michael, as they come through the last 250 metres of this race. But in those distinctive blue boats that Kinross Walleroy School row in, they're looking very tidy, but still having to work quite hard to maintain that lead over the Loretto Kirribilli crew.
Yeah, that's right, Margot. And of course, Kinross are under a bit of duress now from Loretto Kirribilli. Both crews really have lifted their rate of striking and are giving it a real crack as they come through they're entering the final 100 metres now. I don't think, though, that late push from Loretto Kirribilli will be quite enough to displace the lead that has been asserted and maintained by Kinross Walleroy. So they will take out this division of the schoolgirl Year 9 coxed quad scull. That's Lucy McIsaac, Xanthi Staniforth, Maggie Kirby and Lucinda Clinton. They will take first place. In second is Loretto Kirribilli's Elsie Hutton, Ella Chidgey, Eva Eels and Bridget Carnavale. So congratulations to both of those crews who've exerted a considerable lead over the rest of the field, who are coming across the line right about now. It's that crew from Loretto Normanhurst in lane 3, Walton, Slater, Lamp, Daly and Bartucciotto, who will take 3rd place. In 4th place is the crew from Redlands in lane 6, followed by the PLC Sydney crew in lane 5, and finally to round out the field, it'll be the crew from Tara in lane 2.
Coached by one of our interns, actually, Kate Crampton.
Of course.
Well done to those ladies. We now bring your attention to the medal pontoon to present the medals for race 10, the schoolgirl year 9 Coxed Quad Scull. In first position, Radford College, represented by Emily Brennan, Coco Gunther, Bonnie Hardy, Jessie Palferman, and coxed by Jude Barlin. Congratulations, Radford College.
Thank you, Margot. And we are going to turn our attention back to the race course because race 12 is underway, the next division of the Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull. Just got some steering difficulties on this close side of the course, as you can see if you're joining us on the live stream, but I will run through the names quickly. We do have time for that. So in lane 2, representing Pymble Ladies College is Evie Lay, Sienna Novak, Melanie Tan and Esther Essie, and their cox Diana Attinger. Their coach is Eliza Entwistle. In lane 3, representing Sydney Girls is Adana Moas, Aisha Main, Zoe Ann Laxamana, Ahana Toraskar, and their cox Aoife Breen. Their coaches are Tal Lewis and Cameron Ogilvie. In lane 4, representing Queenwood, Georgina Markham, Sabrina Stepper, Natasha Hughes and Grace Orpin. Their cox is Freya Mackenzie. In lane 5, representing Loreto Kirribilli is Rachel Risby, Ava Charles, Arabella Keating and Kate Whitson. Their cox is Olivia Madsen and their coach is Adelaide Guinness. In lane 6, representing the Armadale School, Stella Maroulis, Poppy Hall, Harriet Crawford and Camilla Coupland. Their cox is Emma Slacksmith and their coach is Stephen Cotter. In lane 7, representing Kinross Walleroy, Sienna Wilkin, Bonnie Layton, Chloe Mulcahy and Daisy Smith. Their cox is Isabella Pierce and their coach is Harry Houghton. And finally in lane 8, representing the St Catherine's School, Molly Stenig, Teresa Lee, Tilda Dunn and Kimmy Billman. Their cox is Poppy Littlewood.
So it looks like we have a scratching in lane 6 from the Armadale School, but like the division just before it, the Kinross Walleroy crew have taken a 4-second lead across the rest of the field. Second place is currently the Queenwood crew, coxed by Freya Mackenzie. Third position currently is Loreto Kirribilli, and it's a bit spread out through to the 4th place crew currently of Pymble Ladies College, followed 5 seconds back by St Catherine's, and Sydney Girls rounding out the rest of the field in 6th position. But again, another blue boat leading the field. Definitely a strong boat for Kinross Walleroy. They're doing some great things, as we said before, at the school, and making their way from Orange for the weekend. But the Queenwood crew, like races before, are giving them something to think about, but it does look like they are quite comfortable in their current lead, and their coach Harry Houghton will be very pleased with their form as they come into the last 100 metres of the race.
Well, that's right, Margot, and I think that lead that they've exerted over Loreto Kirribilli is going to be too flattering to make up at this stage. They're coming into the final 100 metres. Of course, that's when the red boys start appearing on the course.
So rating about 30 strokes a minute, so definitely giving it all that they've got as they come through the last 50 metres of the race, extended their lead to just about a boat length. But we've got the Kinross Walleroy crew coming across in first position. Just over a boat length behind them will be the Queenwood combination in lane 4 in second. Loreto Kirribilli coming across in third position in lane 5. Fourth position looks to go to Pymble Ladies College over in lane 2. And then it is a tight race between the Sydney Girls and St Catherine's crew for the 5th position. And it looks like it might just be, or it's hard to tell on the line. It looks like it's going to be a photo between St Catherine's and Sydney Girls for those minor placings, but a nice, strong showing. So recapping those results, Kinross Wallaroy in first position, Queenwood in second, Loretto Kirribilli in third, Pymble Ladies in fourth, and a photo finish between St Catherine's and Sydney Girls for fifth and sixth.
Thank you, Margot. And of course, we do invite that crew from Kinross Wallaroy in first position to come over to the medal podium and collect their gold medal. That's the crew of Sienna Wilkin, Bonnie Layton, Chloe Mulcahy, Daisy Smith, and their cox, Isabella Pearce. But for the moment, we'll turn back to the course where race 13 is underway, the next division of the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. In lane 2, representing Canberra Girls Grammar, is Mira Navaratnam, Elliot McIntosh, Pia Allen, and Marina Zanatos. Their cox is Willow Kerr-Lewis. In lane 3, representing PLC Sydney, is Maisie Burge, Madeline Vaughan, Grace Khalil, and Alana Araj. Their cox is Clara Irving, and their coaches are Izzy Hooton and Felix Dew. In lane 4, representing Redlands, is Zoe Halliday, Nora Munio, Jemima Hugman, and Sophia Natilli, coached by Sarah Zeppel. Cox, I should say. In lane 5, representing Loretto Normanhurst, is Madeline Woods, Ellie Wentworth Brown, Morgan Tyrrell, and Tara Gambrill. Their cox is Emma O'Brien, and their coach is Kieran Riak. In lane 6, representing Radford, is Joanna Dixon, Charlotte Joyce, Talia Hunt, Thea Reinhardt, and Zara Layton is their cox. And finally, in lane 7, representing Tara School, is Lydia Shah, Jelena Z, Jemima Bradford, Orchard Yee, and their cox, Arushi Chauhan. Of course, their coaches are Graham Gardner and Craig Crampton.
So it looks like we've got two Canberra crews that are leading this division of the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. It's the Canberra Girls Grammar combination that are currently in the lead, followed very closely by Radford College, just 2 seconds back. And in third position is currently sitting PLC Sydney in a tight race with Tara for that fourth position, with Redlands in fifth and Loretto Normanhurst in sixth position. But it looks like the Canberra Girls Grammar crew are maintaining that lead and potentially extending that slightly as they come into the last 100 metres of the race. It has tightened up a bit in the field, but definitely the Canberra Girls Grammar crew over in lane 2 will take out this division, race number 13 of the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull, in their also distinctive green and white boats. So first position to Canberra Girls Grammar over in lane 2.
A close race for our placings as well, Margot. Second place will go to Radford, and very close indeed for that third position between Redlands and PLC. Fifth place will go to the Tara School. Sixth place will go to Loretto Normanhurst by the looks of things to round out this race. We'll just wait for that photo, but Canberra Girls Grammar taking out that first place.
What race do you have there?
Will be race 8, Queenwood.
Sure, if you take them down now.
That's a go, yes.
So we've got race number 14 lining up for the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. So I'll just run through the names before we make our way down for presentation. In lane 1, Canberra Girls Grammar, Sophie Murphy, Sophie Natty, Tilly Frizzle, Edie Matheson Hull, coxed by Karen Lofty. In lane 2, Loretto Normanhurst, Julia Rugen, Tyro Prince, Georgia Wadley, Abby Timmins, Eliza Roach, coached by Kieran Rake. In lane 3, St Catherine's, Freya Gatson, Matisse Boswick, Alice Atkin, Imogen Baldasser, coxed by Alice Clark Jago and coached by Wallace Russell. In lane 4 from Redlands, Caitlin Mitchell, Isabella Crean, Chanel Wang, Remy Morris, coxed by Alexandra Jones. In lane 5, Queenwood, Chloe Lamb, Andy Smith, Heidi McKern, Kayan Gapillard, and Elisa Poole as the cox. In lane 6, Loretto Kirribilli, Annalise Radico, Charlotte Madsen, Amelie Champ, Coco Butcher, and coxed by Jessica Brooch, coached by Phoebe Halley. In lane 7, Roseville, Lily Samuelson, Ziziska Gruter, Claudia Berger, Eve Kirkpatrick, Grace Thompson, coached by Katie Ashworth. In lane 8, Kinmoss Rolleroy, Mahi Wiley, Isabella Lloyd-Jones, Grace Simpson, Hannah Jones, cocked by Georgia Zatta and coached Harry Houghton. And in lane 9, from Pymble Ladies College, Alexandra Stansell, Isabella Stally, Iris Wang and Phoebe Hanley, cocked by Isabella Johnson and coached by Matilda Pennington.
Thank you, Margot. And of course, race 14 is well underway now. It's very exciting. We've got I think it's pretty much a full field. Lanes 1 through 9 are occupied. And look, it's too tight, too early to say who's in the lead at this stage. You've got some vision of that crew from Loretto Kirribilli in lane 6 on your screens. But 1, 2 and 3, it looks like it could be Kinross in first place. Second place at this stage is being occupied by Loretto Kirribilli. And third place, St. Catherine's, Margot.
Yes, so again, Kinross Walleroy leading the field, but a very tight racing, only about 5 seconds between first and fifth position. So these girls have had a couple of years under their belt, and so they should know their race tactics and how to push through. But definitely the Kinross Walleroy crew, again, looking very sharp, but a great spread, and it's really great to see a full field in this age group. We've mentioned at regattas before, but participation in rowing, particularly from schoolgirls, is continuing to grow and is really great to see. But that's some really great vision brought to us by ACE Communications and John Meekings with the live stream. So for those of you that are nice and dry sitting at home, you're getting to see some great racing and some great shots in the comfort of your home while we are, the rowers are out here battling the elements. But it's definitely the Kinmoss Walleroy school maintaining their lead, but being challenged by the Loretto Kirribilli crew in lane 6 and continually the St. Catherine's crew in lane 3.
Yes, thanks, Margot. I'm going to say it's still too tight to call at this stage. Look, barring a late push from that Loretto Kirribilli crew, I think Kinross are going to maintain their lead, but I don't want to write anything off yet. Anything can happen in a quad scull in the last 100 metres. Kinross are going bow ball to bow ball pretty much with Loretto Kirribilli, and of course St. Catherine's still in the game over there in lane 3, but it's going to be tight. I think, Margot, it's just going to be Kinross at holdout, but look, I'm not going to say anything.
Yeah, maybe by a canvas, I think, but another great race from Kinross Walleroy. Loretto Kirribilli coming across in second position, St. Catherine's in third. It looks like Queenwood in fourth, but the late push by the Pymble Ladies College crew in lane 9 to give them something to think about. So Queenwood in fourth, Pymble Ladies College in fifth, in sixth and seventh, very tight between Redlands and Roseville. In seventh position is Redlands, eighth position is Canberra Girls Grammar School, And in ninth position, coming across in lane 2, is the Loretto Normanhurst quad. So I think we've had three wins for 3 boats for Kinross Wallaroi, so well done to them. Ladies, if you can make your way to the medal pontoon directly after your race to collect it.
Thanks, Margot. And we are going to move right along to race 15 at this stage. It's the next division of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. In lane 1, representing Queenwood, is Trinity Brogden, Sophie Bennett, Isabella Santos, and Beck Hummel, coxed by Sophia Rains. In lane 2, representing Pimple Ladies College, is Amelia Young, Latia McMillan, Scarlett Miles, Abby Siwak, and their cox is Maddie Morris, coached by Howard Goodall. In lane 3, representing Redlands, is Alex Hoey, Tessa Griffith, Olivia Paul, and Francesca Richardson, coxed by Alana Koopmans. In lane 4, representing Loretto Kirribilli, is Juliet Beta, Lydia Clarkin, Madeline Burgess, Alice Barry, and their cox is Imogen Donahoe, and their coach is Hannah Potts. Representing Roseville in lane 5 is Alice Bestich, Savannah Howe, Winnie Wang, and Sabine Baird, and their cox is Jessica Davies, and their coach is Chloe Boys. In lane 6, representing Kinross, is Zoe Stevenson, Grace Hansen, Ava Rouse, Olivia McCall, and Ella Brunting is their cox, and their coach is Harry Houghton. In lane 7, representing Queenwood, is Angela Liu, Danielle Stridham, Nika Vanna, and Freya Hamilton. Their cox is Lucy Gillette. And finally, from St. Catherine's, is Sienna Ray, Ella James, Holly Corcoran, and Ava Hunstead. And their cox is Tiana Cooney, and their coach is Jared Watson. So it looks like, Margot, through the first 500 metres of that race, it was the Queenwood School in lane 7, Angela Liu, Danielle Strider, Nika Vanna, and Freya Hamilton, with their noses in front of Kinross Wallaroi and Loretto Kirribilli.
Yes, that's right, Michael. It's a very tight race in this division, in the centre of the field between Loretto Kirribilli, Kinross, and Queenwood. Definitely the Queenwood and Kinross are really putting on a good show for us, and Queenwood don't want to give Kinross a clean sweep of the Cox Quad divisions, but you can see both coxes looking over at each other, really trying to take the measure. This is really going to come down to the wire with less than 100 metres to go. The coxswain of the Kinross Wallaroi crew is up, screaming at his crew, putting on a last-ditched effort. It's going to be really tight, but I think the Kinross Wallaroi crew looks to have it just on the line. Yeah, great race from Kinross Wallaroi. Second position will go to Queenwood. They're exhausted. We've got St. Catherine's coming through for a late charge in third position. Fourth to Loretto Kirribilli. Fifth to Pymble Ladies College over in lane 2. Sixth position will be Roseville College in the centre of the course in lane 5. And then we have the Redlands crew in lane 3 coming across for 7th position. And then the other Queenwood crew over in lane 1 to round out the field.
Thanks, Margot. And as you mentioned, it is another win for Kinross Wallaroi in this, the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull for the schoolgirls. So congratulations indeed to Kinross Wallaroi. And look, Margot, we're moving on to the final division for this schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. In lane 2 and representing Loretto Kirribilli is Ava Hatzidis, Amelia Charlson, Lucy Sekensian, and Sahara Carter, coxed by Lola Hasten. Their coach is Eliza Sheldon. In lane 3 representing Queenwood is Catherine Mao, Saffron Primmer, Georgia Blakewell, and Larissa Rosenbergs, coxed by Isabella Goss. In lane 4 representing St. Catherine's is Lucinda Connell, Grace Verco, Elizabeth Lindsay, and Lana Coleman. Their cox is Laura Seaton. In lane 5 representing Queenwood is Zara Milner, Lisa Mischenko, India Lockie, and Hilary Milner. Their cox is Sammy Hunt. In lane 6 representing Loretto Kirribilli is Emily Lemieux, Cecilia Funder, Audrey Ross and Annalise Scott. Their cox is Madeline Williams. In lane 7, representing Pymble Ladies College, is Alice Kang, Rachel Tyson, Grace Longstaff and Lily Sullivan. Their cox is Nityasri Viswanathan, and their coach is Alexandra Vaughan. In lane 8, representing Redlands, is Maria Smith, Imogen Croon, Stella Nicol and Mika Curry. Their cox is Millie West. And finally, representing Queenwood, is Clementine Curry, Miska Smith, Vera Koo and Melody Yin. Their cox is Maddie Melly.
So some great vision as we come through the first 500 metres of the race 16 of the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. Loretto Kirribilli is leading the pack, followed very closely by Queenwood 3 and Pymble Ladies 3. We have St Catherine's 6 in 4th position and Loretto Kirribilli in 5th. A short while back, there's a bit of a break then to the Queenwood number 5 crew in 6th position. And then in 7th position, another Queenwood crew number 4 in 7th and the Redlands number 2 crew in 8th position. But a tight race for the top 3 in race number 16 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. It looks very close across the board with those 3 crews being Loretto, Kirribilli, Queenwood and Pymble Ladies College. So we will see what the last 200 metres will do for this event.
Thanks, Margot. And I wouldn't want to pick the winners of this event yet. I think it's, as you've pointed out, Margot, it is that Loretto Kirribilli crew in lane 2 who are going head-to-head with, I think it's Queenwood in lane 5 and also Pymble Ladies in lane 7. So those are the 3 crews to keep an eye on. If I was a betting man, Margot, I'm going to say that Queenwood in lane 5 is just ahead.
Oh, I disagree with you there. I'd say it's the crew over in lane 2 from Loretto Kirribilli. But it's definitely going to be a tight race for this division of the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. I think I'm right. In Loretto Kirribilli will come across the line in first position.
Yeah, late push there from Queenwood, but right you are, Margot. Loretto Kirribilli too good in the end.
Queenwood in second, the Pymble Ladies College crew in lane 7 for third. In 4th position, we have St Catherine's. In 5th position, we have the other Loretto Kirribilli crew. And then coming down in lane 3, we have the Queenwood number 5 combination. Coming across the line, we've got Queenwood in lane 3, coxed by Isabella Goss, which is a great effort for these crew. And then over on this side, we have lane 8 and lane 9, the Redlands and Queenwood crew battling out for the final 2 placings of this event. And it looks to be very close, maybe even a photo finish. But it'll be Redlands number 2 in 7th position and Queenwood number 4 in 8th position. So Loretto Kirribilli taking out the win in race 16. Ladies and gentlemen, can I draw your attention to the medal pontoon for medal presentation of race number 11, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. The winners of this event were Kinross Walleroy, represented by Lucy McIsaac, Xanthi Staniforth, Maggie Kirby, Lucinda Clinton, Lillian Pierce is their cox and coached by James Perrin. Congratulations, ladies.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to keep your attention on the medal podium. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to present our winners for race 12 for the Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull Division 3. And your winners for 2022, Kinross Walleroy. Kinross are represented by Sienna Wilkin, Bonnie Layton, Chloe Mulcahy, Daisy Smith, and their cox, Isabella Pierce, and their coach is, of course, Harry Houghton. Ladies and gentlemen, won't you congratulate Kinross Walleroy? So, ladies and gentlemen, we're now moving away from the Year 9 Coxed Quad Sculls, and we're going to move into race 17 in a short while, which is, of course, on your live stream if you're joining us from home, or, of course, on the screens dotted around the Regatta Park today. You'll see that the Schoolgirl Year 10-8 is assembled at the 2,000 metre starting block down the north end of the facility. So we haven't got a start just yet, but they're just going to get underway any second now. So I'll take the opportunity now to run through the crews just as they get underway. In lane 2, representing Queenwood, is Yuzi Wren, Emma Golban, Brooke Cuttance, Florence Hemming, Lola Hare, Annie Seve, Zoe James, Addison Rolls, and their cox, Angela Han. In lane 3, representing Pymble Ladies College, Fifi Hazelwood Lee, Isabel Matasantos, Alessandra Bracich, Aspen Moore, Sky Pockley, Ella Jones, Harriet McLean and Olivia Kelly. Their cox is Carolina Yemmer, and their coaches are Lewis Gray and Angus Webster. In lane 4, representing St. Catherine's, is Sophia Mullen, Julia Malum, Emma Hartwig, Jade Leslie, Ruby Smith, Bianca Rupnik Williams, Annabelle Crabb, Meg O'Connor, and Jasmine Abela is the cox, coached by Diarmid O'Driscoll. In lane 5, representing Loretto Kirribilli, Annabelle Ross, Zoe Ryan, Maya Strudwick, Freya Bateman, Alexandra Whitson, Heidi Ahrens, Sybilla Delaney, Jessica Kovacs, and their cox, Emma Bunbury. Their coaches are William Foxton and Freddie Gibbs. In lane 6, representing Roseville, Caitlin Pierce, Sophie Hurl, Matilda Baird, Grace Bennett, Ava Cassar, Hannah Alexander, Charlie Greibel, Phoebe Herdman, and Iman Utteridge is their cox, coached by Gonzalo Briones. In lane 7, representing Loretto Normanhurst, Grace Pembroke, Eliana Kutami, Lara Wheelhouse, Anna Newsom, Josephine Egan, Matilda Windsor, and Mary Grant. Ruby Russell is their stroke, and Jessica Lenehan is the cox, coached by Rosalind Daly and Laurie Hunter. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, in lane 8, also representing Loretto Kirribilli, Jessica Rich, Brianna Destro, Abigail Porter, Abigail Donahoe, Scarlett Kevin, Zoe Fallon, Harriet Dinning and Bronte Hourigan. Their cocks is Monica Dunstan and their coaches are Benjamin Sullivan and Jesse Allen.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I draw your attention to the medal pontoon for presentation of Race 9, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 1. In first position, Loretto Kirribilli. Represented by Chloe Alsop, Mabel Oxham, Grace Woodward, Georgia Moran, coxed by Ruby Kozub, and coached by Frederica Gibbs. Congratulations, Loretto Kirribilli.
Thank you, Margot, and of course a strong performance from Loretto Kirribilli in that race, and similarly in race 17, which is the Schoolgirl Year 10-8 on the course now, Loretto Kirribilli commands another lead. That's the crew comprised of Ross, Ryan, Strudwick, Bateman, Whitson, Ahrens, Delaney, Kovacs and Bunbury. Coming through the 1,000 metre mark, there you'll see them on your screens right now. They're in the lead with a 4.82 second lead over the Queenwood School in lane 2. So it's a fairly well spaced out race, Margot, for 8s racing.
Definitely.
4 seconds is a considerable margin.
Definitely. It is great to see such a full field in this division. These athletes, we talk a lot about rowing being an Olympic sport, and these athletes are going to be at that prime age for the Brisbane 30-32 Olympic Games. So our hope is that these fine athletes, as they come down the course, continue in our sport, and potentially you might be seeing some future Olympians row down the course against each other in this Year 8 Schoolgirl 8.
Absolutely, Margot, and some fine vision that we're being treated to in our live stream at the moment. That's the crew from Queenwood in lane 2, and they're looking mighty fine as they come through the 1,500 metres. Of course, these schools out in the lead, Queenwood and Loretto Kirribilli, both with a strong tradition in rowing.
So it's Loretto Kirribilli 1 in first position, followed closely, as Michael said, by Queenwood in second. St Catherine's currently in third position. As we come through, we've got some new timings through the 1,500. It is the Loretto Kirribilli crew that has maintained that 4.5 second lead over the Queenwood crew in second position. A further 8 seconds back is St Catherine's, followed closely by Pymble, Loretto Kirribilli and Roseville, but definitely the Loretto Kirribilli holding that 4-second lead over second place in Queenwood. So a very strong showing from all crews as we speak. As we come into the last 200 to 300 metres, this will go very fast for these crews, but this is a great event, and personally love to see all of these schoolgirls out there representing in the big boats, which are always fun to race.
Absolutely, Margot, and the good news is that the driving rain has subsided somewhat, but the water has stayed flat, which is great to see. So some clean rowing, opportunity for some tidy rowing, of course, from our crews on the water now.
So it looks like the Loretto Kirribilli crew are maintaining their lead in the Year 10 Schoolgirl 8. As we come into, there is a late challenge coming across the other side of the course from Queenwood. looking very sharp, both crews, the whole field really, but Loretto Kirribilli maintaining that lead as they come into the boys of the last 100 metres. It is going to be Loretto Kirribilli looking really strong. Another great program. All the programs that these schoolgirls row in are very strong. So in lane 5, coming across in first position is Loretto Kirribilli. In second position in lane 2 is Queenwood. St Catherine's in the middle of the field will take out third position. It looks like Pymble will hold on to fourth position over the far side. Fifth position will be the other Loretto Kirribilli crew, and Roseville coming across in sixth position. It looks like the Loretto Normanhurst crew, coxed by Jessica Lehnen, will come across to round out the field. So still looking strong with about 80 metres to go, but a great showing from all of these athletes in the Year 10 Schoolgirl 8.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please draw your attention once more to the medal presentation? We are going to present the winners for race 14 for the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull.
Race 14 of the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. If you could make your way to the medal podium, please. And this division was won by Kinwas Wallaroy, represented by Mahari Wiley, Isabella Lloyd George, Grace Simpson, Hannah Jones, coxed by Georgia Zata, and coached by Harry Houghton. Congratulations, Kinwas Wallaroy.
Kinwas Wallaroy. Kinwas Wallaroy.
We will now draw your attention back to the medal pontoon for race 15. Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 5 winners of Division 1. The winners of this division are Kinross Wallaroy, represented by Zoe Stevenson, Grace Hanson, Ava Ruse, Olivia McCall, coxed by Ella Bunting, and coached again by Harry Houghton. Congratulations, Kinross Wallaroy.
So thank you, Margot. We're going to move away from medal presentations now and back onto the course where race 18 is underway. It's the first division of the Schoolgirl Double Scull. So of course this is I suppose an open event within the school. All you have to be is a school age. Some scullers of, I suppose, predominantly the senior years are going to be contesting this event, and the race is 1,000 metres through. I'll run through the crews quickly. In lane 1, representing Canberra Girls, is Sophia Champion de Crispinier and Lauren Goldie. In lane 2, representing Penrith, is Arabella Logan and Alyssa Hotz. In lane 3, from PLC Sydney, is Sarah Bevington and Alaya Steele. In lane 4, also from Canberra Girls Grammar, is Sophia Kerry and Vivian Gilbo. In lane 5 from Loretto Normanhurst is Kate Walters and Elizabeth Attia. In lane 6 from the Armidale School is Anuska Byrne and Jemima Thibault. In lane 7 from Loretto Kirribilli is Claire Flanagan and Lucy Howard. And finally, in lane 8 from Tara is Natalie Eaton and Krishna Panika.
And it looks like the combination from Canberra Girls Grammar have taken quite a substantial lead over the rest of the field in this first division. Second place is currently being held by Loretto Kirribilli, with PLC Sydney number 3 of Babington and Steele in third position. Fourth position is the second Canberra Girls Grammar crew of Carey and Wheeler, with Loretto Normanhurst and Penrith coming across in sixth position as we come through the last 300 metres of the race. So we've got about 200 metres to go, and it is the Canberra Girls Grammar crew in lane 1 of Crispian and Goldie that have quite a substantial lead over the rest of the field. They're looking very comfortable and smooth in the distinctive green and white boats. Well worth the trip up the Hume Highway to come to this regatta. In second place, it is the Loretto Kirribilli crew of Flanagan and Watkins. They've seemed to reduce the margin a bit, but first across the line will be the Canberra Girls Grammar combination in lane 1. In second place, rowing well as they finish, is the lane 7 crew of Loretto Kirribilli. Third position will be lane 3, which is PLC Sydney of Sarah Bevington and Elia Steele, coached by Felix Dew, as they come across the line. In fourth position, it will be the other girls' grammar school from Canberra, with Loretto Normanhurst coming across in fifth. And sixth position, the Penrith crew over in lane 2 to round out Division 1 of the schoolgirl double scull. And we've also got the Tara School slightly out of our view, my apologies, coming across in 7th position with about 60 metres to go. Another great race for these ladies. So a reminder to the Canberra Girls Grammar crew, Sophia and Lauren, to make your way across to the medal pontoon to receive your medals. So we are underway in Division 2 of the schoolgirl double scull. We have a scratching in lane 1 from Loretto Normanhurst. In lane 2, we have Sophia Paris and Zawa Sherwood from the Armidale School, coached by Ben McDougall and Madison Arthur. In lane 3, Gemma Simpson and Mackenzie Knott from Tara School, coached by Graham Gardner, Jack Crampton and Kate Crampton. In lane 4, from Radford College, Zoe McIntosh and Hannah Sampson. In lane 5, Canberra Girls Grammar with Kat Allen and Claire Zonick. In lane 6, from PLC Sydney, Charlotte Cameron and Victoria Mortensen, coaches Caro Ling Wong and Felix Dew. In lane 7, we have Victoria and Sarah Wheeler from Canberra Girls Grammar. And in lane 8, we have Lauren Teo and Lorraine Wong from Sydney Girls, coached by Matteo Villani.
Thanks, Margot. And I think it could be the crew from Canberra Girls Grammar, I think, in the lead. No, I'm mistaken. It's the crew from Radford College. That's the crew of Zoe McIntosh and Hannah Sampson in lane 4. And as they come through the 1500 metre mark now, they've commanded an excellent lead over the rest of the field. Have Radford College. So Sydney Girls coming through the 1500 metre in second position, a whopping 22 seconds behind Radford College. So an excellent lead. And 10 seconds back after them to Canberra Girls Grammar 2. Tara School in fourth position. And just coming through the 1500 metres now is the Armidale School. That's Paris and Sherwood. So Margot, a fairly spaced out race this one, and it's to be expected, I suppose, when we get into these senior year groups. I suppose the quality scullers really do stride out, and certainly is the case that we've got our Radford College scullers, McIntosh and Sampson, well out in the lead, and you can see them on the live stream now. They're looking very tidy indeed.
Yes, definitely. And look, some of these crews will be preparing for Head of the River, and also the national championships that will come up at the end of March here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. But the Radford College crew looking very strong, very comfortable, still keeping the rating up. So they're not relaxing whatsoever. It'll be interesting to see what time they do in comparison to the first division. But Radford College, very, very comfortable. Nice high rating, probably about 28 strokes to 30 strokes a minute. It's clear water to the rest of the field. So they come across in first position, Zoe McIntosh and Hannah Sampson in a time of 8 minutes 24.
A fantastic lead there by Radford College, and clear water indeed back to Sydney Girls. That's the crew of Lauren Teo and Lorian Wong. Over here on the grandstand side of the course in lane 8. And so that crew just crosses the line now, 25-second deficit on Radford College. And it'll be Tara Schools, Gemma Simpson and Mackenzie Knott, I believe, in third place. Fourth place will be Canberra Girls Grammar, Kat Allen and Claire Sonic. In fifth position, it'll be the Armidale School, Sophia Paris and Zara Sherwood.
Tower to medals.
Sixth place
Send them
will be
down.
PLC Sydney Charlotte Cameron and Victoria Mortensen. And finally, to complete this race, in lane 7 is Canberra Girls Grammar, Victoria Wheeler and Sarah Wheeler.
We now draw your attention to the medal pontoon to present race 16, Division 5 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull. Your winners are Loretto Kiribili, represented by Ava Hadzidis, Amelia Charlson, Lucy Zekzain, Zahara Carter, Lola Hayson is their cox, coached by Eliza Sheldon. Congratulations, Loretto Kiribili.
Thanks, Margot. And race 20 is now on the course. It's the third division of the Schoolgirl Double Scull. In lane 2, representing Canberra Girls Grammar, is Alex Perry Dalton and Eliza Lilly. In lane 3 from Tara is Caitlin Irving and Charlotte Oitmar. In lane 4 from the Armidale School is Isabella Crawford and Matilda Cullen. In lane 5 from Loretto Kiribili is Alyssa Fickers and Lauren Moran. In lane 6 from Loretto Normanhurst is Molly Pirtle and Josie Sims. In lane 7 representing MLC is Pascale Symington and Sophia Ietzi. And finally from North Sydney girls, Sophia Lee and Alexandra Sutter. And Margot, through the first 1,500 metres of the race, it was Alyssa Fickers and Lauren Moran of Loretto Kirribilli in the lead. Unsurprisingly, I would say, these two young women have performed consistently throughout these past 2 seasons, and I've had the pleasure of calling many of their races out here at the Regatta Centre. And Alyssa Fickers, who is in the stroke seat, Margot, I believe, was the recipient of a scholarship at the Rowing New South Wales Awards night last year.
Yes.
I can't remember which exact award she received, but it was an award.
From the Union of Rowers,
Yes,
I believe.
that was the one, yes.
Yep. So a really great combination that Moran and Fickers do put together. They've got a 7-second lead over the Canberra girls grammar combination as they come into the last 100 metres of the race. Looking very tidy. I would not be surprised if they raced this boat at head of the river, but also the national championships. Looking really strong, really moving that boat well. So first place to Loretto Kirribilli, Elisa and Lauren, well done. In second position, it will be the Canberra girls grammar combination of Perry Dalton and Liley in second position. Very dominant performance from those two crews. In third position, we go back to the Tara School combination of Caitlin Irving and Charlotte Ottomer in third position. Also rowing really confidently. Some good boat speed as well. So third position will be Tara School of Irving and Ottomer as they come across the line. In fourth position, it will be the Loretto Normanhurst double of Molly Pirtle and Josie Sims coming across in fourth with a few strokes to go. In fifth position, in those distinctive fluoro hats, we have the Armidale School. Again, it's great to see them coming down here for their first regatta at Cirque for the season. They'll pip the North Sydney girls combination in lane 8 of Lee and Suter. And then it will round out the field from the MLC school of Symington and Izetzi in lane 7. So we're into race 21, Division 4 of the schoolgirl double scull. In lane 3, Eliza McCarthy and Zohania Jazuka from Tara School. In lane 3 from PLC Sydney, Alex Reid Queenie and Tahi Creary. In lane 4, Jacqueline Davis and Jazzy Hughes from Canberra Girls Grammar. In lane 5, Apanya Hari and Sarah Blaney from Sydney Girls. In lane 6 from Radford College, Ellen Mikhailovich and Claudia Kendall. In lane 7 from the Armidale School, Lucy Crowley and Eve Muirhead. And in lane 8, the MLC Schools, Tessa Tompkins and Francesca Morrison. We've just got about 300 metres to go in this Division 4 race, and it looks to be the Radford College crew with a commanding lead over the rest of the field from the Canberra Girls Grammar School of Davis and Hughes, but they are challenged. It looks like the PLC the Sydney girls crew in the middle of the field. But Radford College putting on a good showing in this last 100 metres. So a dominant performance by Radford College. The ladies have just taken the rating down at about 22 strokes a minute. Nice and easy. So well done to Radford College in lane 6, who will take out Division 4 of the schoolgirl double scull.
Looking very comfortable indeed, Margot. Radford College. So fantastic effort by Ellen Mihalovic and Claudia Kendall. So of course, Radford College, if you could move over to the medal present pontoon to get your medals.
In second place, it will be the Canberra Girls Grammar crew of Jacqueline Davis and Jazzy Hughes. Challenged very late in the piece by MLC, Tessa Tompkins and Francesca Morrison in third position. Coming across in fourth, it will be the Tara combination of Eliza McCarthy and Zuhania in fourth position, and then a little bit of a distance back to Reed, Queenie and Creary in lane number 3 from PLC Sydney. This is a bit of a spread out race with a few boats to go, but coming across the line in lane 3 is the PLC Sydney combination. Well done to Creary and Reed Queenie coming across the line. And then we have the Sydney girls combination of Hari and Blaney to round out the field. Sure, send them down. Oof.
Ladies and gentlemen, race 22 is on the course now. It's the 5th division of the schoolgirl double scull. In lane 2, representing North Sydney girls is Meta Guram and Tanvi Bakray, coached by Philip Brown. In lane 3, representing Canberra girls grammar is Harriet Miles and Emily McHugh. A scratching from Roseville in lane 4, but in lane 5, representing the Armidale school is Meg Keeley and Sarah Skipper, coached by Ben McDougall and Madison Arthur. Scratching from PLC in lane 6, but representing Askham in lane 7 is Portia Koksar and Audrey Aberwikrama, coached by Susanna McMahon. And in lane 8, finally, it's Loretto Normanhurst, represented by Olivia Lucas and Madison Webster. Their coach is Jeff Patterson. And it's that Loretto Normanhurst crew that commands a substantial lead over the rest of the field. That's Olivia Lucas and Madison Webster. A 25-second advantage over the Askham school, Koksar and Aberwikrama. The Canberra girls in 3rd place, followed by North Sydney girls in 4th and the Armidale school in 5th position at the moment. But certainly that crew from Loretto Normanhurst looking very handy indeed over here on the grandstand side of the course. That's Olivia Lucas and Madison Webster. And you can see some vision of them on your screens at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, and looking very fine indeed. Those scullers from Loretto Normanhurst.
Probably experiencing the best conditions of the day. I wouldn't say there's sun out, but there's definitely, the rain has stopped and they're taking full advantage. But Olivia Lucas and Madison Webster, coached by Jeff Patterson, commanding win as they come across the line from Loretto Normanhurst. Clear water, still letting the boat run. This will be a great result for them. In a time of 8 minutes 16, which is substantially faster than a lot of the other divisions in this race. So that sets them up for some good competition come the head of the river and potentially national championships. In second place, we've got the Askham crew of Kotskar and Abby Wickerman in second position. Really strong race from these girls, coming across the line with a nice high rating. Second position will go to the Askham School. In third position over the other side of the course will be the Canberra Grammar, Girls Grammar combination of Harriet Miles and Emily McHugh in third position. In fourth position, coming across the line, in lane 2 is the North Sydney Girls crew. And again, to round out the field, we have the Armidale School combination of Keeley and Skipper coming across the line. So a reminder to all of our medal winners to make your way to the podium directly after your race to collect your medal.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I could draw your attention to the medal pontoon, we're going to present the winners of the Schoolgirl Year 10-8, which is race 17. And your winners for 2022 are Loretto Kirribilli. The crew is comprised of Annabelle Ross, Zoe Ryan, Maya Strudwick, Freya Bateman, Alexandra Whitson, Heidi Ahrens, Sibylla Delaney, Jessica Kovacs, and their cox, Emma Bunbury. Their coaches are William Foxton and Freddie Gibbs. Ladies and gentlemen, won't you congratulate Loretto Kirribilli.
So we move to the race number 23, the Schoolgirl Single Scull in Division 1. In lane 1, we have Madison Webster from Loretto Normanhurst. Lane 2, Sophia Zamprogno from Carolyn Chisholm High. Lane 3, Zara Greenwood from Sydney Girls. We have a scratching in lane 4 from Queenwood. Lane 5, Anna Mumford from Pimble Ladies. Lane 6 from Sydney, Talisa Knock Driver. In lane 7, Elizabeth Powell from Loretto Normanhurst. Lane 8, Ella Huber from Burwood Girls High. And unfortunately, we have a scratching from Kinross in lane 9. It looks like we actually have a few scratchings from this race, so it will be a shortened field.
Thank you, Margot. And of course, it was Talisa Knock Driver out in the lead at this stage. She's about to come through the 1500 metre mark, but of course, she does her rowing out of the Sydney Rowing Club in Abbotsford and is under the guidance of Brendan Longman and the team down there at Sydney Rowing Club. So, of course, Knock Driver experienced not just in schoolgirl racing, but of course in club events as well. So, look, she has some quality competition for the rest of the field. And of course, these girls will be accustomed to competing against each other at the state championships and at the various regattas that we've held out here at the regatta centre this season. But certainly a commanding lead has Knocker Driver over the rest of the field.
Yes, not surprising, Michael. So she has a quite significant lead over the rest of the field, 26 seconds to be specific. Ella Huber from Burwood Girls High in second position, followed by 8.5 seconds back by Zara Greenwood of Sydney Girls number 2. It is quite a spread out field in this first division of the schoolgirl single scull. But Talisa has a commanding lead. She's actually part of the New South Wales Women's Youth 8 squad, so she's a very competent rower, and it's great to see her out here having a nice dominant row. Brendan Longman, her coach, will be very pleased with this effort. She's coming slightly over towards the boys, which is great. So Talisa has a commanding lead across the rest of the field. So she's got 100 metres left to go. Very strong showing by Knocker Driver. Beautiful stroke there. Great representative for schoolgirl rowing. So the winner of Division 1 will be Talisa Knocker Driver from Sydney. In second position, with just under 100 metres to go, will be Ella Huber from Burwood Girls High, also looking really strong, and also coached by Brendan Longman. So 1-2 for Brendan in this race. Well done to Ella, coming across in second position. In third position, from Sydney Girls, we have Zara Greenwood. A few more strokes to go. So third position to Zara. And then there's a battle on for fourth position. It looks like it'll be Anna Mumford from Pymble Ladies to take out fourth, with the Loretto Normanhurst sculler of Elizabeth Powell in fifth position.
Thanks, Margot. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to present the winners of Race 19, Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Double Scull. So if I could just draw your attention back to the grandstand podium. So this race was won by a crew from Radford College, represented by Nikita Crabb and Hannah Sampson. Ladies and gentlemen, won't you congratulate Radford College?
So we're moving on to race number 24, the second division of the schoolgirl single scull. In lane 2 from Loretto Normanhurst, we have Alexandra O'Brien. In lane 3 from Mossman, Lillian Hyde, coached by Katie Healy. In lane 4, Ritzi Sharma from North Sydney Girls, coached by Philip Brown. In lane 5, Loretto Kirribilli, Olivia Scott. Coaches are Michael Burness and Elliot Hunt. In lane 6, Miller Vinci Guerra from Sydney Girls, coached by Matteo Villani. We have a scratching in lane 7 from Radford College, and in lane 8, Felicity Errington from Ascombe. coached by Olivia McDonald and Thomas Parker. And it looks like we have Alexandra O'Brien from Loretto Normanhurst with an 8-second lead across from Lillian Hyde of Mossman, with Felicity Errington a little way back in 3rd position from Ascombe. With about 300 metres to go, it's a nice commanding lead from Alexandra over in lane 2 from Loretto Normanhurst.
Thanks, Margot. Yes, Alexandra O'Brien looking very tidy indeed. She's all just caught a little bit of a crab over there in lane 2, but nonetheless, she has exerted enough of a lead that won't matter too much. Yes, of course, Lillian Hyde of Mossman in lane 3 coming in 2nd place at this stage. And back to Errington of the Ascombe School in 3rd at this stage, who commands the lead over Vinci Guerra of Sydney Girls. Back at the top of the packet, it is O'Brien of Normanhurst, who wins in relatively comfortable fashion, followed by Lillian Hyde of Mossman. Her coach is Katie Healy. And so Felicity Errington coming across the line now, looking fairly comfortable and sculling nicely in that distinctive grey boat and in the colours of the Ascombe School in lane 8. She's exhausted after that effort. Congratulations, Felicity. And just drifting over the line now is Mia Vinciaguerra of Sydney Girls. And this race a little bit spaced out. So we have coming across the line in a moment Olivia Scott of Loretto Kirribilli.
And then coming across the line to round out Division 2 of the Schoolgirls Single Scull is Ritzi Sharma from North Sydney Girls. Well done. As we move our attention to Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Single Scull, we have a scratching in lane 1, but Emma Malka from Tara School in lane 2, Amaya Kumaraj from North Sydney Girls in lane 3, Josie Sims in lane 4, Liesl Page in lane 5 from Sydney, Josephine Perry from Sydney Girls in lane 6, Grace Burke from Mossman in lane 7, and Madison Jones from St Paul's Grammar in 8. And Liesl Page has led from start to finish in this 3rd division, which again is not surprising. Another Sydney sculler who is coached by Brendan Longman, also part of the squad for the New South Wales Women's U8. So again, no surprise as to her position in this race currently. So again, 2nd position is Madison Joynes. Also not a surprise, Madison has been rowing quite consistently throughout this season. We see her a lot in our events out at Cirque. Grace Burke is a little way back in 3rd position from Mossman, with Emma Malko giving her something to think about from the Tara School in 4th position. We've got Josephine Perry from Sydney Girls in 5th. And as per the last race, this is a little bit spread out as we go through the last division of the Schoolgirl Single Scull. So Liesl Page putting on a great showing, much like her Sydney compatriot. It'll be interesting to see the time as she comes through the last 50 metres of the race, but leading from start to finish, Liesl Page from Sydney Rowing Club to win Division 3 of the schoolgirl single scull. Second place will be Madison. Join us in lane 8 from St Paul's Grammar. In third position, it looks to be Grace Burke from Mossman Rowing Club to take out third position, with Emma Malka in lane 2 taking out fourth, and then a little bit of clear water back to the remaining scullers in the field. Well done to Emma Malka from Tara School as she comes across the line in fourth position. In fifth position, we will have Josephine Perry from lane 6 as she comes across the line. And in seventh position, in sixth position, we have the North Sydney girls sculler to round out the field. So Liesl Page, well done to you.
And race 26 is underway. It's the first division of the Schoolgirl Year 8 first quads. And we have in lane number 2, Roseville College in lane 3. Loretto Normanhurst, Loretto Kirribilli are in lane number 4. Pimble Ladies College in lane 5. MLC School in lane number 6. And St Catherine's in lane number 7.
So I welcome Owen Nix to the commentary box. We're lucky to have Owen up here with us for a short while. He'll be back later today. He's a busy man in his regatta secretary role, but able to give us some time to help commentate these races. So we have a couple of divisions for the Year 8 Cox Quad Scull, much like the double scull that we saw before. We've moved back to 1,000-metre racing for these younger divisions as a way to give them a chance to have a race but not put them across the 2,000 metres.
And it's been a bit of a truncated season for the Year 8s, especially at the Roseville College Regatta. These events were cancelled. The conditions blew up where there was whitecaps spread right across Iron Cove. So for some of them it may even be their first quad race of the season. So moving up towards the halfway mark, and no surprise to see Loretto Kirribilli, who have such a strong program in the quads, that are leading this one. And they're looking to lead with a little bit of clear water at the halfway mark, and Pymble Ladies College trying to still maintain an overlap.
And some great vision on our live stream with, as Nick Owen said, Loretto Kirribilli with a really short distance to Pymble Ladies College, and it's very tight over the first 5 boats, to be honest, which is not surprising given the short 1,000-metre race. But Loretto Kirribilli looking really good as they currently hold the lead by 1.5 seconds to Pymble Ladies College, with St Catherine's coming in 3rd. Currently, Loretto Normanhurst 4th, Roseville in 5th, and MLC School in 6th.
And St Catherine's putting in a good performance on this side of the course. They're coached by Wallace Russell, who's been in Australian underage teams, the pharmacy student who it's great to see her coaching at St Catherine's, which base their program out of UTS Rowing Club. They're on this side of the course. And at the head of the field, Loretto Kirribilli got out to that early lead, and Pymble have certainly pushed up right alongside of them. And it's going to be a very, very close race here in this last 230 metres. Let's see if Kirribilli have spent all their bickies. A couple of bad strokes there has allowed Pymble to just put their bow in front, and St Catherine's now starting to challenge them as well. Over on the far side of the course, Roseville College are in 4th spot. Loretto Normanhurst are in 5th, and MLC School are in 6th place. And in that MLC School crew, Elijah Kershaw McDonald, her grandmother is here, Katie Kershaw, one of our great volunteers for many, many years. And great to see her granddaughter racing here in the MLC boat in 6th position in this one. And Kirribilli have just had a big crab there in the 3 seat. That stroke side blade, I don't know if it's snapped or if...
It's just finding it hard to pop out. So Pymble have taken full advantage of that unfortunate mishap, and they will look to come across the line in 1st position in the Year 8 Cox Quad Scull. 2nd place to St Catherine's. It looks like Loretto Kirribilli will just pip Sydney Girls High for 3rd position after that mishap. And it looks like Loretto Normanhurst, Roseville, it was in 4th position, Loretto Normanhurst in 5th position, and then coming through to round out the rest of the field will be lane 6.
Yeah, so MLC School cross in 6th position in the 1st division of the 1st Year 8 Quad Scull.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I draw your attention to the medal pontoon for race number 18, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Double Scull. The winners of this race were Canberra Girls Grammar, represented by Sophia Champion de Crespigny and Lauren Goldie. Congratulations, Canberra Girls Grammar.
And the 2nd division of the Year 8 First Cox Quad Scull for schoolgirls coming down the course. And in lane number 3, Canberra Girls Grammar School. Redlands are in lane 4, Queenwood in 5. In lane 6 is PLC Sydney, and in lane number 7, Sydney Girls High School. very good race going on between the race leaders Redlands and their near neighbours from the Pearl Bay Boat Shed Queenwood School, and Canberra Girls Grammar also trying to see if they can maintain an overlap and put some pressure on them in the latter stages. Sydney Girls just having a bit of a steering change there, and they're currently in 4th spot, and PLC Sydney is in 5th position, but it's still Redlands with a slight advantage over Queenwood as they come into the last 200 metres. They'll have a bit of a bad stroke there, and Queenwood have reduced that deficit considerably now, so it's race on here, and who's going to get their Margot in this last 200 metres between Queenwood, Redlands, and on the far side Canberra Girls Grammar School.
It looks to me that Redlands may have the momentum. They seem to be having a late push in this last as they come into the Red Boys. Queenwood will still give them something to think about, but the Redlands crew do have the higher rating of the two crews. That said, it's not over until you cross the line, but it looks now that Redlands have just found that rhythm in their late push and have moved away from the both crews. So it looks like Redlands will come across the line in 1st position, and it'll be a tight race between Queenwood and Canberra Girls Grammar. I would not want to call that. Looks like it'll be a photo finish. Back to then 4th position will be Sydney Girls in lane 7, and 5th position to PLC Sydney.
Yes, nice rowing from the Redlands crew, all matching up, similar lengths, similar angles, and they were able to come across the line with a lengths advantage in the end.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I draw your attention to the medal pontoon for race number 20, Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Double Scull. The winners from Loreto Kirribilli, Elisa Vickers and Lauren Moran. Congratulations, Loreto Kirribilli. We will stay on the medal pontoon to present race 21, the Schoolgirl Double Scull Division 4. The winners are Radford College, represented by Ellen Mihalovic and Claudia Kendall. Congratulations, Radford College.
And the course now is race number 28. It is the Schoolgirl Year 8 second Cox Quad Scull. It's the 1st division for the seconds. And we have over in lane number 2, Pymble Ladies College. In lane 3, Loreto Kirribilli. Lane 4 is St Catherine's. Lane 5 is Loreto Normanhurst. Lane 6, Queenwood. And lane 7 is PLC Sydney, who have taken a bit of a detour here. They're currently in lane number 9, and they've just lost touch with this leading group of 5 crews as they start to make their way up towards the 1600 metre mark on the course, or 600 metres covered for this 1000 metre race, and it's Loreto Kirribilli with their bow in front.
It looks like there's a few crews that have had some challenges with their steering, we have a tight tussle for the lead of the race over on the far side, but it looks to be Loreto Kirribilli retaining the lead. Their coach Phoebe Halley will be pleased with that to see if they can maintain that. As Owen said, this is for many of them, their first race and probably their first experience at this great venue. So it's great to see so many crews coming down the course. But they've definitely pushed away from the rest of the field. It does look like Pymble Ladies College are providing a little bit of a challenge on the other side. But as we come into the Red Boys, the final 100 metres of the event, we have Loretto Kirribilli with their Cox Imogen Donahue steering them well, pushing away. It'll be a tight race between St Catherine's and Pymble Ladies College for second position. But as they come across the line, it is Loretto Kirribilli to take out Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull. Second place will be St Catherine's. Third will be Pymble Ladies College. Fourth will be Queenwood. Fifth will be Loretto Normanhurst. And bringing up the rear of the field, after experiencing some difficulties with their steering, they have managed to come back into their lane, which is great to see. It's a new experience not only for rowers but also for coxswains under a racing setting, and they will come into the last 100 metres, the crew from PLC Sydney, to take out the last place of this race. Send number 22 down, please. Ladies and gentlemen, can I draw your attention to the medal pontoon? We will present race number 22, Division 5 of the Schoolgirl Double Scull. The winners of this division were Loretto Normanhurst, represented by Olivia Lucas and Madison Webster, coached by Jeff Patterson. Congratulations, Loretto Normanhurst. We will stay on the medal pontoon to present race number 24, Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Single Scull. This division was won by Alexandra O'Brien from Loretto Normanhurst. Congratulations, Alexandra.
And move back to the course now, and race 29 is Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Second Cox Quad Scull, and we have in lane number 2 Tara School. Roseville College are in lane 3. In lane 4 Redlands, lane 5 Sydney Girls, lane 6 MLC, and lane 7 Radford College from the ACT. And it was Roseville that had a little bit of clear water at the halfway mark. They're now moved up through the 1750 metre mark, and they're still holding a little bit of clear water over Redlands in second spot, and then it is back to the crew from Tara in third, followed by Sydney Girls, and then a good close race as Radford College are trying to get very close down the course and across the course to their near neighbours MLC School in that race for 5th position.
but it's definitely the Roseville crew out in front, Owen, pushing away from a good-looking Redlands crew in second position. It looks like they've retained their 3.5 second lead. Oh, they've just caught a crab. Let's see if they can recover as they come through the last 80 metres of the race. It looks like they have. So it looks like it will be the Roseville crew in lane 2 that will lane 3 that will take out the Division 2 of the Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 2. Second position will be Redlands. Third position will be the Tara School. Fourth position, coming across the line, will be Sydney Girls. And then in lane 6 and lane 7, we have the MLC School that will be coming across the line shortly. In 5th position, great effort from these young women as they come across the line in 5th position, with the Radford College crew rounding out the field to take 6th position. So we're underway in race 30, which is Division 1 of the thirds of the Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull. In lane 3, we have Queenwood. Lane 4, PLC Sydney. Lane 5, Pymble Ladies. In lane 6, Canberra Girls Grammar. And in lane 7, Radford College.
And Pymble Ladies College and Canberra Girls Grammar were getting very close off the start, and the umpire had to get in between the two and get them separated. So a bit of rudder work going on in the early stages. They were able to get a clear run down the course now. So starting to make their way up towards the around about 350 metres covered. And it's a very good race between those two crews that were close off the start. Canberra Girls Grammar School, Tess Shanahan, Redeemer Mukherjee, Athena Satsias and Zafira Konstantinou and Eliza Miller, the coxswain of the crew. And they're having a good battle at the head of the field with Pymble Ladies College. Zoe Hart, Hannah Willett, Zara Simpson, Sasha Clark and Ruby Lyons, the coxswain. They're coached by Sophie Graham and Alex Nicol. Over on the far side of the course, Queenwood. There.
Looks to have all the action in the middle of the field, as you said, Owen. Again, another great race of some variety of schools from the ACT and New South Wales. Again, it's great to see our schools from Canberra coming up and testing themselves against the strength of the Sydney schools. And coming through the first 500 metres is the Pymble Ladies College crew, followed closely by Canberra Girls Grammar. And third place, a little bit of a gap to third place is Queenwood, with PLC Sydney further back, and then Radford College in 5th position.
And there's been a few bad strokes there in the Pymble boat, and that's allowing Canberra Girls Grammar to draw up alongside of them. So we'll see if the Pymble crew are able to get restarted again and see if they're able to draw back and and get their bow back in front. But it's the green bow of the Canberra Girls Grammar School boat that has temporarily taken the lead, and we'll see if that's been able to be held on for this last 300 metres.
Few little steering issues, it looks like, in the Pymble crew, but their coxswain is trying to set them straight now and just get them off that buoy line. Hopefully they can just right themselves, and it looks like a really good tussle for line honours in this division of the Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull. Very tight. I think Pymble have responded after that minor crab in their boat, but it is still too close to call from this angle, Owen. It may look like Pymble has just their bow ball in front, but it'll really come down to the last 100 metres, which they're entering now.
Yeah, they've taken about 3 seats back on the Canberra Girls Grammar School boat. Over on the far side, Queenwood are in third, and PLC Sydney stroke person looks to have had a problem there, and that may see the crew from Radford able to pull clear of them in the latter stage of that. So we'll see how that pans out in the race for fourth. But at the head of the field, Pymble Ladies College, an eventful race for their third Year 8 Cox Quad Scull as they take out division number 1, about half a length ahead of Canberra Girls Grammar School in second spot. And Queenwood School set to place third. It's good to see the stroke person of the PLC boat back rowing again. And it will be the Canberrans from Radford College that will claim fourth and PLC Sydney fifth.
And our reminder, if you do win your division of your race, to make your way directly to the medal pontoon for presentations. So ladies and gentlemen, we've had a hotel key handed in to the Rowing New South Wales tent at the bottom of the grandstand. If you are staying at an Accors hotel this evening or last night, maybe check your pockets to see if you have your room key. And if you don't, make your way down to the Rowing New South Wales tent at the bottom of the grandstand. But we are underway in race 31, which is Division 2 of the third Year 8 Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull. In lane 3, we have St Catherine's. Lane 4, Redlands. Lane 5, Loretto Kirribilli. Lane 6, Loretto Normanhurst. And in lane 7, Roseville.
Yes, it was Roseville just on the screen, getting off to not the best of starts. A lot of enthusiasm, but yeah, it looks like they're starting to try and get things together now and get moving. They've just been dropped a little bit by the others in this field, as St Catherine's have moved out well over on the far side of the course. That's Lucinda Connell, Grace Verco, Sienna Ray, Lana Coleman and Laura Seaton is the coxswain of the crew on the right of your screen as they lead the Redlands crew alongside of them. Loretto Normanhurst, Lottie Ryan, Lily Graham, Poppy Russell, Eva Parrott and Chloe Winterton, the coxswain coached by Georgia Borick, who has taken over their program mid-season after Ian Edmonds departed to the warmer climates of Queensland, northern Queensland, and the Loretto Normanhurst crew currently in a good race with Loretto Kirribilli alongside of them. So as they start to make their way up towards the 1450 metre mark, Redlands have had a good second 250 and put some pressure on the crew from St Catherine's and moved into the race lead just ahead of Loretto Kirribilli. Only about a half a boat length separating those two crews, and then just over or about a third of a length to St Catherine's, and then another half a boat length to Loretto Normanhurst, and then some clear water back to Roseville in 5th position. So I've seen some nice quad sculling from the Redlands Year 8 group. They seem to match up quite well with angles and stroke length, and there have been some pretty neat Year 8 quads from them, and that's what's seeing them move to the 4 here in this Year 8 third Cox Quad Scull Division number 2. And Loretto Kirribilli still alongside and still with a bit of an overlap, so certainly a chance here with 350 metres to go. It's these two that have started to push out to some clear water over the others. As we welcome Michael McRae back to the commentary area.
Thank you, Nixie.
So coming into the last 250 metres, and it is still the bow of the Redlands boat in lane number 4 in the lead. And their Pearl Bay neighbours, Loretto Kirribilli, certainly right on their hammer. I think only about a third of a length separating these two crews. So it's going to come down to these last 30 strokes to see who can take out the second division of the Year 8 third Cox Quad Sculls. And these two having a good fight, and it's seeing them push further clear of Loretto Normanhurst in 3rd spot. And the early race leaders, St Catherine's, have moved back to 4th position, and Roseville College are in 5th.
That tussle still going on at this stage, Nixie, between Loretto, Kirribilli and Redlands. I think Loretto might have left it a bit late, but they're certainly engaged in a bit of a stoush in the final 100 metres. A couple of dirty strokes from Redlands, but it's certainly going down to the line. I think Redlands has just done enough to hold on though. There's a final couple of strokes over the line. So Redlands in lane 4. Just snatched that win off Loretto Kirribilli.
It'll be Loretto Normanhurst set to claim 3rd spot, about 3/4 of a boat length ahead of St Catherine's in 4th, and 5th will be Roseville College.
And just in the final 50 metres of the race now is that crew from Sydney Girls. Roseville, my apologies. Just to finalise our field in race 31. But ladies and gentlemen, if I can draw your attention back to the medal pontoon, we're going to present race 26, the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 1. So ladies and gentlemen, they've assembled on the pontoon your champions for 2022 in Division 1, Pymble Ladies College. They are represented by Oleana Teig, Scarlett Olsen, Millie Cullinane, and Joanna Ricketts, together with their cox, Mia Solomons. Ladies and gentlemen, won't you congratulate Pymble Ladies College? Ladies and gentlemen, race 32 is underway. It's the 4th division of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull. In lane 2, representing St Catherine's, Cassandra Jackson, Grace Rigby, Amy Shelley and Genevieve Links, coxed by Arabella Rose. In lane 3, representing Pymble Ladies College, Chloe Browning, Holly Hogan, Addison Hartog-Smith and Anaya McDonald, coxed by Elizabeth Short. In lane 4, representing Queenwood, Claudia Goss, Maya Deneau, Florence Hawkes and Larissa Rosenbergs, coxed by Allegra Tung. In lane 5, representing Redlands, is Amber Cusano, Hannah Riddington, Elizabeth Whelan and Jess Smith, coxed by Alexandra Jones. In lane 6, representing Roseville, Ella Zhu, Lucy Mitchell, Amelia Staniforth, Chloe Coleman and Iman Utteridge. In lane 7, representing Loretto Normanhurst, Hannah Kent, Lucia Murray, Leah Kebblewhite, Bridie Chima and Lexi Sam is their cox. And finally, representing Loretto Kirribilli in lane 8, Mary Dunstan, Phoebe Ahrens, Sarah Steele, Louisa Warren and Madeline Williams is their cox. Eliza Sheldon is their coach. And through the 500 metres, Nixie, it's that crew from Loretto Kirribilli in lane 8 that has their nose in front of St Catherine's over in lane 2. So at this stage, it's the extremities of the course in race 32 that are in 1 and 2.
Yes, and Loretto Kirribilli that have been very, very successful in their quad sculls are once again to the fore in this one with the St Catherine's crew over on the far side. Amy Tainch, the coach of the St Catherine's boat over on the far side of the course. And in third spot we have Redlands, followed by Pymble, and then a bit of a gap back to the second race within this race where Roseville College leading the Loretto Normanhurst and also the Queenwood crew in this Year 8 4th Cox Quad Scull. So Michael, as we get into the last 150 metres, Loretto Kirribilli, I think they might have nice enough of a buffer to hold on to this one.
It was only 0.7 at the 500 metre mark, but certainly looks like that has been slightly extended, Nixie. Flattering of a margin for St Catherine's to make up, I think, in these final 100 metres.
And Redlands doing a nice performance here in third spot. They were 3 seconds down on the St Catherine's boat. They might have clawed back about half a second or so in this second 500, but it will be Loretto Kirribilli that take out the 4th Year 8 Cox Quad Scull ahead of St Catherine's in second. Redlands will be third, and then followed by Pymble Ladies College, who have about another 3 strokes to go, and they will cross in 4th place. And then followed by Roseville in 5th, Queenwood in 6th, and Loretto Normanhurst in 7th.
Ladies and gentlemen, just as this race concludes, I'd like to draw your attention back to the medal podium. We are going to present the winners of race 2 right back at the start of your program for the Schoolgirl Year 8 Double Scull. Division 1 was won by Redlands. Redlands are represented by Ruby Warner and Scarlett Cortez. Ladies and gentlemen, won't you congratulate the crew from Redlands? Ladies and gentlemen, just while we're waiting on race 33 to start, we are going to carry on with our presentations for the moment. Race 6 is the Schoolgirl Division 1 of the Year 8 Single Scull. And it was won by Isabel Campbell from Redlands. Ladies and gentlemen, won't you congratulate Isabel? Ladies and gentlemen, we'll present the winner of the second division of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Single Scull, which is race 7, and it was won by Mila Osborne of Redlands. Won't you congratulate Mila? Ladies and gentlemen, we'll fit in one more presentation now. It's for race 27, the second division of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull. And this race was won by Redlands, Scarlett Cortez, Mila Osborne, Isabel Campbell, and Ruby Warner. Their cox is Sophie McDonald. Ladies and gentlemen, won't you congratulate this crew from Redlands?
And just an announcement, if the Forest buses with index Tango Victor 9255, if that could please be moved to P4. It's currently located at the top of the P1 car park. And Michael, we now move to the Year 8 5th Cox Quad Scull, and we have in lane number 1 Roseville College, lane 2 Winona, lane 3 Canberra Girls Grammar, lane 4 Redlands, lane 5 Queenwood. Pimble have scratched out of lane 6. St Catherine's in 7. Loretto Kirribilli are the race leaders in lane 8, and in lane number 9 Pimble Ladies College number 2.
Crew from Winona, Nixie. Not quite so common you see that school competing.
That's right. Steve Sherry will occasionally be spotted at regattas wearing a Winona shirt from when they last rode in the 1990s. And they have a small program of 5 kids rowing out of North Shore Rowing Club. And there are also some Winona kids rowing out of Sydney Rowing Club and also Mossman Rowing Club. So it's certainly great to see the return of Winona to schoolgirl rowing. School base at North Sydney.
I'm sure we'll see Steve Sherry out in the boat park today. He'll be stoked to see Winona out on the return.
Yeah, well, I'm sure he'll be sporting that shirt even more now that he
That's
sees
right.
them back in competition. And at the head of this competition is Loretto Kirribilli as they lead the crew from Winona. And Pimble Ladies College right along this side of the course. The number 2 crew, coached by Alexandra Reid, putting in a nice solid performance. They're ahead of Redlands, who are in 4th, and then back to Roseville over on the far side of the course, and then followed by Canberra Girls, Grammar, St Catherine's, and it looks like one of the crews, might be Queenwood, have ducked into the 1500 metre mark pontoon, where they're seeking some assistance. So with just 80 metres left to cover, Loretto Kirribilli, Amy Shackle, Zara White, Tully Lehman, Beatrix Ross, Nellie McCarahan and Isabel Constantian is the coach of that crew. They're just having a few, couple of dirty strokes there. The stroke person has just got that blade digging in, but managed to salvage it. And they're going to have an eventful end to this one as they take out the Year 8 6th or 5th quad scull, I should say, over Winona in second spot. Pimble Ladies number 2 will place third, and they'll be followed home by Redlands in fourth. And then Roseville over on the far side of the course, got things back together again to cross in 5th position. Good race going on between St Catherine's and Canberra Girls Grammar. And it'll be the green bow of Canberra Girls Grammar that'll get there for 6th. St Catherine's 7th. And that concludes, the flag of Tony Brown concludes the Year 8 5th Cox Quad Scull, won by Loretto Kirribilli.
So thank you, Nixie. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to return to a presentation now. It's for race 28, the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull. And this race was won by Loretto Kirribilli. The crew is represented by Madeline Wheelahan, Luella Roberts, Chloe Donahoe, Elizabeth Roberts, and their cox is Imogen Donahoe. Their coach is Phoebe Halley. Ladies and gentlemen, won't you congratulate Loretto Kirribilli?
So race 34 is the Schoolgirl Year 8 6th Cox Quad Scull, and we have Redlands in lane 3, Roseville College in at lane number 4, Loretto Kirribilli's 6th quad is in lane 5, St Catherine's have withdrawn out of lane 6, and Loretto Kirribilli's 7th quad is in lane number 7. And it's looking pretty blue at the head of this field, Michael. Loretto Kirribilli 2 crews are fighting it out at the head of this field. They're both coached by former Queenwood competitors, Stephanie Preller and Tiffany Botha, who have made the short walk along the boat sheds there at Mossman.
Short walk
and
indeed.
Coaching these Loretto Kirribilli quad sculls very nicely indeed as they lead. It's the 6th with a slightly trailing the 7ths on this side of the course, and then over to Redlands next, and Roseville College are in 4th spot with about around about 400 metres to go for the lead boat, Loretto Kirribilli 7.
Well, that's right, Nixie. As you said, an abundance of quality scullers coming out of the Loretto Kirribilli sheds down there in Mossman near the Spit. But certainly they have dominated this quad scull category, both in the Year 9s and the Year 8 divisions. Of course, some strong showings earlier this morning from Kinross Walleroy. But, of course, these girls will be in their first year of racing, being in the Year 8 age group. So a fantastic opportunity for both the rowers and the coxswains to get some experience out here on the regatta course.
And the 6th have lost one of the blades. Looks like it may have snapped underneath the boat or underneath the rigger, and they're still pushing on very doggedly here as they trying to hold on to their second placing with the Redlands crew in 3rd. So you can see a few
Oh dear. I think they're being
major steering changes here in this Kirribilli 6th boat.
almost like an additional rudder there, Nixie.
Yeah, that's right. That certainly causing them a few issues here, and whether Redlands can reel them in. I think that's going to be the $200,000 question here in this one, Michael, as we get into the last couple of 100 metres.
So absolutely. Well, it's all happening in the schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Racing, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you for joining us both on the live stream and here at the Regatta Centre. But certainly Loretto Kirribilli in the lead. They've just had another mishap there. Hope it's not a second broken oar for the Loretto Kirribilli program in this race, but they're certainly getting things back in order. I think they'll have it. They've done enough in the early stages of the race just to get back over the line. So I think it's that's Loretto Kirribilli in lane 7. Isabel Craig, Sophie Robertson, Alina Cleary and Henrietta Russell on their cox. Sophie Duffy and their coach Stephanie Preller. Congratulations there. And it'll be their counterparts by the looks of things in lane 5 with that broken oar just going to claw their way across the line. A fantastic resilience. That's the crew of Hannah James, Avalon Tucker, Phoebe Fisk, Antonella Losurdo and Inez McGrath. Coming across in third place is Redlands, Maria Smith, Imogen Kroon, Stella Nicol and Mika Curry. And of course their cox is Millie West.
And then Roseville College heading up towards the line. That's Han, Wang, Wu and White with Lulu Emile Gibson, the coxswain, and Bella Ryan, who's only just recently graduated from the Roseville College program. It's great to see her putting back into the program as the coach of the Roseville crew that will cross in 4th position in this Year 8 6 Cox Quad Scull as we move to presentations with Michael McRae.
Thank you, Owen Nix. Race 30, ladies and gentlemen, is ready to be presented. It's the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 3. So, ladies and gentlemen, your winners for the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull. The third boat is Pymble Ladies College. They're represented by Zoe Hart, Hannah Willett, Zara Simpson, and Sasha Clark. Their cox is Ruby Lyons. Their coaches are Sophie Graham and Alex Nicol. Ladies and gentlemen, won't you congratulate Pymble Ladies College?
And we now move to the first of these schoolboy events. It's race 35. It's the school year 10 4th 8, and originally 3 starters in lane 4 St Ignatius College, lane 5 the King's School, and lane 6 St Joseph's College. The King's School having withdrawn out of this one. So this race is the first of the races, or sorry, one of the next of the races from the 2,000 metre start. And so Kings of withdrawal, leaving us with St Ignatius and St Joseph's, the 2 Catholic colleges that have 2 of the bigger schoolboy rowing programs in New South Wales that are fighting it out in this one.
Well, looking forward to this racing over 2,000 metres in the Cox States, Nixie. It's always fiercely attended. Even across all categories, ranging down to the 4th year 10-8s, right up to the first 8s. It's always great watching, and I'm always impressed by the contingents that join us out here at the Regatta Centre from all the schools. So we're very much looking forward to these races, which are coming up just shortly. I think we're running a little bit behind schedule, Nixie.
Yeah, so obviously we'll endeavour to claw back that over the upcoming races. In the race at hand, St Ignatius had nearly 5-second advantage over St Joseph's in the first 500 metres, and they look to stretch that out a little bit more as they start to make their way up towards the halfway mark. The St Ignatius crew: Jack Henry, Robert Boyd, Patrick Ryan, Joseph Graves, James Hahir, Lachlan Thomas, Thomas Shell, Christo Blanky, and William Patterson, the coxswain, and Simon Kinderas, the coach of the St Ignatius College program. It's a very, very strong program they have at their shed. Such depth that you will see that in the later events with their very strong fours. And of course, they had a very good second 8 the last couple of years, coached by Matt Curtin.
Oh, none other.
And he's now been moved up into the first 8. And he's a very, very talented coach, Matthew Curtin. He did a very good job at Loretto Normanhurst prior to spending the last 2 seasons at St Ignatius College. And they have a very, very strong program. They boat shed, of course, at their school, and they row on the Lane Cove River. And you'll see them out in the early mornings there with their fluorescent orange caps.
You can't miss them, Nixie.
Yeah,
Of course, Matthew Curtin, decorated athlete in his own right, now, of course, of UTS Rowing Club, and bringing the wealth of his knowledge and experience to these school programs, and the St Ignatius, the current beneficiaries of his expertise, of course, working in concert with the likes of Dan Noonan and Gareth Deacon, of course, down there at the Iggy's Boat Shed. And of course we had a rather successful Gold Cup regatta down the Lane Cove River the other day. So I'm sure plenty of these school-aged schoolboy events will have we'll have boats that will have competed at that regatta as well. So of course we're at the pointy end of the season in the calendar, so plenty of racing opportunity for these schoolboys.
Yeah, so the format of this regatta is that they do get the opportunity to race twice, here in the Year 10 8s, then in the Under 17 8 later on. So St Ignatius, they've increased their advantage in that second 500 metres just to 10.77 seconds over St Joseph's College. St Joseph's College represented by Archie Bruce, Harrison Ward, Grant Dreyer, Oscar Kachansky, Lachlan Roach, Xavier Underwood, Cooper Buchanan, and Max Kelly, with Jordan Basher, the coxswain. And the St Joseph's College crew doing quite well. They're still keeping just a slightly slower boat speed to the St Ignatius crew, but still fighting with a lot of determination there in lane number 6 in this third 500 metres. But it is St Ignatius College that continues to pull clear here in this Year 10 4th 8. They're in the yellow race 1, the Dooley boat, which of course Alan Phillips built, and it's affectionately known as the Alpaca, with the Empaca yellow colours, and it's been around that St Ignatius shed for quite a number of years, and it's great to see the St Ignatius boys continuing to row the Dooley and doing quite well in it as they come into the last 300 metres of this race, and continue just to pull a little bit further away from the St Joseph's crew in second.
Well, never ride off a crew in a yellow boat, Nixie. Of course, yes, the Alpaca, sturdy vessels.
Yeah, so of course Alan Phillips does a tremendous job boat building out of his Ultimo factory. He is one of the true survivors of a very tough industry, the Australian boat building industry, and the St Ignatius crew, just with about 130 metres still to go, doing very well here as a Year 10 4th 8. Of course, St Ignatius have lost a couple of coaches from last year, with Angus Moore and Fiona Ewing having moved back to the ACT, or down to the ACT in Fiona's instance, and Simon Kandera is continuing on the good work at the Ignatius Boat Shed as they head towards the finish line in this Year 10 4th 8.
Yeah, so plenty of watts on board in that 4th Year 10 8 St. Ignatius just too flattering for the St. Joseph's College crew.
Yes, another 3 strokes to go for St. Joseph's College, and they will cross in second spot in this Year 10 4th 8. In the end, the final margin 22 seconds. So it was around about 5 seconds of 500 that St. Ignatius just pulled away with each interval.
So Nixie, we do have a start in race 36, which is the schoolboy Year 10 third 8. Just to run through the crews quickly, because they are some way down the course. In lane 2, representing the Shaw School, Henry Henderson, Hamish Bergen, Oliver Edwards, Daniel Wright, Felix Harvison, Lewis Kingdom, Thomas Mitchell, Aidan McFarlane, and their cox is Lachlan Munnings. We've got a scratching from the Scots College in lane 3. In lane 4, representing Sydney Grammar School, is Jordan Yip, Rory Lambert, William Innes, Cooper Coe, Dominic Wee, Raymond Lee, Jonathan Gu, Mitchell Lung, and Zane Lufty is the cox. In lane 5, representing St. Joseph's is Harper Timms, James Wan, Angus McPhee, Thomas Hannon, Benjamin Cusack, Fletcher Cairns, Ashton Courtney, and Sean Kalingau, and their cox is Cavan Mikamouge. In lane 6, representing St. Ignatius is Alistair Brown, Angus Holmes, Hugo Wrightson, Christian Armstrong, Oscar Pidcock, Jack Simon, Finn Tyrrell, Jeremy Studdart, and their cox is Lachlan Horden-Smith. Finally, representing the King's School is William Hurst, James Miranda Clark, James Cox, Jet Myatt, Angus Masters, Milton Jones, Oscar Petrus, AJ Tyndall, and Zachary Chung is their cox. Races are 500 metres through, Nixie, and it looks like the King's School with the narrowest of margins, or the narrowest advantage, I should say, over St. Joseph's.
That's right, and St. Ignatius right there with them too on this side of the course. So lanes 5, 6 and 7, and that's the King's School with their new Zooty that was just came into force only about a couple of weeks ago. And it's moving back to their old design, which was just the blue singlet. This time it's just got the crest on the back. They're moving away from the old hot cross bun design Zooty, which was the with the white cross down the back of it and the crown on the back.
It's the old hot cross bun, but very distinctive, of course.
That's right, they're easy to spot in the old Zooty. So this King's School crew on screen, their first showing here at their co-hosted regatta, and doing quite well here in this Year 10 third 8, or the third junior 8 as it's often referred to. And St. Ignatius having a good second 500 metres, and likewise starting to see Shaw make their presence felt in this second 500. So St. Ignatius with the advantage here as they start to make their way up, although Kings maybe, well in fact Kings have got their bow in front as they start to make their way through the 1,000 metre mark, but it's very narrow, only half a canvas separating them, or about a seat, perhaps a touch more in favour of Kings over St. Ignatius, and then back to St. Joseph's and Shaw.
Well, how good is this, Nixie? I mean, the third 8, to have this much overlap at the 1,000 metres, I think is a pretty great position for our schoolboy Year 10 third 8s to be in. Just keeping in touch with each other.
Yeah, it's a really good strong competition here, and we'll sort of see how they go in this third 500, or the championship 500, as they see who's really got the good boat speed that they can carry in through the latter stages of this one. Back in 5th position is the Sydney Grammar School crew, coached by Jason Zuhi, who's just in his second year out of Sydney Grammar School, where he finished up a couple of years ago. He was in a lot of the senior crews there, or JZ as he's known around the shed, and they're currently in 5th position.
Nixie, we'll come back to that race in just a moment. We are going to present the winners of race 32, which is the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed 4th Quad. And your winners, ladies and gentlemen, for the 2022 regatta Loretto Kirribilli. Loretto Kirribilli are represented by Mary Dunstan, Phoebe Irons, Sarah Steele, and Louisa Warren. Their cocks, Madeline Williams, and their coach, Eliza Sheldon. Ladies and gentlemen, won't you congratulate Loretto Kirribilli. So Nixie in race 36 again, Kings just opening up a bit of a lead over the rest of the field by the looks of things.
That's right, and also just St Joseph's having dropped off the pace in this second half of this one, and Shaw having moved ahead of them. So a very good race here with Kings out in front ahead of St Ignatius College, and Shaw currently in third spot.
Kings are throwing the rate through the roof in the last 250 by the looks of things. A couple of dirty strokes there, so you would just counsel them to just keep their heads a little bit. Iggy's to their right hands are looking pretty strong, and for my mind they've closed that gap a little bit, Nixie.
That's right, the Kings still with that increase in rate, increase in enthusiasm, but I think sometimes the hand heights sort of moved around quite a bit, so that was sort of a riskier move as they came into the later stages of this one. But still with half a length's advantage, the Kings School, their first showing at the Kings PLC Regatta, and it's looking like it's going to be a half a length win to them in the Year 10 third 8, St Ignatius College. Claiming second, Shaw in third, and St Joseph's College can take a lot of heart from a good first 1,000 as they will claim fourth position, and then back to Sydney Grammar School in fifth position.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the medal presentation now, we're going to present the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Cod Squall Division 3 for race 31. It was won by Redlands, and they're represented by Millie Codrington, Catherine Budden, Alana Winder, Lucy Ma, and they are coxed by Lillian Chen. Ladies and gentlemen, won't you congratulate the crew from Redlands?
We now move to the presentation for race number 5. It was Division 4 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Double Scull, and it was won by Redlands, represented by Amber Cassano and Hannah Riddington. Please congratulate Redlands.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to press on with one more presentation. It's for race 34, the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed 6th Quad. And it was won by Loretto Kirribilli, Isabel Craig, Sophie Robertson, Alina Cleary, Henrietta Russell, and their cox, Sophie Duffy. Please congratulate Loretto Kirribilli.
So race 37 on the course. It's the school year 10 second 8, and in lane number 1 we have Scots, lane 2 Newington, lane 3 St Ignatius, lane 4 Sydney Boys High, Kings are in lane 5, Shaw in 6, St Joseph's in 7, and Sydney Grammar in lane number 8. And it is the Kings School that have a pretty handy lead in this one over Shaw alongside of them, and those two have moved out well clear of the rest of the field.
Ladies and gentlemen, just as we're waiting, we'll present race 36. It's the Schoolboy Year 10 Third 8, and it was won by Kings, represented by William Hurst, James Miranda Clark, James Cox, Jet Myatt, Angus Masters, Milton Jones, Oscar Petras, AJ Tyndall, and their cox, Zachary Chung. They're coached by Nicholas Jones. Ladies and gentlemen, won't you congratulate the King's School? And Nixie, speaking of the King's School, race 37, they're in the lead.
Year 10 second 8, that's right, and they have a very strong Year 10 first 8 as well, so it's like a very good start to the proceedings on the schoolboy side of things for the King's School. So they're leading Shaw in this one. It's still a bit of an overlap here. Michael, you were in a very tough 8s race a few weeks ago. What are you thinking with about 130 metres left to cover?
130 metres left to cover. You just start to throw the head back a bit and throw caution to the wind. Of course, that's by the looks of things, the Kings boys have a bit more of a lead than I did in the lightweight 8 over at the New South Wales State Championships a couple of weeks ago. So yeah, look, they're looking really nice, aren't they? The Kings second Year 10 8, rowing very nicely indeed, and they're not, they won't be under much pressure from Shaw over there in lane 6, and they'll comfortably take out this race. So congratulations to Kings, Shaw to come in second place. It'll be St Ignatius in third place by the looks of things over there in lane 3. And some competition for the minor placings now. Newington in lane 2, take out 4th place by the looks of things. 5th place will go to St Joseph's over here in lane 7 on the grandstand side. And 6th place to Scots over in lane 1.
And next will be Sydney Grammar in 7th, and Sydney Boys High School in 8th place in the school year 10 second 8. And we now move to presentation for race 33. That is the Schoolgirl Year 8 5th Cox Quad Sculls. And the winners representing Loretto Kirribilli, Amy Shackle, Zara White, Tully Lehman, Beatrix Ross, coxed by Nellie McCarahan, and coached by Isabel Constantian. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate Loretto Kirribilli, winners of the Schoolgirl Year 8 5th Cox Quad Scull.
Thank you, Nixie, and we move back onto the course where race 38 is underway. It's the Schoolboy Year 10 First 8. Full field, or almost a full field, I should say. Crews from Sydney Grammar in lane 1, Kings in lane 2, Shaw in lane 3, St Joseph's in lane 4, Sydney Boys in lane 5, St Ignatius in lane 6, Scots in lane 7, and Newington over here on the grandstand side in lane 8. Of course, some good coaching staff following these boats down. Nixie?
That's right, yeah. Harrison Randall is the co-coach of the Kings boat. They've been a very strong crew over the last few years. This first junior 8 there, he's the son of Dr. Andrew Randall, who's taken up the appointment of the lead women's coach for British rowing as they head towards the Paris 2024 Olympics. And the Reverend Stephen Edwards also assists Harry Randall with the Kings' first junior 8. Werner Pinar is coach of the Shaw School crew that are currently leading through that first 500 metres. So, very close one here in the early stages.
Just look at those margins, Nixie. 0.16, 0.7. Yeah, so it's all pretty tight, and it's, as I said, great to see such a good amount of overlap in these Year 10 races.
Yeah, so Werner Pinar, quite experienced coach there at Shaw, who's been there the last few years with their junior 8s. He was, of course, a prominent bowman in their senior crews for a number of years, and they're doing quite well here in leading a very favoured King's School crew in this one.
So indeed it is the King's School flexing their muscles in this Year 10-8 category. We will move shortly to present them in the second 8, the Year 10 second 8 that is, with their medals.
This presentation is for the School Year 10 Second 8, and the winners the King's School, represented by Tulloch Salmon, Charles Whalen, Mac Mason, Jackson Thomas, Sam Camilleri, Cameron Schultz, Lachlan Jones, Daniel Payne, and coxed by Fergus Lawson and coached by Angus Burrell. Please congratulate the King's School as winners of the School Second 8 for Year 10s.
Just going to squeeze in one more presentation, Nixie. It's for race 35 this time, School Year 10 4th 8. And your winners for 2022, St Ignatius. St Ignatius are represented by Jack Henry, Robert Boyd, Patrick Ryan, Joseph Graves, James Heer, Lachlan Thomas, Thomas Shell, Christo Blenke, and their cox is William Patterson. Their coach is Simon Canderas. Please congratulate St Ignatius, winners of the school Year 10 4th 8.
Just about 120 metres still to go in the Year 10 first aid. Kings have moved to the front, and credit to the Shaw crew. They certainly gave them something to think about in that first 500, and they threw out a big start and made them have to row them down, and that's what Kings have done. And they've moved out to a little bit of clear water here in their grey Filippi boat, and they will take out the Year 10 first 8. So some fine performance from the Kings School in the Junior 8s. Second goes to Shaw, third to St Joseph's College, and they'll be followed home in a very close race between St Ignatius and Newington. And St Ignatius just about a third length to the good over Newington in 5th, and 6th will go to Scots College. They'll be followed by Sydney Grammar School in 7th and Sydney Boys High School in 8th place.
So fast finish there, Nixie, in the schoolboy first Year 10-8. Of course, Shaw had about a second lead over Kings at the 1,000 metres, I'm fairly sure. So fantastic effort from the Kings School to claw their way back. And again, we're seeing some impressive performances in these Year 10-8s from Kings. It makes you think what the depth is like at the top.
Yes, well, I have withdrawn their first 8 this weekend from the regatta out of both the under-19 8 and the schoolboy first 8. Of course, they're a very fast crew at the state championships, going sub 550. But yeah, they have a very, very strong program, the King's School.
Indeed, of course, under the guidance of Simon and Julian Huxley. Of course, the illustrious Robert Black as well.
That's right, certainly a King's Cup winner, Rob Black, so he certainly knows what it takes to move an 8 along swiftly. Further down the course, we have the schoolboy third 8, and field has been hit by a couple of withdrawals out of lane number 3, St Ignatius 2, and lane number 8, Newington. So we have Kings number 2 in lane 2, Shaw in lane 4, St Ignatius 1 in 5, Kings 1 in 6, and St Joseph's in 7. As I mentioned, Newington A scratching out of lane number 8. So David Hogan, the coach of the St Ignatius crew that leads through the first 500 metre mark, a long-time oarsman. He's in his 70s now, Dave Hogan, and spent a lot of time rowing down at Leichhardt in recent years, and does a very, very good job at St Ignatius College. Coach of this crew, Sterling Graham, Thomas Finlayson, Rocco Rizzo, James Gooden, Max Barnes, Leo Edgerton Warburton, Angus McCaffrey, Thomas Harrop, and coxed by Jack McConnell. And that's the Riverview crew you can see on screen. Looking very, very good here for a third 8. So when it comes to the rankings for the GPS senior crews, your first and your second 8s are your top crews. Then you go through your 4-4s and then the third 8. So a good effort here from rowers that are ranked 33 and onwards.
Yeah, absolutely.
In the program.
And you know, that Riverview boat that you can see on screen now commanded about a 3.5 second lead over, I think it is the Shaw School on Newington. Can't quite make it out, but in any event, it's a pretty flattering margin to exert on your opponent so early in the race. So let's just see if they can extend their lead, or whether or not it'll be a lead that can be wound back by the rest of the field. Certainly as they come through the 1,000 metres, doesn't look to be the case. St Ignatius, significant margin, and certainly have extended that lead.
Yeah, so Shaw coming through in second spot, but it's 11-second gap that St Ignatius have in the Magus, the White Hudson Shell at the head of this field. Kings number 1 coming through the halfway mark in third, and then they're followed by St Joseph's, and then it is back to Kings number 2 over on the far side of the course in 5th position. So St Ignatius number 1 looking very strong here at the halfway mark of this school third 8. And pretty quick through that first 1,000, 3:18 for a school third 8's not bad going at all.
It's nothing to scoff at, Nixie.
Yeah, they'll be pleased with this, and they're continuing on the work here in the second half of this one. So coming through the 1500 metre mark and leading the merry dance is the St Ignatius crew. And this is a very fine performance here. You'd certainly take this from the third eight any day of the week. They are dominant.
Yeah, that lead extended even further, Nick. So you don't want to deal in absolutes, but that's something of an unassailable lead that St Ignatius have in the 8-man boat over the Shore School and Kings in third.
Yes, we alluded to the depth that they have at St Ignatius College, and this is a great display here, and very fine coaching here from Dave Hogan of the St Ignatius crew as they just about to come up to a red buoy, which signifies 250 metres left to cover. And they continue to extend their advantage over Shore in second spot, Kings number 1 in third, St Joseph's in fourth, and Kings number 2 in fifth. White Hudson shelters gliding through the water, and not a great deal of check on it as they come into the front. And only about 110 metres left for St Ignatius College. They're getting a deserving applause as they come up past the grandstand to take out a nice win here in the school third eights. Congratulations, St Ignatius College, winners of the school third eight, and then you see they're delighted, and so they should be. Shore School heading up towards the line to claim second spot. And followed by the co-host, the King's School, with their number 1 crew. The number 2 crew has started to come back and challenge St Joseph's College over the latter stages, but they have given themselves a little bit of work to do in that first half of the race. But it's a spirited showing from the King's number 2 crew. Still, it is the St Joseph's crew with a slender advantage, only sitting at around about a third of a length or so. St Joseph's will hold on for fourth, and King's number 2 will cross in fifth, and that concludes the school third eight, race 39 in the program.
Thank you, Nixie. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we will now turn our attention back to the medal presentations. This time for race 38, it's the school year 10 first eight. And it was won, of course, by the King's School. Kings are represented by Campbell Wickham, Ethan Zhu, Lewis Todd, Alfred McLean, Samuel Hines, Anton Teal, Tom Whalen, Charles Baker, and of course their cox is Dinas Galvins. Their coaches are Harrison Randall and Stephen Edwards. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate the Kings, winners of the Year 10 First Eight.
Making the way through the 1,000-metre mark is the school 4-4. And it is St Ignatius College number 1 leading this one. Edward Kelly, Jack Mackin, Maxwell Whitaker and Connor Egger. Harry Kelly, the coxswain, and Dave Dillon, who does a tremendous job with their fours, is the coach of this leading crew out of lane number 5. Shaw in second spot, and followed by the 2 Kings boats. Kings number 1 in lane 3 and Kings 2 over on the far side of the course in lane 1, then followed by Newington, St Ignatius 2 and St Joseph's 2.
Of course, Nixie, we're used to seeing some of these names over the past couple of months at our regattas out here at Penrith for the, of course, the Rowing New South Wales Small Boats Regatta, the State Championships. So immediately Alexander Versias and Oliver Bucknell from the Kings School 4-4, I think, compete in the under-17 single scull categories at the State Championships, and in the double sculls as well. It's great to see our younger athletes doubling up in those age categories and in schoolboy events as well.
Yeah,
Maximise their racing exposure against club and school competition. And certainly at the moment though, it is St Ignatius in lane 5 in the lead. Kelly, Mackin, Whitaker and Egger.
Yeah, they're on track to come down the course in about 7:10 or so. Yeah, which is a good effort from a school 4-4 in pretty benign conditions here at the Sydney National Regatta Centre. This Dave Dillon coach St Ignatius crew with clear water. And it's a great feeling to be able to look straight back down the course and see the other crews out of your peripheral vision and see that margin between yourselves and them just increasing with each stroke. So Michael, 1,600 metres gone. St Ignatius leading Shaw. And then over to the 2 Kings school crews in lanes 3 and 1 respectively, and it's those 4 that have started to move away.
Yeah, the top end of this race a bit flattering for the bottom half, I suppose. So yeah, I suppose in these lower categories of the schoolboy program, you get a little bit more of a distance between the crews, a bit more spaced out racing. And certainly the competition's still there at the top end.
Yeah, so a nice 4-4 coming down from St Ignatius College, as they have a lead that's sort of sitting at around about nearly 4 boat lengths, which is a very handy advantage to have, and they're continuing to go on with it. 100 metres left as they come into the red buoys, which signifies that 900 metres gone. Good race going on between the 2 Kings boats over in lanes 3 and lane 1. The Kings number 2 crew trying to see if they can claim a scalp here. They may run out of water, with Kings 1 just having about a third of a length or half a length on them in the latter stages. St Ignatius 1 claiming the win though. And going to be Shaw claiming second, and Kings 2 I think can sniff a bit of an upset here if they can just squeeze an extra couple of strokes in. I think they're going to run out of water, and they do. Kings 1 claiming third, Kings 2 fourth. And then it's back to Newington in 5th, followed by St Ignatius 2 in 6th and St Joseph's 2 in 7th.
Thank you, Nixie. Righto, we'll turn now, ladies and gentlemen, back to the podium. We're going to present race 39, the School Third 8. It was won by St Ignatius College. They are represented by Sterling Graham, Thomas Finlayson, Rocco Rizzo, James Gooden, Max Barnes, Leo Edgerton Warburton, Angus McCaffrey, Thomas Harrop, and they're coxed by Jack McConnell, and coached by David Hogan. Please congratulate St Ignatius, winners of the School Third 8.
And the school third four coming down the course, and just the 4 crews in this one. The Armidale School, a withdrawal out of lane number 2, and looks as though we're missing the St Joseph's crew out of lane number 5 as well. So it is St Ignatius in lane number 3, Kings in 4, Newington in 6, and Shaw in lane number 7. And how do you see this one panning out, Michael, with about 350 left to cover?
Yeah, so despite the withdrawal of 2 crews, it's still a relatively tight race up the top end, but it does look as though St Ignatius in lane 3 has a handy lead over Kings in lane 4. And if I was to hazard a guess, I would say that that's an unassailable lead with only 250 metres to go. About a boat length, I reckon, Nixie.
Yeah, that's right. And of course, the coxswain of the St Ignatius crew probably won't be able to see that well, being in a bow cox 4, but the rowers will. They'll be able to see and continue to push on that foot stretcher and try and maintain that advantage or even increase it in the latter stages. So there's a little bit of clear water creeping in now between the stern of the St Ignatius boat and the bow of the King's boat. Shaw in 3rd, Newington in 4th, and those positions don't look set to change too much.
Absolutely not. And of course, the quality of oarsmanship from this 3rd 4 from St Ignatius is certainly testament to the quality of their rowing program. So congratulations to St Ignatius. They'll win this school 3rd 4 race, race 41. Kings to place 2nd. 3rd place looks to go to the Shaw School in lane 7. That distinctive navy and white and diagonal lines. And to finish up race 41, it'll be Newington College in 4th place.
And we now move to presentation for race number 40, the school 4th 4, won by St Ignatius College, represented by Edward Kelly, Jack Mackin, Maxwell Whitaker, Connor Egger, coxed by Harry Kelly and coached by David Dillon. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for St Ignatius College, winners of the school 4th 4.
Thank you, Nixie. So we have race 42 underway. At the moment, it's the school 2nd 4. Just got some time to run through the crews. In lane 1, representing Sydney Boys High, is Winston Lee, Adita Sharma, Oscar Greville and Daniel DaCosta, coached by coxed by Alexander Gertis. Lane 2 from Scots, Lewis Moe, Michael Geisler, Evan James, James Williams, and Mathis Giazin Prado, coxed by Bruce Poon. In lane 3 from Sydney Grammar, Ben Fairbrother, Archie Osborne, Alex Wenzel, Matthew Stout, and their cox is Nicholas Johnson. In lane 4 from Kings, James Davis, Axel Lindemann, Julian Burke, Sam Thompson, cox is Henry Fagan. Lane 5 from Newington, Jamie de Botton, Anders Koskela, Matthew Potter and Finn Grove, coxed by Oliver Lau. In lane 6 from Shaw, Jackson Bowers, Oscar Mulbauer, Lockie Clayton and Hugo Patrick, coxed by Sam Warburton. In lane 7 from St Ignatius, Harry Grant, Liam Sullivan, John Ray, Fabrizio Antonelli, and their cox is Oscar Dominguez. Lane 8 from the Armidale School, Callan Lawrence, Wiley Wright, Toby Mitchell-Smith, Oliver Cook, Griffiths, and their cox are Phoebe Ellis. And finally representing St Joseph's in lane 9, Alex Quick, Kobe Ashby, Massimo Farnese, Joshua Rodriguez, and their cox Henry Howard. So about 1,000 metres through, or coming up to the 1,500 metres, I should say, Nixie, and looks like it could be Kings or Shaw in the lead.
It's the Shaw School, so another crew has moved to the 4 here. We've seen some good efforts from the King's School and St Ignatius College, but it is Shaw School, coached by the very, very experienced Gary Eubagang, who's coached at Shaw for so many, many years. He was talking of retiring from the 4s, but he seems to come back for season after season now, so and does a very, very good job there with the 4s, and they're leading the King's School, but the margin has been cut back a little bit. just 0.84 of a second. St Ignatius are in third spot, Newington in fourth, and they're followed by Scots, and then a very good race between St Joseph's and the Armidale School. They're only about a seat or two difference between those two. And then it is back to Sydney Boys High School in 8th place, and Sydney Grammar School a withdrawal in this one. But Ken Kings rode down the Shore School crew in this last 250 metres. That's the question here in this one, Michael.
Absolutely, Nixie. And as you mentioned, a couple of different races happening. The King's School, coached by Rob Black. Of course, a fan of a late finish. But they're looking very strong. Question is, yeah, as you say, do they have enough tank in the gas to get one up over the Shore School, who have commanded the lead throughout the race? Throwing the rate through the roof now, and they're just about to enter the final 100 metres, and King's School now throwing everything at them. Oh, look, it's too tight to call at this stage, Nixie.
Yeah, so Shaw very determined. The stroke man having a bit of a look across to see where the King's School crew is at, and they've still got a bit of a buffer coming into this last 40 metres.
Yes.
So it looks like Shaw may hold on. So just another 3 strokes to go. Shaw School will take out the School's second 4 ahead of King's in second place. St Ignatius set to claim third ahead of Newington. And then it is a good race for 5th position. So Newington coming up to the line to claim 4th, and then in 5th it is Scots over on the far side of the course, just ahead of the Armidale School, who had trailed St Joseph's at the last interval, but have managed to put their bow ahead. So it'll be Scots 5th, Armidale School 6th, and in 7th St Joseph's College, and they'll be followed by Sydney Boys High School in 8th. And we now move to presentation. It is for the school third 4. And the winners representing St Ignatius College, Willie Ryan, Harrison Loiterton, Flynn English, Gabrielle Turner, James Ree, the coxswain, and coached by David Dillon. Please congratulate St Ignatius College, winners of the school third 4.
Thank you, Nixie. And look, race 43 is on the course now. It is the first division of the school first 4 event. This race is, this event is split up into 2 divisions. So in the first one, in lane 3 representing Shaw, James McCready, Charlie Black, Benjamin Duddy and William Wolfe, and their cox George Bishop. In lane 4 from St Joseph's, Kyan Trindle, Henry Crawford, Sebastian Castaldi and Xavier Thomas, cox by Gabriel Lucarelli. Lane 5 from Newington is Samuel Morsley, Angus Whiteman, William Chandler, Ryan Gleeson, and their cox is Nick Wadland. Lane 6 from Sydney Boys High, Samuel Yun, Patrick Chen, Samuel Choi and Itai Zemak, cox by Danny Pan. And in lane 7 finally, representing the Scots College, Olaf Muller, Ethan Kligman, Noah Matani and Jacob Ulcock, coxed by Archer Lowe. Looks like it was the Shore School in the lead, Nixie, through the 1,000 metres with a fairly healthy margin over St Joseph's.
That's right, Crew's moving along in numerical lane order, with lane 3 ahead of 4 and then 5, 6 and 7. So Shaw leading from St Joseph's, and in Newington in 3rd, Sydney Boys High in 4th and Scots College in 5th position. So through that 1,500 metre mark and on track for about a 7-minute row here in this school first 4. The Shaw School crew, McCready, Black, Duddy and Wolfe, with George Bishop the coxswain and Gary Eubangang the coach. A good race going on between Newington and St Joseph's College. And Newington looking pretty strong here and trailing by about half a boat length. certainly not insurmountable with 350 metres left for those two crews as they fight it out. And then a similarly good battle going on. Sydney Boys High School with the advantage over Scots in that race for fourth. But doesn't appear that anyone will be close enough to challenge the Shore School in this school first division. So 10 entries in this event, split into 2 divisions of 5 crews.
And Nixie, that Newington crew is coached by Aidan Smith, New South Wales team coach as of 2021. So some quality coaching again in this event.
And his crew look like they're going to capitalise on a bit of a bad stroke there from the St Joseph's crew. And they've just pushed their bow ahead into second spot. Some good finish coming from the Aidan Smith coach crew. Aidan Smith moved across to New South Wales from Western Australia a few years ago and started off at Pymble Ladies College and moved across with Carl Schmidt to Newington, where he does a great job there as also the boatman for the large Newington College program. But a win to Shore School in Division 1 of the school first 4. And it will be the Boatsmiths crew that Aidan Smith that is going to claim second. St Joseph's can take a lot of heart from the first 3 quarters of this race, and just one bad stroke has relegated them from second to third.
Yeah, really brave push there from that Newington crew. Unlucky to St Joseph's there.
And yeah, in the race for fourth spot, it is Scots that have moved to the 4 here, just ahead of Sydney Boys High School. And once again, a good race between these two crews down the course, and Scots just coming out to about a length of 3/4 advantage here with about 100 metres left to cover.
Yeah, really brave push from those guys from Sydney Boys High for most of that race. They really went toe-to-toe with that Scots College crew and tussled with them for most of the way down, but Scots just moving away in the end. With the conclusion of that race, ladies and gentlemen, we'll move back to the presentation. It's race 42 for the school second 4. It was won by the Shore School, represented by Jackson Bowers, Oscar Milbauer, Lockie Clayton, Hugo Patrick. Their Cox, Sam Warburton. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate the Shore School, winners of the school second 4. Nixie, race 44 is on the course. It's that second division of the school first 4 event. This one is contested by Kings in lane 3, Sydney Grammar in lane 4, St Ignatius Riverview in lane 5, St Augustine's in lane 6, and the Armidale School in lane 7.
And St Ignatius that are leading this one. Jack Bannerman, James McNamee, Jago Lambert, Mac Collins and Henry Burton, the coxswain, coached by Peter Warren, who moved across to St Ignatius about a handful of years ago from St Joseph's, and he does a tremendous job in the coaching there and also around the boat shed. He's certainly the Mr. Fix of rowing, Peter Warren, and certainly a great work ethic. And these guys have certainly put the work in this St Ignatius crew as they continue to lead a very good race going on for second spot between St Augustine's and Kings. And then there's a bit of a gap back to Armidale School in 4th position and Sydney Grammar in 5th position.
Yeah, some pretty clean rowing in those in that St Ignatius boat. Jack Bannerman, James McNamee, Jago Lambert, and Matt Collins. Looking very comfortable indeed as they cross the line in the first 4, second division.
Stroke for stroke, Kings and St Augustine's as they come towards the line. I think Kings may just nab that over St Augustine's. We'll await the official results on that one. fourth set to go to the Armidale School and fifth to Sydney Grammar School in this second division of the school first four.
Yeah, Nixie, that St. Augustine's crew comprised of some familiar names out here at the Regatta Centre. Tom Faflin, Alex Bohm, Cody Carney, Oscar St. Pierre. Do most of their rowing out of the Mossman Rowing Club under the guidance of the Ungamark Empire, of course.
Yes, and Biana, the coach of the crew. And we now move to presentation for Division 1 of the school first four. It's race 43 in the program, and the winners, the Shaw School. They're represented by James McCready, Charlie Black, Benjamin Duddy, William Wolfe, and coxed by George Bishop and coached by Gary Ubergang. So before we go back to the school second eights, we'll proceed with the presentation once again for race 43, Division 1 of the school first four. And the winning crew representing Shaw School: James McCready, Charlie Black, Benjamin Duddy, William Wolfe, coxed by George Bishop and coached by Gary Ubergang. Please congratulate Shaw School, winners of Division 1 of the school first four.
Thank you, Owen. And ladies and gentlemen, race 45 is on the course now. It's the school second eight, one of your centrepiece races of the program. It's 8 crews in this race: St. Ignatius Lane 1, Sydney Grammar Lane 2, Newington Lane 3, Kings Lane 4, Scots Lane 5, Sydney Boys Lane 6, St. Joseph's Lane 7, and the Shaw School in Lane 8.
Much as we've seen for the last couple of seasons, St. Ignatius and Shaw that have been doing great battle. Shaw School have been coached for the last few seasons by Peter Costa, and they've been very, very good in the lead up to the head of the river, but it's been St. Ignatius that have pipped them the last couple of years in the head of the river. So at the moment, St. Ignatius leading in one of the lead up races, and Shaw certainly trying to reel them in here. Just 2.63 seconds the difference between them as they come through the 1500 metre mark. Kings in third, followed by St. Joseph's in fourth, and then it is back to crew from Scots next in fifth position. But question is the two crews that are on opposite sides of the course fighting it out here for the lead in this one. St. Ignatius that led in the early stages, and Shaw that are trying to mount a challenge in this last 500.
Yeah, thanks, Nixie. And as the rain comes through just before the lunch break today, as you said, the extremities of the course are battling it out. The Shaw School, coached by Peter Costa, of course, very decorated athlete himself, member of the New South Wales Kings Cup 2017, I think.
Yeah.
And then the St. Ignatius crew, coached by, of course, none other than Dan Noonan, a Kings Cup member himself of many, many years, and Gareth Deacon, of course, able assistant. Look, I couldn't even pick that, Nixie. It's very tight at this stage.
Yeah, St. Ignatius rowing very well on the far side of the course. And they come into the last, the bridge there, which indicates about a dozen or less strokes to go, and they've got the advantage over Shaw in second spot. Third is Kings, fourth is St. Joseph's, fifth Scots, and then followed by Sydney Grammar and then Sydney Boys High School. But St. Ignatius College are going to take out the second eight. Almost a length in the end over Shaw School in second spot. 6:07 the unofficial time. And in third is the King's School. And then about another 2.5 lengths back to St Joseph's College. And a length and a half then to Scots in fifth position. And followed by Sydney Grammar and Sydney Boys High School in sixth and seventh respectively. And we move to presentation now for race 44, Division 2 of the school first four. It was won by St Ignatius College, Jack Bannerman, James McNamee, Jago Lambert, Mac Collins, and Cox by Henry Burton. Crew coached by Peter Warren. Please congratulate St Ignatius College, winners of Division 2 of the school first four.
Thanks, Nixie. And look, ladies and gentlemen, race 46 is on the course. Just as the wind and rain whip up again out here at the Regatta Centre, it's the first 8. Couple of scratchings, Nixie in lanes 3 and 5 from Scots and Kings respectively, but still crews from Sydney Boys in lane 1, St Ignatius Ribview in lane 2, St Joseph's in lane 4, Sydney Grammar in lane 6, Shaw in lane 7, St Augustine's in lane 8, and Newington in lane 9.
And no surprise to see Shaw taking it to the rest of the field in this one. They were familiar fast starters and went through the halfway mark in 2:56, which is pretty good going in conditions here where there's a bit of wind about, but it's certainly not a helping wind, I wouldn't think. It's looks to be blowing across towards the grandstand side, and conditions turn pretty foul. It's not often you see people walk away from the banks in a first 8 race. Normally it's the other way around.
Absolutely
They're normally
not.
rushing down to get a good glimpse of the action, and through the 1500 metre mark it is still Shaw leading, and they're leading from the St Ignatius crew in second spot. And then very good race between St Joseph's College and St Augustine's. It's an improved St Joseph's crew under David Geely and Charlie Rowe. They knocked off UTS in an eventful Gold Cup race last weekend, and certainly taking some confidence from that improved performance from St Joseph's College.
Yeah, absolutely. Some big, heavy watts getting thrown around to that St Joseph's crew for sure. So definitely an improvement under David Geely, as you say, Nixie. But at the head of the pack, it remains the Shaw School, coached ably by David Jennings, of course, over many years. And St Ignatius in second place as of right now, coached, of course, by Matthew Curtin, who's gone from strength to strength as a schoolboy coach of the past couple of seasons. And of course, serious contenders are St Ignatius for the head of the river. But at this stage, it does look as though Shaw School have the advantage, and they are coming through, they are steaming home, and they really have lifted their rate of striking, ladies and gentlemen, through the final 100 metres. And St Ignatius are throwing everything at them now, but it does look as though the Shaw School commands enough of a lead. They should take out, short of a disaster, the school first 8 for 2022. Across the line, St Ignatius in second. St Augustine's just going to snatch third off Joey's. Fantastic last 500 from them. Followed by the Newington College and Sydney Grammar will take 6th place. To be followed by Sydney Boys on the far side. 5:58 Not a half bad time, Nixie, in some swirling conditions that whipped up over the course. What do you make of that race?
Yeah, so a good performance from Shaw, but yeah, I think St Augustine and St Joseph's can certainly take plenty out of that, and as we all know, Matthew Curtin's crews get quicker and quicker as the weeks progress. So
Yeah, absolutely.
yeah, I think a race that will leave a lot of crews with a fair bit of confidence as they build towards Head of the Rivers and Nationals and so forth later in the season.
About a month to go before Head of the River now. So, yeah, as you say, Nixie, plenty of work to be done. So a lot of those crews will go back to the drawing board now. And, yeah, plenty of overlap in that race between the top 3 crews, certainly. So, definitely, well, I'm sure everyone will be watching those top 3 positions with eager keenness.
Particularly the King's School crew that had scratched.
Absolutely,
and,
yes.
Won
And they've
the
gone
New
from
South
strength to
Wales
strength,
Championships.
yes.
Yeah, that's right. I think 7 returning from last year's Head of the River winning crew.
So, yeah, in good news, the top 4 of that first state race for the AAGPS Head of the River will be really hot this year, I would say.
Presentation now for the school's second 8, and the winners, St Ignatius College, Orlando McDermott, Lachlan O'Brien, Angus McKinnon, Daniel Morris, Joseph Maguire, Thomas Goodman, Thomas Dredge, Lachlan Eastdown, coxed by Samuel Kearney and coached by Dan Noonan and Gareth Deacon. Please congratulate St Ignatius College, winners of the school second 8.
Cheers, Nixie. We have race 47 on the course now. The first schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull. So in lane 2, representing Pymble Ladies College, Harriet McLean, Aspen Moore, Sky Pockley, Olivia Kelly, and their cox is Carolina Yemmer. In lane 3, representing Queenwood, Florence Hemming, Brooke Cuttance, Lola Hare, Zoe James, and their cox is Eleni Pegidas. In lane 4, from Loretto Normanhurst, Anna Newsom, Josephine Egan, Mary Grant, Jessica Lenehan, and their cox is Holly Gibbons. In lane 5, from Mossman, Lisha Carter, Ava DeStazo, Catherine Wilcox, Philippa Young, and their cox is Ryder Taylor. In lane 6, representing Tara School, Natalie Eaton, Krishna Panika, Eliza McCarthy, and Suhanya Jarasuria, and their cox is Holly Martin. And finally, in lane 7, representing Canberra Girls Grammar, Olivia Crawford, Samantha Burns, Frankie Bush, and Eliza Lilly, and their cox is Isabella Carey. Nixie, the race is well underway, of course, and through the 1,000 metres, it was the crew from Pymble Ladies College in lane 2 that commanded a 2-second lead over Canberra Girls Grammar.
Yeah, still looking very strong. Canberra Girls Grammar on this side and Pymble over on the far side, and Queenwood in 3rd spot. Lewis Gray coaching the Pymble Ladies College crew, and he's taken on some more responsibility with the program there, with Kendall Brodie having moved to Canberra Grammar School. So it is Pymble still with the advantage, and they've started to bolster it a little bit, nearly 4.5 seconds advantage over Canberra Girls Grammar. And in 3rd is Queenwood. And then back to crew from Loretto Normanhurst in 4th. And then they're followed by Tara next in 5th position. So no Mossman out of lane number 5. And just the field of 5 here being led by Pymble Ladies College over on the far side of the course. But Canberra Girls Grammar have made a bit of an impression these last 500 metres.
Well, that's right, Nixie, but of course we're still seeing Pymble Ladies College in the lead, and somewhat unsurprisingly, I guess, they towards the senior years, they really do assert their dominance over this schoolgirl program. Certainly Harriet McLean, Aspen Moore, Sky Pockley, and Olivia Kelly maintain a handsome lead at this point.
And now a challenge coming from Queenwood to the Canberra Girls Grammar School crew in that race for second spot. So Pimble look like they may have sewn this one up. In lane number 2, coached by Lewis Gray. As the presentation for the schoolboy first eights to the Shaw School has just concluded. So congratulations to Shaw as winners of that. And the Year 10 first Cox Quad Scull, though it is Pimble Ladies College that will take it out. And Queenwood have managed to row through Canberra Girls Grammar School to claim second spot. The Canberrans third. And they'll be followed home by Loretto Normanhurst in fourth and Tara School in fifth place.
Nixie race 48 is underway. Schoolgirl Year 10 second, Cox Quad Scull. Contested by a couple of crews. So in lane 2, representing Radford College, Edie Lupton, Joanna Dixon, Chloe Miller, Zoe Hickey and their Cox Mia Cluth. Lane 3 from Loretto, Kira Billy, Elsie Hutton, Ella Chidgey, Eva Eels, Bridget Carnivale and Annabelle Peel, coached by Lara Wainwright. Lane 4 representing Loretto Normanhurst, Alice Kingston, Grace Pembroke, Eliana Kutami and Lara Wheelhouse. Coxed by Ruby Russell, coached by Laurie Hunter. Lane 5 representing Queenwood, Elizabeth Wolfe, Scarlett Lineker, Emma Goulburn and Yuzi Wren, coxed by Amelie Adams. Lane 6 representing Pimble Ladies College, Isabel Matasantos, Alessandra Brasic, Ella Jones and Fifi Hazelwood Lee, coxed by Lauren Whitfield Lowe. Then coaches Angus Webster, and finally in lane 7 representing Radford College AZT, Myla Sullivan, Zara Turner, Anvi Gupta, Audrey Potter, coxed by Stuart Ward. It was, of course, on the Australian under-21 team, I think. I think it was 2018 or thereabouts. But yes, of course, notably part of that drought-breaking Loretto Normanhurst crew, coached under the watchful eye of David Geely.
And the Loretto Kirribilli crew continues to just extend their advantage over Radford College in this last 500 metres. They're coming into about 1,800 metres gone, and they've moved out to some clear water now over Radford number 1 on the far side of the course. And Radford 2 on this side of the course are in third, and Queenwood still in pretty close quarters there in fourth position. They're followed by Pimble in fifth. It looks like Loretto Normanhurst are coming down the course in lane number 9 in sixth position, some distance off the leading boats. But Loretto Kirribilli, very strong last 500 metres and impressive. 2 lengths is going to be the margin, perhaps even a touch more, as they take out the Year 10 second quad from Radford 1 in second and Radford 2 in third. Another length then back to Queenwood in 4th, Pymble Ladies in 5th, and Loretto Normanhurst in 6th place.
Yeah, really impressive road there coming from Loretto Kirribilli, coached by Lara Wainwright. I think they were down at the 1500 metres, Nixie, and they came back through. It's a significant margin to make up in the last 500.
Yeah, that's right, to go on and win by 6 seconds. So an impressive performance from the Lara Wainwright crew. From Loretto Kirribilli. And Michael will pick up race 49. It's the Year 10 third quad. And in lane number 2, we have Pymble Ladies College in lane 3, Loretto Kirribilli. Radford College are in 4, Queenwood in 5, Roseville in 6, and St Catherine's in lane number 7. And we've moved through the 1,000 metre mark with Radford College leading from St Catherine's and Pymble in 3rd, followed by Queenwood, Loretto Kirribilli, and Roseville College in 6th position. And we're set to move now to presentations. It'll be for the Year 10 first Cox Quad Scull.
So ladies and gentlemen, we will present the Year 10 first Cox Quad Scull. That race is run by Pymble Ladies College. They are represented by Harriet McLean, Aspen Moore, Sky Pockley, and Olivia Kelly. And their cox is Carolina Yemmer. And their coach, Lewis Gray. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate Pymble Ladies College, winners of the first Year 10 Cox Quad Scull.
And at race 49, the Year 10 third Cox Quad Scull, just moving through the 1500 metre mark with Radford College with the Clearwater advantage over St Catherine's in second spot. And then it's a large distance back to the third place Pymble crew over on the far side of the course. And followed by Queenwood in 4th. They're out of lane number 5. And then across to Loretto Kirribilli in 5th. And Roseville College will be next through that 1500 metre mark. So Radford College with the clear advantage. Amelie Brennan, Coco Gwenther, Bonnie Hardy and Jessie Polframan. Cox by Zara Layton that are in the lead. Radford College co-educational school based around Belconnen or Bruce, sort of near the University of Canberra there, and they do their rowing not far from the Black Mountain Shed, which is obviously under Black Mountain where the Telstra Tower is in Canberra. And Craig Muller, who Olympian in 1984, is now head of the program there. He's taken over from Vicky Spencer, who's relocated back to the UK with her partner, Dr. Andrew Randell, as he takes on his role as the lead coach for British Rowing Women's Program. Had a very successful Nationals last year as he led the schools there at the Nationals in the point score. And continuing on here with a nice performance in the Year 10 third quad as they lead St Catherine's towards the line.
Of course, the Radford College, the old alma mater of our CEO, Margot Harley. They've certainly gone from strength to strength, have Radford College, and yes, as you said, they've just taken out this race 49. third Cox Quad Scull for Year 10s, and St Catherine's coming in second place. St Catherine's coached by Jared Watson down there at UTS Rowing Club. St Catherine's, of course, based in Bronte over in the Sydney's eastern suburbs. And the Pymble Ladies College coming in third place, closely pursued by Queenwood. Queenwood, of course, are doing their rowing out of the Mossman Rowing Club precinct.
So Loretto Kirribilli crossed in fifth, and yeah, Roseville College have about 7 strokes to go, and they'll cross in sixth position to conclude the Year 10 third Cox Quad Scull.
Race 50 underway, Nixie. Schoolgirl fourth, Year 10 Cox Quad Scull. Lane 2 representing Loretto Kirribilli, Ava Hatsidis, Amelia Charleston, Lucy Sekenyan, Sahara Carter, and their Cox Lola Hasten. Lane 3 representing St Catherine's, Tilda Dunn, Jaslyn Morgan, Darcy Connell, and Ada Lloyd. Coxed by Gina Kimpton, coached by Dear Meadow Driscoll. Lane 4 representing Loretto Kirribilli, Annalise Radikaj, Charlotte Madsen, Coco Butcher, and Amelie Champ. Coxed by Ruby Kozub. Lane 5 representing Pymble Ladies College, Andy Hodder, Holly Craig, Rory Lemon, Kiara Calvani. Cox is Mary Shu. Lane 6 representing Canberra Girls Grammar, Yalini Sundar, Olivia Noonan, Isabel Warswick, Parise Satsias. Coxed by Eliza Miller. And finally also from Loretto Kirribilli, Juliet Beta, Lydia Clarkin, Madeline Burgess, and Elise Barry. Coxed by Nellie McCarran. Their coach is Hannah Potts. And, Owen, looks like it could be St Cath's in the lead at this stage.
Yeah, so they've got a pretty handy advantage ahead of this field. St Catherine's crew on screen as they're starting to make their way up through the 1500 metre mark. Only a relatively newer, or one of the newer schoolgirl programs that are based out of the UTS Rowing Club and run by Richard Coakley, Irish Olympian, who came across to Australia and did some rowing at Mossman to start off with, and then was coaching at the Queenwood School and has done very well in taking over the St Catherine's program, and they've continued to go from strength to strength as they lead this Year 10 fourth Cox Quad Scull from Loretto Kirribilli, and then back to Canberra Girls Grammar, and then followed by the Pymble Ladies College crew, Loretto Kirribilli 6, and then Loretto Kirribilli number 5 on the far side of the course have just lost contact with this lead bunch. So with 200 metres left to cover, St Catherine's continue to hold sway here in this Year 10 fourth Cox quad scull. About just 2 lengths to the good ahead of Loretto Kirribilli 4. There's Radikash, Madsen, Butcher, Champ and Kozub in the bow of that on the rudder strings. And Canberra Girls Grammar in 3rd spot. So position's looking pretty clear cut here, Michael. And it's just 100 metres left or less now for the leading crew from St Catherine's.
Yeah, absolutely, Nixie. And you talked a bit about the St Catherine's program, and they have been really strong this season. I think did they take out that the 8th race at state championships?
Under 17-8 at state championships, and you sort of think they've had some good scullers. Finished Year 12 last year as well. So certainly continuing to go from strength to strength. The St Catherine's program. So Loretto Kirribilli, number 4, they play 2nd. 3rd to Canberra Girls Grammar. And Loretto Kirribilli 6. We've got a little bit of an overlap with Pimble here. In the
looks like Pimble will hold on though.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So still a little bit too much to overcome. So Pimble 4th, Loretto Kirribilli 6th will be 5th. And Loretto Kirribilli 5 over on the far side of the course will play 6th.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a little bit of a lull in racing. So while we're waiting, we'll just move to the presentation of medals for race 49, schoolgirl 3rd Year 10 quad scull. Now winners, of course, for 2022, Radford College. Radford are represented by Amelie Brennan, Coco Gunther, Bonnie Hardy, Jessie Palfreman, and Cox Zara Layton. Not sure that's Zara down there, but in any event, congratulations, Radford. Back on again, Nixie, in race 51. The first division of the schoolgirl Year 9 double scull. Of course, we start to see Kinross Sky Blue boats come back into play here. So just judging off their performance this morning in the quads, expecting a fairly good turn up for them in this event. So in this race, we've got cruiser in lane 1 from Loretto Normanhurst, Lucy Ball, Sinead Hickey, coached by Miller Argent. Lane 2 representing PLC, Jasmine Saha and Manuel LaRocca, coached by Will Lucarbio and Felix Dew. In lane 3 from Kinross, Xanthi Staniforth and Maggie Kirby, coached by James Perrin. Lane 4 from Radford, Thea Reinhardt and Joanne Dixon. Lane 5 from Loretto Kirribilli, Chloe Allsop and Mabel Oxenham, coached by Freddie Gibbs. Lane 6 from Sydney Girls, Zoe Ann Laxamana and Dana Moaz, coached by Cam Ogilvie and Tal Lewis. In lane 7 from Redlands, Sophie Yu and Sella Tay. Finally from the Armidale School, Sophia Lawrence and Claire Watt, coached by Stephen Cotter. And all that surprisingly, Nixie, it's Loretto Kirribilli and Kinross Walleroy. They go 1-2 through the 500 metres. Of course, this is an event contested over 1,000 metres. That Loretto crew coached by Freddie Gibbs. That program has gone from strength to strength, as we've seen today.
Yeah, so Loretto Kirribilli still with just less than a length's advantage over Kinross Walleroy, as these two crews have cleared right out. It's a further 9 seconds back to Loretto Normanhurst in 3rd place. So that's the crew over on the far side of the course. And then Further 12 seconds then to Radford College, followed by Redlands and PLC Sydney, who are in close proximity to each other. Those last couple there in 5th and 6th. And then a bit of a gap then to the next place crew from Sydney Girls High School, Laxamana and Moas. But yeah, Freddie Gibbs has been at Loretto Kirribilli for a number of years, and his partner Henry Lees was also a coach there at Loretto Kirribilli.
Just bought a new dog.
All right, okay.
Yeah, Ralphie's out here today, I'm told.
Yeah, so yeah, the crew still maintaining their advantage over Kinross Wallaroi School. Around about just less than 200 metres left to cover for these leading two boats. So can Kinross Wallaroi mount a late challenge, or will Loretto Kirribilli continue to hold sway as they have done pretty much from the get-go? Challenge looks to be coming from Kinross. But it looks like Kirribilli is starting to respond now. You can see the rate of striking in the Kirribilli boat has started to increase, and they're still keeping their bow in front. So Loretto Kirribilli, Chloe Allsop, Mabel Oxenham, look like they're going to hold on here. It's only half a length's advantage, but it's still handy enough to have with 2 strokes left. So Loretto Kirribilli hold on, even with a crab on the line, to take it out from Kinross Wallaroi in Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 at double scull. Ball and Hickey of Loretto Normanhurst sculling quite nicely over on the far side of the course as they claim 3rd spot. And a very good race going on for 4th between Redlands, PLC and Radford, and then back to Sydney Girls High School in 7th position.
So ladies and gentlemen, just on the course now, it's the race 52 coming into the final stages, and it is of course the Ascombe School in the lead. Sabrina Coxo and Lucy Yabsley, coached by Susanna McMahon and Thomas Parker, who win this race in emphatic fashion over the crew from PLC Sydney. In 2nd, Charlotte Sard and Isabel Yardley. And it's a race on for 3rd between the Armanel School in 3rd, by the looks of things. Snatch It Off Pimble Ladies in 4th, and a flurry of whistles across the line. Redlands and Sydney Girls over there in lane 1 as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll move to a presentation for race 48. It's the Year 10 second Cox Quad Scull. And ladies and gentlemen, this event was won by Loretto Kirribilli. They are represented by Elsie Hutton, Ella Chidgey, Eva Eels, and Bridget Carnivale. Coxed by Annabelle Peel, and their coach is Lara Wainwright. And ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate Loretto Kirribilli. We now have race 53 on the course, ladies and gentlemen. It's the third division of the schoolgirl Year 9 double scull. In lane 2 from Radford College, Talia Hunt and Charlotte Joyce. In lane 3 representing Pymble Ladies College, Erin Porter and Hannah Webber, coached by Ben Booker. In lane 4 from Tara, it's Sienna Caratolozzo and Arushi Chawan. In lane 5 representing Sydney Girls, Selena Aktas and Surabi Marathe. In lane 6, representing Roseville, Grace McKinlay and Emma Dupree. In lane 7, from St Catherine's, Kate Darling and Amelia Hoskin. And finally, from Redlands in lane 8, Grace Matthews and Emma Oxley. And, certainly through the 500 metre mark, it was Radford's Hunt and Joyce in the lead over there in lane 1, and it looks like they might still have that lead. They enjoyed it narrowly from where they had their bow balls in front of the Roseville combination of McKinlay and Dupree, who in turn had their noses in front of Porter and Webber from Pymble Ladies. And so it will be those three who go 1, 2 and 3, but looks like Radford College have done enough just in the final stage of this race. Oh, a couple of dirty strokes, and it could be that that crew from Roseville just pips, and we might even have a photo for that one, ladies and gentlemen, 1 and 2. I couldn't even call that. Pymble Ladies College in 3rd place. In 4th place, it looks like it'll be the crew from Sydney Girls. In the 5th position will go the St Catherine's crew of Kate Darling and Amelia Hoskin. And the Redlands crew in lane 8, Grace Matthews and Amber Oxley. Who will finalise the field. Over there is Tara, Sienna Caratolozzo and Arushi Chawan. So we're still waiting official confirmation of the winner of that race 53. It was very tight indeed between Roseville and Pymble Ladies College. And ladies and gentlemen, we've just received official word. Race 53 was won by Radford College, ACT. By the narrowest of margins, ladies and gentlemen, 0.01. That's the tightest margin certainly we've seen today. Just got their noses in front of that crew of McKinlay and Dupree from Roseville, who really came back very strong in the past couple of strokes. So congratulations to Radford College, Talia Hunt and Charlotte Joyce, if you'd like to make your way over to the pontoon for medal presentations. And race 54 is underway. It's the 4th division of the schoolgirl Year 9 double scull. In lane 2, representing PLC Sydney, Jasmine Gifford and Alyssa Chang, coached by Izzy Hooton and Felix Dew. In lane 3, representing Canberra Girls Grammar, Edie Matheson Hull and Mira Navaratnam. In lane 4, from Sydney Girls, Yu En Liang and Ariel Moniaga, coached by Tal Lewis and Cam Ogilvie. In lane 5, from MLC, is Hannah Chessel and Charlotte Penny, coached by Andrew Patterson and Kirsten Lilliquist. In lane 6, from the Armidale School, Poppy Hall and Stella Maroulis, coached by Stephen Cotter. And in lane 7, from Loretto Normanhurst, Penny Rose Collins and Isabel Hare, coached by Miller Argent. And finally, representing Pymble Ladies College, it's Genevieve Harton and Alice Beveridge, who are coached by William Newnham. And through the 500 metres, it was the Normanhurst crew over on the close side, Penny Rose Collins and Isabel Hare, who had their noses in the lead over Canberra Girls. Canberra Girls are Matheson, Hull and Navaratnam. So in third place through that 500 metres was Harton and Beveridge of Pymble Ladies. And a bit of a gap back to MLC, PLC and the Armidale School in 4th, 5 and 6th respectively. So race 54 now in its dying stages. And it is the crew from Loretto Normanhurst, ladies and gentlemen, Penny Rose Collins and Isabel Hare, with their noses still in the lead. There's a battle going on over the far side between Sydney Girls and Canberra Girls Grammar, by the looks of things. But it will be Loretto Normanhurst in lane 7 who takes the win. And Sydney Girls are just looking as though they'll hold on. Although a late surge from Canberra Girls Grammar. So second place to Sydney Girls, third to Canberra Grammar, and fourth place looks like it'll be a bit of a tussle between Pymble Ladies and MLC in lane 5, but Pymble has done enough to hold on by the looks of things. And then PLC over in lane 2 comes through in 6th place. And to finalise the field, it'll be the Armidale School by the looks of things in lane 6. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to turn your attention to the podium, we're now going to present medals for the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull, Division 2. And that race was won by Roseville. And Roseville are represented by Alice Bestich, Claudia Berger, Maddie Fletcher, and Sabine Baird. Their cox is Jessica Davies, and their coach is Katie Ashworth. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate Roseville. And ladies and gentlemen, race 55 is on the course. It's the Division 5 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 double scull. The Canberra Girls Grammar in the lead, Ash Watson, Sophie Frost, followed by Kinross, Wallaroys, McIsaac and Clinton. Just as we're waiting for this race to come down though, ladies and gentlemen, we'll turn our attention back to the presentations. This time for race 50, the Year 10 fourth Cox Quad Scull. Your champions for 2022, St. Catherine's. St. Catherine's are represented by Tilda Dunn, Jaslyn Morgan, Darcy Connell, and Ada Lloyd. Their cox is Gina Kimpton, and their coach is Diarmid O'Driscoll. Please congratulate St. Catherine's, your winners of the Year 10 fourth Cox Quad Scull. It's race 55 now, ladies and gentlemen, in its dying stages, and we have a race in our hands indeed between Kinross Wallaroy, Lucy McIsaac and Lucinda Clinton, and a crew from Canberra Girls in lane 3, Ash Watson, Sophie Frost, and they are going stroke for stroke now. And I couldn't even tell you, ladies and gentlemen, what it's looking like. I think it might just be Canberra Girls who've nudged their bow ball in front of the Kinross crew, so they'll take it out. Division 5 of the Year 9 double scull. Narrow margin, about 1 second back to McIsaac and Clinton of Kinross. So congratulations to Canberra Girls, and in third position looks like it'll be Pymble Ladies College, who are just feeding some dirty water now to PLC in lane 6. And in fifth place it should be Redlands. And, Penrith over here in lane 8, Elizabeth Drayson and Georgia Ewan crossing the line now. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to return to single sculling in just a moment for race 56, but for the moment, please turn your attention to the podium. We're going to present the winners of race 52, the second division of the Schoolgirl Year 9 double scull. And ladies and gentlemen, your winners for 2022, Askham. Askham are represented by Sabrina Coxar and Lucy Yabsley. Their coaches are Susanna McMahon and Thomas Parker. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate your winners of the Year 9 Schoolgirl Double Scull. Of course, on the course now is race 56, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Scull Division 1. Looks like we have a full field, ladies and gentlemen, in this race. So in lane 1, representing Redlands, Sophia Natalie. In lane 2, from Sydney Girls, Annie Pham. In lane 3, representing Redlands also is Isabella Crennan, my mistake. In lane 4, from Loretto Kirribilli is Georgia Moran. Lane 5, from Roseville is Georgia McRae. In lane 6, from Redlands, Juliet Trelaw. In lane 7, from Sydney Girls is Nazara Jones. In lane 8, from PLC Sydney is Hannah Bebbington. And finally, representing a Model Farms High School is Amelia de Villiers. And at this stage, it is de Villiers of Model Farms High School who commands the lead. Model Farms are a new addition to the rowing program out here. I think this might even be their very first race. Newly designed Zudi, I'm reliably informed. But of course, Amelia de Villiers does her rowing out of the Sydney Rowing Club under the guidance of Brendan Longman. So not all that surprising that she commands this lead. Certainly a new Zudi to look out for, ladies and gentlemen, Model Farms.
Yeah, so Brendan Longman covers the full spectrum of rowers at Sydney Rowing Club, from developing juniors right through to people like Sarah Hoare, who's at the National Training Centre, and he'll sort of coach her when she's back from that centre. But the Model Farm Scull having a good look around to see where the tower is. It'll come into her peripherals very soon indeed. And Amelia de Villiers will give Model Farms a 100% winning record in schoolgirl rowing. Amelia de Villiers claims the win, second to Juliet Trelaw of Redlands, then followed by Crennan of Redlands in third, fourth to Annie Pham of Sydney Girls High School, and then fifth currently is Sophia Natili of Redlands, followed by Nazara Jones of Sydney Girls High, and that's how fifth and sixth will conclude, and then followed by Bebbington of PLC Sydney in seventh, and then back to the Roseville sculler Georgia McRae in eighth position. Race 57 is Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Scull. In the field that we have Selena Shee of Tara in lane 1, Roseville's Grace Bennett in 2, Grace Woodward of Loretto Kirribilli in lane number 3, Sonia Pollock of Redlands in 4, Molly Cameron of PLC Sydney in 5, Shalona Acharya of Sydney Girls High in lane 6, Lily Wainberg of Redlands in 7, Anushka Lee of Redlands in 8, and Tessa Wong of Kinross Wallaroy School in lane number 9. Having a good race with Grace Bennett of Roseville College, as these two scullers are starting to separate themselves from the rest of the field and trying to move with them. Grace Woodward of Loretto Kirribilli, coached by Frederica Gibbs. Fourth is the colours of Redlands, and that is Lily Wainberg. It looks like Anushka Lee not having started in this one for Redlands, so leaving us with a field of 8. The Roseville Scull has certainly got the rating up. She was just over a second down on the Kinross Wallaroy Sculler through the halfway mark. But Grace Bennett, coached by Alex Brown, Roseville College, is finishing this one off very strongly indeed. And Kinross Sculler just has a bit of a glance across to see where things are at. And Sculler's moving into the red boys, indicating 100 metres left to cover. And so lanes 2 and 9. And it is the Sculler from Roseville College that has the advantage. Just has a little bit of a look across here and then just looks straight back down the lane for the next 5 strokes. And now having a look across at the tower and can see just over a length advantage to Tessa Wong of Kinross Wallaroi, who places second. Third to Woodward of Kirribilli. Fourth to Wainberg of Redlands, and then followed by Pollock of Redlands in fifth. Sixth to Cameron of PLC Sydney. And then it will be Shalona Acharya of Sydney Girls in 7th and Selena Shee of Tara School to complete a field of 8 in Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Scull.
Nixie race 58's underway. It's the 3rd division of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Scull. In lane 1, representing PLC is Tanika Young, coached by Laura Brady and Felix Dew. Lane 2, representing Redlands, is Remy Morris. In lane 3, representing Pymble Ladies College, Ellie Hennessy. In lane 4, representing Askham, is Kitty Elias, coached by Olivia McDonald and Thomas Parker. Lane 5, my apologies, representing Sydney Girls is Fiona He, coached by Cam Ogilvie and Tal Lewis. Lane 6, from PLC Sydney, is Willa Bowman. Lane 7, from Redlands, Zoe Halliday. And finally, in lane 9, Jemima Scammell, coached by James Perrin. And Nix, it looks like it is...
Jemima Scammell,
Yes.
it's well clear in this one. I presume the younger sister of Isabella Scammell, who was in the Australian Junior Quad last year and helped Kinross Wallaroi become the first non-Sydney school to win the Schoolgirl 8 at the head of the river. So Jemima Scammell, coached by James Perrin, well clear in this one, getting towards about 5 lengths advantage over Kitty Elias of Askham, who's coached by Olivia McDonald and Thomas Parker. And the Askham program, which has some very good youngsters in small boats there in 2nd position.
We've just awarded them, of course, their scullers. Won the double scull earlier on today, one of the Year 9 double sculls, so some good scullers coming out of that Askham program lately. And it's going to be Gemma Scammell just across the line from Kinross. And Kitty Elias, of course, in 2nd place. In lane 4, she's rowing rather comfortably, not under much duress from her competitors now. She's done plenty of work to fend off opposition. She'll comfortably take 2nd place in this race now. 3rd place looks to go to Sydney Girls' Fiona Hay, lane 5. Lane 6 will be
Followed by Morris of Redlands 4th, Hennessy of Pymble next, and then Tanika Young of PLC Sydney 6th, Zoe Halliday of Redlands 7th, and then back to Pymble, this Pymble Sculler in lane number 6. So as we'll conclude Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Scull. It was won very comprehensively by Jemima Scammell of Kinross Wallaroi School. So we're underway now in race 59, the last race before the luncheon break. Men's under 19 Cox to quad scull. And the two Cranbrook crews on the flanks of this field had to withdraw after some close contacts with COVID-19. So unfortunately Cranbrook not at this regatta. So the field that we have, St Augustine's in 2, Kinross Walleroy 4 in lane 3, Radford College number 1 in lane 4, Kinross 5 in lane 5, Kinross 2 are in lane 6 and Radford number 2 are in lane number 7. But we're following a Kinross crew that had a big dirty stroke there, and the blade going pretty much parallel with the boat, and they're able to get things going once more. So blade work a lot cleaner now. So around about 300 metres into this race, and a couple of Kinross crews there on screen. So that must have been the Kinross number 2 crew that had the bad stroke. George Wackham, Henry McColl, Tommy Poulton and Campbell Miller. Coxed by Henry Baker and Benjamin Watt, the former student, back coaching at his alma mater.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll just move to present race 54 while we're waiting for this next race to come down. It's the winners of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Double Scull Division 4. That race was won, of course, by Loretto Normanhurst, represented by Penny Rose Collins and Elizabeth Hare. Their coach is Miller Argent. Please congratulate Loretto Normanhurst. So Nixie, those Radford crews in race 59 threw in a time of about 1:35. I would have thought that's pretty good for men's under 19 Cox quad sculling.
Yeah, that's right. It's certainly certainly moving. I think at Nationals you see them go around about 6:30 or so for a schoolboy quad. So this Radford number 1 crew, Hamish Roberts, Jake Sheeman Rogers, William Gregory, Christopher Bush and Ben Heatley, the coxswain. You're on screen there, you can see in lane number, in fact that's the crew in lane number 7, the Radford 2 crew that you can see, but lane number 4 will just start to come into view now. At the head of the field you can see the wake being left behind their boat. There's the 2 Radford crews lead going through the halfway mark. Now then followed by St Augustine's over on the far side. Cody Murphy, Liam Kilpatrick, Tom Faflin, Alex Bohm and Jay Taylor, the coxswain, and Bjarne Ungemark, coach of that crew. So they're the leading 3 boats, and then they're followed by 3 crews from Kinross Walleroy in this field of 6 in the men's under 19 Cox quad scull.
Race 59's got about just over 500 metres remaining. But ladies and gentlemen, in the interim, while we wait for that, we will present the winners of race 51. It's Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Double Scull. And that race was won, of course, in convincing fashion by Chloe Alsop and Mabel Oxenham from Loretto Kirribilli. So won't you join me in congratulating Chloe and Mabel from Loretto Kirribilli. And Nixie, the rain and wind Almost on cue, picking up again, just before the lunch break.
That's right, and unperturbed by it all is this Radford number 1 crew as they continue to lead that good race at the state championships with Gippsland Grammar, and I'm sure they're looking to a nice rematch at the national championships, which will be the next time they'll see Gippsland Grammar. And you can see the great depth in the program here with their second quad in second spot and not too far in arrears, only about 2.5 to 3 boat lengths in arrears from this leading Radford number 1 crew. St Augustine's still in third, and then followed by the first of the Kinross crews, Kinross number 2, Wakeham, McColl, Poulton and Miller, and you wonder how much that really bad crab in the first 200 metres has cost this Kinross crew. We'll have to wait, I think, until the head of the river to find out and see how they compare to St Augustine's when they might meet each other next.
Certainly Radford looking very, very strong indeed. Owen out the front. So yes, of course, that race that they marginally lost to Gippsland Grammar, one of the better races at the state championships, but no match for them today. Radford College, lane 4. Roberts, Skinner Rogers, Gregory and Bush, and of course Ben Heatley, their Cox, will take it out. And their second crew, lane 7, Jacopino, Kruger, Jolly and Fox, second place. And it'll be the crew from St Augustine's in lane 2 who takes out the third position. In fourth we'll go to Kinross in lane 6, Wackham, McColl, Poulton and Miller. And then that other Kinross Walleroy crew in lane 5. That's a crew of Angus McCaskey, Henry Hunt, Dominic Seger and Lachlan Watts.
Kinross Walleroy number 4, just with about 60 metres still to cover. That will conclude the morning session of racing at the PLC Kings Rowing New South Wales Regatta for 2022. Racing will resume around about 1:48. But in the meantime, we'll endeavour to get through a few more of the presentations from this morning sessions of racing. And
yeah, the rain's really starting to come down now, Nixie, and looks like we'll be seeing it on and off again throughout the afternoon. But for the moment, we will prepare for some more presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, we will present the winner of race 56, first division of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Scull. And the winner is, representing Model Farms High School, Amelia de Villiers. Amelia is coached by Brendan Longman. Just our final presentation, ladies and gentlemen, before the lunch break will be race 53, Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Double Scull. And the winners are, representing Radford College, Talia Hunt and Charlotte Joyce. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate Radford. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll do one more presentation just before the lunch break. It's for race 59, which is the men's under 19 coxed quad scull. The race was won by Radford College. Radford are represented by Hamish Roberts, Jake Skimmin Rogers, William Gregory, and Christopher Bush. Their cox is, of course, Ben Heatley. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate Radford College. ladies and gentlemen, just while you're enjoying your lunch, we are going to present the winners of race 55, which is Division 5 of the Year 9 Schoolgirl Double Scull. That race was won by Canberra Girls Grammar. They're represented by Ash Watts and Sophie Frost. Ladies and gentlemen, won't you please join me in congratulating Canberra Girls Grammar. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the afternoon session of the 2022 Kings PLC Regatta. And on the course now is, of course, one of our centrepiece events, a schoolgirl first 8. And only 3 entries in this event. However, we have had a scratching from Pymble Ladies College in lane 5. So in lane 4, we've got a crew from St Catherine's represented by Madeline Mannens, Madeline Griffiths, Missy Callahan, Erin Cara, Sienna Morgan, Layla Gaston, Madeleine Swan, Jade Bliss, and their cocks, Charlotte Wads. And also from Queenwood, Phoebe Campbell, Brooke Lancaster, Charlotte Botha, Eliza Cook, Madeline Nicol, Imogen Gray, Heidi Boyd, Chloe Driver, and their cocks, Lucy Anderson. Of course, Nathan, plenty of crews missing from this event.
Yeah, that's right, Michael. I think unfortunately Pymble ladies may have been struck by COVID and have had to scratch maybe. These 2 crews faced each other, I think, a couple of weeks ago at state champs, and it looks like as they come through the 1,000 meters that Queenwood have got their nose in front by almost 3 seconds. But
Yeah, that's right.
But very different conditions today than it was 3 weeks ago.
Indeed, I think St Catherine's may have taken out the under-17 8 at state championships, so they're not a crew to be trifled with.
Absolutely not, no, and you never know in these conditions, right? So the Queenwood girls will be confident going into it, but you just don't know at this stage. No real crosswind at the moment, but having had a quick look at the Bureau of Meteorology, it looks like we are set for these conditions all afternoon, or at least until racing finishes at around about 3:30ish.
Well, the good news is hopefully there will be some protection from the wind, or at least a flattening out of conditions by the rain. And certainly looks as though the Queenwood girls out in lane 6, with their noses in front of St Catherine's, are enjoying the flat conditions and the relatively high rate of striking.
Yeah,
Queenwood.
Looks to me as if the Queenwood girls are in their new Philippi boat, unpainted blades, usually in the red and grey. But yeah, they're maintaining this distance of around about 2.75 seconds through the 1500, very similar through the 1000. But the St Cat girls are still hanging in there, not over yet. But if they want to make a move, they better move pretty soon. Much harder to make considerable distance in the bigger boats as you approach the finish line than it is in smaller boats.
Some really clean rowing on display there from Queenwood 8. Of course, a very high quality 8, and they'll be expected to obviously perform to a very high standard at both the Head of the River and national championships. Are they competing in, Nathan?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yep.
Yeah, if everything goes to plan. I know Kieran and Ray, Kieran Glynn and Ray Boyle, their coaches, have got a plan for them.
Yeah. Well, of course, the national championships is only, I think it's 2 weeks or a week after the Head of the River, so it almost seems a shame not to compete at nationals and try your hand against the rest of the country,
Absolutely.
really.
Particularly as it's here, right?
Yes.
So I know next year, I think it's in Perth next year.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
So yeah, they'll have a plan for this year, certainly.
Is that, looks like St Catherine's have made up some ground. I'm not sure if it's quite enough, but certainly they've made up some ground on Queenwood in the last 250 metres, and Queenwood just lifting the rate and responding now, and that's quite a response from Queenwood.
Yeah, that's a good showing there from St Catherine's. Didn't let them get away at all. Maybe 2/3 of a length. Queenwood crossed the line. Just pulling out maybe a length on that in the last few strokes on St Catherine's, but that's a pretty good result there. Queenwood unofficial time is 6:45. Not too bad given the conditions. St Catherine's 3.7 seconds behind them.
So that was race 60. In race 61, we go back to single sculling. But I can't quite see that they're on their way down yet, so you might just have a bit of a lull, I think.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they've started. I
Yes.
can see them from the camera here. I think there's some alignment issues. The single sculls will be, the next race, 61, will be the Schoolgirl Yield 10 single sculls. Relatively inexperienced scullers and rowers at this stage, even though it's Division 1.
Yeah, and of course it's contested over 2,000 metres, which is the long distance, particularly in conditions that are less than ideal. Although it looks like it could be a little bit of a tail breeze.
Yeah, slightly.
Swirly.
Yeah, I think so. If I look at the flags as we usually do from here in the commentary box, a little bit of gusts of tailwind there.
In any event, in lane 2 from MLC, we've got Amelia Glastonbury, coached by Kirsten Lilliquist and Robert Glendenning. In lane 3 from the Ascombe School, Adelaide Babbage Hockey, coached by Thomas Parker. In lane 4, representing Sydney Rowing Club, is Neve Tierney, coached by Brendan Longman. We've got scratchings from lanes 5 and 6 from Tara and Loretto Normanhurst. And in lane 7, representing Winona, is Georgina Stevenson, coached by Brendan Longman also. So I suppose the things to note in this race, they're just underway now if you're joining us, ladies and gentlemen, on the live stream or indeed in the stands. The things to note are that lanes 4 and 7, that's Tierney and Stevenson, are both Sydney Rowing Club members. Of course, Neve Tierney rowing in the Sydney colours, but Georgina Stevenson rowing in the colours of Winona School. And they will be going head-to-head with Ascombe's Babbage Hockey and MLC's Glastonbury. But Neve Tierney certainly bringing her experience. I think she might even be in the New South Wales Youth 8 squad,
I
Nathan.
think so, yeah.
Certainly she'll be a fierce competitor in this race and probably the favourite going into it, I would say. But
I would thought so, yeah.
yeah, Ascombe have produced some strong scullers over the years and certainly have been performing well today. So that's interesting to see how Adelaide Babbage Hockey performs.
Yeah, and it's also good to see Georgina Stevenson representing Winona, who don't have, I believe, an official rowing club at the school.
That's
but
right.
I know there are a couple of girls who race on a regular basis, either in singles, doubles, or pairs for the school. But
Talking with Owen Nix this morning, and so the Winona program was apparently quite active in the 1990s, but then collapsed a little bit. But now they're now back with a small program rowing out of North Shore Rowing Club.
Did they? Right. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
So whereas many of the schools up that way, like Queenwood and Loretto, Kirribilli and the like, rowing out of that Mossman rowing precinct.
Yeah.
Winona's heading over to the Lane Cove River.
Well, they'll learn a lesson eventually, I'm sure. Yeah, it's interesting. You know, there's more and more in the few years. Well, I've been in Australia 15 years, and I've seen obviously what's coming out of Mossman, because I'm Mossman Rowing Club myself. But you know, we keep on seeing Stella Maris, Balgala Boys, Northern Beaches Secondary Schools. It's great to see some of the non-traditional schools joining into the program as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and certainly you mentioned their Northern Beaches Secondary, who have just really gone from strength to strength lately. Really impressive performances from them at certainly the Spring Regatta, the Reindeer Regatta,
Yeah.
the State Championships as well. So in any event, race 61 coming through the 500 metre mark, and it is, as expected, Neve Tierney with a significant lead. 13 seconds over 500 metres is a significant margin. And it is Babbage Hockey from the Ascombe School in second place at this stage, so a good performance from her. But Neve Tierney certainly in a race of her own at this stage.
It's difficult to see from this end of the lake where everybody is, but yeah, Neve Tierney looks very comfortable out there already. She's got everything under control, very early stage of the race.
So Neve Tierney of Sydney Rowing Club through the 1,000 metres in a time of 4 minutes 13 seconds. And wow, really has opened up a significant lead over the rest of the field, and I think it'll be Adelaide Babbage Hockey through the 1,000 metres in second place. We'll just get some numbers any second now. And there you go, 29 seconds. So a significant margin. But Babbage Hockey herself has opened up a lead over the remainder of the field. So she's sculling along nicely. And Georgina Stevenson and Amelia Glastonbury in third and fourth respectively.
And if you're spectating in the stands, you'll see Niamh Turney come through the 1,500 metres mark. She was 29 seconds in front at the last marker. Still looks like she's maintained a significant distance from the silver and bronze positions. Oh, Michael, are they awarding gold, silver and bronze today?
No, we're just awarding, because of the number of divisions, we're just awarding gold medals today. So just a reminder, yes, for competitors and coaches out there this afternoon, if you or your crew does win or come first, please do make your way at some point over to the grandstand, to the tents to the Rowan New South Wales and the King's School tents in front of the grandstand, and we will arrange to present you with your medal.
So Niamh Turney in the last 300 metres, very, very controlled. Has extended her lead at the 1,500 metre mark to almost 45 seconds in front of Adelaide Babbage Hockey. In third place, Georgina Stevenson. And in fourth place, we have Amelia Glastonbury from MLC. But a great example of rowing as Niamh Turney approaches the finish line for Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Scull. Certainly a name to keep in the back of your mind in the next couple of years as we see her progress.
She's looking very, very tidy. She comes across the line, is Niamh Turney. Year 10, yeah. It's an impressive sculling. So a significant win for Niamh Turney of Sydney Rowing Club. Was always going to be a very strong competitor. I think she's just extended the margin over Babbage Hockey and the remainder of the field progressively as the race has gone on. It was 44 seconds lead at the 1,500. And, one would think that's increased again. But Babbage Hockey of the Ascombe School coming across now. We spoke about the Ascombe Scullers just a short while ago, Nathan, and yes, Adelaide Adelaide's doing a good job here and looking pretty tidy. They do their rowing down at Walleye Creek. So a group under the guidance of Thomas Parker there and Susanna McMahon. And she claims a second place.
Yep. Good row there from Amelia Glastonbury from the MLC. She finishes third. And as we have Georgina Stevenson, coached by Brendan Longman, representing Winona, just a little bit of a wobble there at the finish line. She keeps her eye over her right shoulder just for the finish, boys, which will probably give a quick nudge as she finishes in fourth place.
So Nathan, we move right along. Race 62 is well underway. It's the second division of the schoolgirl Year 10 single scull, and in lane 2 representing Kinross Wallaroi is Sophie Luelf, coached by James Perrin. We've had scratchings from lanes 3 and 4 from Normanhurst and Roseville. So in lane 5, another Winona sculler, Maeve Maloney, coached by Brendan Longman. In lane 6, representing Askham, Beatrice Bailey. And in lane 7 from Loretto, Kirribilli, Chloe Cameron, coached by Olivia Jackson. So through the 1500 metres, it was a Luelf from Kinross Wallaroi with her, not just her nose in the lead, but her whole body in the lead. 21 seconds over Cameron from Kirribilli. And Cameron herself has again, another almost 20-second advantage over Beatrice Bailey of Askham, who leads Maeve Maloney by a couple of seconds as well. So that's how they go through the 1500 metres, ladies and gentlemen. And thankfully the water's nice and calm, so hopefully a good chance for these young women to practice their sculling skills over 2,000 metres. It's not an easy thing to do by any stretch, so a good chance just to do it in some cool and calm conditions, albeit wet. But yeah, I've spoken earlier today, Nathan, with Owen about the Kinross Wallaroi program and how they've gone from strength to strength. Of course, they are the incumbent, I believe they're the incumbent Head of the River champions. Or Nationals champions, perhaps.
It may be, yes. Yeah, having 3 daughters at Queenwood, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about that. I'll have to look at that. But yeah, certainly Kinross had a great regatta 2 weeks ago at the state champs, and yes, I remember Sophie's name appearing on the podium, and in several boats actually. So she's again one to watch from the Kinross program out there.
Yeah, and they were just extremely strong in the quads this morning, so no doubt we'll see plenty of scullers. And there she goes, throws the rate through the roof for the crowds in the stands, does Sophie Luelf, and she takes out the second division of the Year 10 single scull. And another significant margin. So 8:59, so that's still some distance off the time set by Neve Tierney.
Neve finished in 8:36, so finishes in 8:59. So yeah, Neve is again as they say at Henley, an easy victory for both of them there.
Yes. Chloe Cameron of Loretto Kirribilli coming across the line now. She'll take second place with under no pressure from her competitors. And then Beatrice Bailey of the Askham School, of course, in third place, and she just lifts the rate slightly. She comes towards the line. Just looks across for those boys and comes across the line. And then she's followed by Maeve Maloney representing Winona. So fairly spaced out race there, Nathan.
Yeah. Good win.
Yeah.
Schoolgirl Year 10 single scull, that's Division 2. Good win for Sophie Luelf in first place. Second place from Loretto Kirribilli was Chloe Cameron. Third from Askham was Beatrice Bailey, and fourth from Winona was Maeve Maloney. Change of pace slightly now. On the course is race 63. It's the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed 4. I'll run through the lineup very quickly. We've had a scratch in lane 1 from St. Catherine's. So in lane 2 we have from Tara School, Jessica Simpson, Mackenzie Knott, Caitlin Irving and Charlotte Oatmar with Amelia Jones in Cox. In lane 3 from PLC Sydney, it's Grace Hannon, Stella Passin, Sophie Tslodakis, Miranda Sabo and Clara Irving, and I apologise if I pronounced Sophia's name wrong there. In lane 4 from Queenwood, Brooke Cuttance, Florence Hemming, Lola Hare, Zoe James and Cox by Angela Han. In lane 5 from St Catherine's, Annabelle Crabb, Emma Hartwig, Bianca Rupnick, Williams, Ruby Smith and Jasmine Abela as Cox. In lane 6 we have from Loreto Kirribilli, Zoe Fallon, Scarlett Kevin, Harriet Dinning, Bronte Hurrigan, Caitlin Gately coxing. In lane 7 from Roseville we have Ava Kassar, Sophie Hurl, Charlie Griebel, Phoebe Herdman and Iman Utteridge as the Cox. And in lane 8 nearest the stands from Loreto Kirribilli, also we've got Jessica Rich, Abigail Donahue, Brianna Destro, Abigail Parter and coxed by Monica Dunstan.
Thank you, Nathan. And it is that crew closest to us in lane 8, Loreto Kirribilli, Rich, Donahoe, Destro and Porter, who are in the lead by a narrow margin over Tara School over the other side in lane 2, by the looks of things. They came through the 1,000 metres in time of 3:57.
It's going to be a closer race, this one. Certainly between the Loreto and Roseville boats.
Yep.
Loreto nearest us.
Plenty of overlap, which is great to see, and it makes for fast racing, really.
Yeah. But the boats on the far side, I think it's in lane, it's maybe Tara and maybe PLC, and Queenwood in the middle of the pack.
Very close indeed for second, third and fourth.
Going through the 1500, we have Loreto Kirribilli, some 4.5 seconds in front of Tara School. In third place, Queenwood, just their nose ahead of Roseville, and then St Catherine's in 5th, and the Loreto Kirribilli first boat in 6th, and PLC in 7th. Yeah, for the third place position, it's going to be a bit of a fight to the end. We'll see how it goes between Queenwood and PLC, it looks like. But
yeah, so we'll just see if Loreto Kirribilli over here in lane 8 can maintain that advantage they have. Looks like Tara coming back with a little bit of ferocity, but you just wonder whether it's too late now, whether or not Loreto have done enough to maintain that lead.
it's hard given the spaces between the boats. And certainly Loreto, from our vantage point, looked to be quite solidified that first place. Tara on the far side, Queenwood in the middle, and Roseville in lane 7. All going to go for second and third, I think.
Loreto receiving some serious encouragement from the grandstand side of the park. And yeah, it does look as though they're going to remain at the top of the pack here and take out this schoolgirl Year 10 Cox 4 event.
Good showing there from Queenwood, who kind of have come back quite strongly. Loreto take gold medal position. Queenwood length behind in second, and in third.
Oh, it's close.
Oh, that's going to be very close between Roseville and Tara there on the line.
St. Catherine's into 5th place. And second, Loreto Kirribilli crew in lane 6. Going to 6th place, and it'll be PLC Sydney who come into 7th place to finalise the field.
Yeah, so unofficially, we had first Loreto Kirribilli, some 3.5 seconds in front of Queenwood in second. In Tara School's just given the nod from Roseville by 0.28, so you know, less than half a canvas there. In 5th, St. Catherine's. In 6th, Loreto Kirribilli, and 7th, PLC 2. Race 64 on the course. As you wait for the official result on the previous race. So race 64 is on the course now. It's a schoolgirl year 10 double scull. Division 1, it's a 2,000 metre race. No scratches in this race. So in the far lane, lane 1, we have Lucy Ashton from Kinross Walleroy and Gemma McLeod. In lane 2 from Loretto Normanhurst, we have Ruby Russell and Sophia Horback. In lane 3 from Roseville, we have Scarlett Ridley and Alexandra Ellis. In lane 4 from Loretto Normanhurst is Alex Kingston and Anna Newsom. In lane 5 from MLC School, we have Jodie Feng and Sasha Kovarik. In lane 6 from Pimble Ladies, we have Dimity Muller and Elena Duta. In lane 7 from Mossman, we have Catherine Wilcox and Philippa Young. And in lane 8 nearest the grandstand for Radford College, we have Zoe Hickey and Chloe Miller.
Thanks, Nathan. And of course, through the 1,000 metres, we had the Radford College crew of Hickey and Miller in first place. And of course, we've spoken throughout the day about Radford College's strength as a program, and they've done well in the quads and the doubles events. So certainly not overly surprising that they're also performing here in the schoolgirl year 10 double scull. They've got a lead over the crew from Kinross.
That's right, yeah, on the far side.
Yeah, so Radford College are closest to us in lane 8. It's always hard when you're racing and the second boat that's behind you is on the completely other side of the course. So it's almost completely outside of your purview.
Very difficult to see, particularly as you sit so low on the water and you look across, and the crews are right on the other side of the lake tend to disappear into the background if that's far away from you. So yeah, it's there's been more than a few times I've been surprised when I've been racing here and other places around the world when you think you're out in front and then all of a sudden you catch a splash or a glimpse of a blade on the water, and you think, oh, we're not as far in front as we thought we were.
Yeah, it's that dreaded double take that you do over your left or right shoulder.
Yeah,
it's like, oh no, there's another crew there.
Yeah. And you know as bow, you're to blame more often than not.
Yeah, but certainly Radford have what you would probably call an unassailable lead now. Coming into the final 250 metres.
Yeah, it looks to me from here we might be missing the. Might be a bit of a confusion there in some of the lane lineups because Radford should have been nearest us, and Mossman in lane 7, but we'll see how
like
they go
some steering
through.
difficulties
Yeah.
from crew in the back there, but anyway.
Yeah, there does look to be a boat in lane 9, which is always interesting, given there's only 8 competitors in the race. But this is the fun of a schoolgirl year 10 double scull.
Absolutely, anything goes. But certainly Radford stamped their authority on this race. And they'll take this division out with not under that much pressure from Kinross over the far side. So Hickey and Miller of Radford College looking to receive medals for this one, and there'll be Kinross Walleroy's Lucy Ashton and Jemima McLeod over on lane 1 who get silver medals. Well, second place.
A good fight in the middle of the lake, though. I think the boat nearest the grandstand. I can't really see from this side, but they're certainly not meant to be in that lane. I think it's they originally started in lane 6. It's the Pimble Ladies College boat. We've decided to row 2,200 metres.
Oldest trick in the book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Finishing in third place in lane 5, MLC School, Jodie Feng, Sasha Kovarik. Fourth in lane 3 is Roseville.
Yeah, so that crew from Pimble Ladies was in lane 6, but they've made their way over to lane 9. But anyway,
Yeah.
no harm done.
Well, it's nice to take the scenic
Yes.
route every now and again. Alice Kingston and Anna Newsom from Loretto Normanhurst in lane 4. I think finished the race. And it appears to be a couple of scratches in that boat in lane 2, and I don't think we saw the Mossman crew
No,
at
I
all.
don't think we did.
And on the course at the moment, we've got race 65, the Schoolgirl Year 10 Double Scull Division 2. If you thought the last race was exciting, this is going to be a perler. On the far side from Radford College, we have Edie Lupton and Sophie Conlon. We have a scratch in lane 3 from Roseville. In lane 4, we have Pimble Ladies, Catherine Walker and Georgie Purcell. From Canberra Girls Grammar School, in lane 5, Olivia Noonan and Paris Satias. In lane 6, from Loretto Normanhurst, we have Mary Grant and Josephine Egan. In lane 7, also from Loretto Normanhurst, Matilda Windsor and Laura Wheelhouse. And we also have a scratch from the Armadale School in lane 8. And as we come through the first 1,000 metres, it's Canberra Grammar School, Girls Grammar, who've just got their nose ahead of Loretto Normanhurst 1. In third place, 3.5 seconds behind from Pimble Ladies College, Catherine Walker and Georgie Purcell. Then Radford College's second boat, Edie Lupton and Sophie Collin on the far side in lane 2, and then the Loretto Normanhurst boat of Matilda Windsor and Laura Wheelhouse. So in lane 5, the Canberra Girls Grammar School. Looking to slog it out with the girls from Loretto Normanhurst, Grant and Egan. Looks like Loretto Normanhurst have taken them in the last 1,500 metres. So it looks like Loretto Normanhurst, Grant and Egan now put the hammer down on the third 500 metres and have got themselves out in front. And they're overtaking the Canberra Girls Grammar Schools. In third place, somewhat left behind by the two front, we've got Pimble Ladies College of Walker and Purcell. Good move there, though, from the rest of Normanhurst. Obviously got some speed behind them. We'll see if they've gone too early. And if the girls from Canberra Girls Grammar have got something left in the tank as a final push. So it's the two boats in lane 6 and 5, Loretto Normanhurst with a lead over Canberra Girls Grammar. Pimble Ladies some way behind them, but they're quite comfortable in third position at the moment from Radford College, and Loretto Normanhurst bringing up the rest of the field. But if anything, the girls from Loretto Normanhurst, Grant and Egan, look to be extending their lead. Great race plan. Sitting second halfway through the race. Real great push through the third 500 metres. To take them into the lead at 1,500 metres. It looks like they've extended that lead as they come up to the last 100 metres. So Grant and Egan, Mary and Josephine from Loretto Normanhurst. Just raising the rate slightly as they cross the finish line. A look over the left shoulder from Josephine. Confirm that they are the winners of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Double Scull. Good race from Olivia Noonan and Paris Satias in lane 5 to finish second. Went out very strong. Just couldn't hold off the hard charging girls from Loretto Normanhurst in that 1500 meter mark. Pimble ladies, Catherine Walker and Georgie Purcell finish a good third. It'll be tight for fourth between Radford and Loretto Normanhurst. Looks like Radford, Edie Lupton and Sophie Conlon just take fourth place. And Matilda Windsor and Laura Wheelhouse fifth. So as we wait for the official results, there they are. Race 65, the schoolgirl year 10 double scull. In first place, Loretto Normanhurst, Grant and Egan. In second place, Canberra Grammar School. In third place, Pimble Ladies. In fourth place, Radford College. And in fifth place, Loretto Normanhurst, Windsor and Wheelhouse. Race 66 is on the course and well underway. This is schoolgirl year 10 double scull division 3. Looks to be very spread out already. But Loretto Normanhurst again are on in the lead as they come through the 1500 meters meter mark. Loretto Normanhurst, Grace Pembroke, and Eliana Kutami. On the far side in lane 2. In lane 3, North Sydney girls, Ma and Carnegie. In lane 4 from Mossman, Carter and Destasio. In lane 5 from PLC, Lau and Cahill. A scratch in lane 6 from St. Catherine's. Askham in lane 7, Carter and Zusak. And a scratch in lane 8, albeit we have had some interesting steering as we're looking down the course. So it looks like on the far side, as the 1500 meter mark came through, it looked like Loretto Normanhurst were in the front. But from here, it looks like the boat nearest the grandstand, which needs to get back onto the course pretty quickly, is in front of the girls from Mossman. This boat, as it approaches the grandstand, if you are spectating, please give them a shout to adjust their course, because at the moment they are heading towards the pontoon. So if you are spectating, just give them a shout. Thank you. But it's going to be close, despite this boat, despite these girls closer to the pontoon now adjusting course. It's going to be they've been very quick, and they've actually kept up with the girls from Mossman. Well, it looks like the girls from Mossman, Alicia Carter and Eva Destasio, going to cross the line in lane 4. The Loretto Normanhurst girls, who I don't know, they should have started in lane 2, but clearly they haven't. And they cross the line just outside of lane 9. In lane 7 from Askham, Grace Carter and Kitty Susak. Good third position there. Going through in fourth position from North Sydney girls, Ma and Carnegie. Well, it looks like there may be some miscommunication on bow numbers, because the girls with bow number 2, which designates which lane they're in, also from Loretto Normanhurst, have just finished. And this brings up PLC's Lau and Cahill, who finish 5th. I will leave the umpires to sort that one out. But the official result of that race 65 was, sorry, race 66 was Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 10, and that was in first place Mossman, Carter and Wilcox. In second place, Askams, Carter and Zuzak. In third place, North Sydney Girls. In fourth place, Loretto Normanhurst. And fifth place, PLC Sydney. There may well have been a rogue Loretto Normanhurst boat in that race. Race 67 is underway. This is the men's under 17 eights. On the far side, we have Kings 4 with Hurley, Vinapola, Wu, Santo, Wilson, Roscoe, Rowe, and Zoo, Cox by Mathenau. In lane 2, we have Kings 3, Hurst, Miranda Clark, Cox, Mayat, Masters, Jones, Petrus, Tyndall, and Cox by Zachary Chung. In lane 3, Sydney Boys High, Z, Heibler, Lee, Nugent, Rusley, Yin, Josen, Tran, and Nugent as Dat Nugent as Cox. In lane 4 from Shaw, Smith, Kenny, Connick, Rowe, McFarlane, Hoskin, Muffet, Scott, and Cox by Mackenzie Fox. In lane 5 from Newington, Edmondson, Carnegie, Elliott, Glakis, Mitchell, Tetley, Cameron, Tavendale, Fuller, and Cox by Elvis Johnson. In lane 6 from Kings, we have Wickham, Zoo, Todd, McLean, Hines, Thiel, Wall, and Baker, Galvins. That's Danis Galvins as Cox. And then we have in lane 7 the Newington boat, Phillips, Salmon, Armitage, Brockman, Rixham, Kinleyside, Grippy, Cosmos, and Cox by Zachary Cooper. In lane 8 we have Kings 2, Salmon, Wallen, Mason, Thomas, Cameri, Schultz, Jones, Payne, Fergus, Lawson as Cox. Finally in lane 9 the Scots boys, Heinrich, Duffy, Evans, Hinrichsen, Pin, Mackenzie, Purshouse, Moore, and Van der Donk is the Cox, Felix Van der Donk. As they approach the finish line, it looks like
Kings in the lead, Nathan.
Yeah.
Campbell Wickham, Ethan Zoo, Lewis Todd, Alfred McLean, Samuel Hines, Anton Teal, Tom Whalen, Charles Baker, and their Cox, Dennis Galvins. Of course, I think this might be the Kings' second 8. I don't think the Kings' first 8 is around today because of reported COVID exposures, I'm told.
It looks like it's going to be Scots and is that Newington there?
Yes, it's Newington.
Newington and Scots going to battle out for second position. It's going to be close. Looks like Newington boys have it and coming into the last 10 strokes. Scots boys are going to give up as they come over the line.
Yeah, so Newington takes second, Scots third.
Kings 4th, Shaw 5th. Newington crossed the line in 6th position there. Looks like Sydney Boys High School there in 7th. And then remaining on the course, it looks like one of the remaining Kings boats on the far side in lane 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll just interrupt that race just to quickly bring you to a presentation for race 65. It's the Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Double Scull. And it was won by Loretto Normanhurst. They're represented by Mary Grant and Josephine Egan. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate Loretto Normanhurst. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll fit in another presentation now. It's for race 61, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Scull, and it was won convincingly by Neve Tierney, Sydney Rowing Club. Won't you congratulate Neve?
So we have the official results of race 67, the men's under 17s 8. Final won by Kings in a time of 6:20. In second, it was Newington. In third, Scots. In fourth was King's second boat. In fifth, Shaw. In sixth, Newington. In seventh, Sydney Boys. And King's fourth boat finished eighth in lane 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, just while we're waiting for race 68 to come down, we will present race 63, which is the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed 4. And ladies and gentlemen, that event was won by Loretto Kirribilli. They are represented by Jessica Rich, Abigail Donahoe, Brianna Destro, Abigail Porter, and their cox, Monica Dunstan. Their coaches are Benjamin Sullivan and Jesse Allen. Ladies and gentlemen, won't you congratulate the crew from Loretto Kirribilli?
And on the course at the moment, we've got race 68, the men's under 19 for Division 1. On the far side, Newington. In lane 2, we have St. Augusta's second boat. In lane 3, Shaw's second boat. A scratch in lane 4 from the Armadale School. In lane 5, the King's second boat. In lane 6, Shaw 1. In lane 7, St. Augustine's 1. In lane 8, King's 1. And in lane 9, the Armadale School first 4. At this moment in time, looks like St. Augustine's have got their nose out. Coming through the 1500 metre, they had some 5 seconds lead on their second boat, followed by the Shaw 1-2 and King's 2-1. So that's coming through the 1500. St. Augustine some 5 seconds ahead of their second boat. In third place, Shaw. Second place is a Shaw second boat. Fifth, King's. Sixth, King's. Seventh, Newington. And then eighth in lane 9 was Armadale. With 250 metres to go. In lane 7, the St. Augustine's boy of Bo Nichols, Brandon Smith, Oliver St. Pierre, Joshua Wilson, and Ryder Taylor as Cox. Coached by the familiar name of Judith Ongemark. Looking quite comfortable, keeping their eyes to the right of them to see if their colleagues in the second Augs boats are going to give them any pressure. It doesn't look like they are. Quite a comfortable race. It will be probably St. Augustine's and Shaw who will be vying for second spot. It looks like Shaw may have just got their noses in front, but it'll be close. So as they come over the line, last 10 strokes, it looks like the boat from St. Augustine's crosses the line quite comfortably in first place. In second place, it's certainly going to be very close, but I would say Shaw have just pipped it there over St. Augs in third place by half a canvas. Shaw's second boat came fourth, and King's fifth. We have the King's boat finishing also in sixth there, and then on the far side from Newington, and then here we have the Armadale School just bringing up the rear.
Ladies and gentlemen, just with the conclusion of that race, we'll move now to the presentation of medals for race 67, the men's under 17-8. And that event was won, of course, by the King's School. Kings are represented by Campbell Wickham, Ethan Zhu, Lewis Todd, Alfred McLean, Samuel Hines, Anton Teal, Tom Whalen, Charles Baker, and their cocks, Dana Skelvins. Ladies and gentlemen, won't you congratulate Kings?
On the course, we've got race 69, the men's under 19 Cox 4 Division 2. On the far side, we have Shaw 5. In lane 2, we have Newington 4. In lane 3, we have Kings 4. In lane 4, we have Shaw 4. In lane 5, we have Kings 3. In lane 6, we have Shaw 3. In lane 7, the Armadale School 3. In lane 8, Newington 3. And in lane 9, Kings 5. Sounds like the lotto numbers for next weekend.
It does, doesn't it? So look, the first division of this race was won in a time of 6:44 by the boys from St Augustine's. So let's just see how this division fares. They are through the 1,000 metres, and it is the King's crew in lane 5. That is Lachlan Smith, Daniel Wall, Isaac Rumble, and Peter Zagas, and their cocks Aidan Tran, who are in the lead.
And we quickly turn our attention to the awards pontoon. This is the awarding of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Double Scull Division 1. The winners from Radford College, Zoe Hickey and Chloe Miller. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the School Year 10 Double Scull Division 1, Radford College.
Thank you, Nathan. And it is still the King's School out in the lead, ladies and gentlemen, in race 69. And they have the lead over the Shaw School, who are in lane 6. That's the crew of Max McAlpine, Remy Cameron, James Collier, and Tom Blackwell. And yeah, I don't think they are going to be knocked off. They have probably about a boat length or and a half lead to the King's School.
A boat you'd say had more physical power than finesse as we watched them approach the finish line. They're certainly muscling that boat over the 2,000 metres, but it works well for them. If it works well for them, then who am I to criticise their technique at all? We've got the two boats from Shaw in second place who are going to duke it out for line honours or bragging rights, certainly. King's finish.
Yeah, some pride on the line here. Last couple of strokes for the Shaw cruisers can be really close. I think it might have just been Shaw in lane 6, McAlpine, Cameron, Collier, and Blackwell over a Thurgood, Fight, Fenwick, and Bennett, their colleagues. Yeah, I think that will unofficially certainly it's Shaw 3 who are the winners, but now Kings coming over in lane 9.
That's the King's 5 boat. You can't miss them. They're all the way from Armadale. Give them a round of applause. It's a long way to come in tough conditions, as you'll all know. And lane 7, the Armadale School of Callum Lawrence, Will Wharton, Eugene Campbell, and Benjamin Rowe. Coxed by Georgie Cronin.
Yeah, those distinctive yellow bucket hats worn by the Armadale School oarsmen. Just rounding off race 69 there. And I think we're going to have a presentation just shortly. Just while we're waiting for the next race to come down, ladies and gentlemen, we'll present Division 1 of the men's under 19-4. In first place, recipients of mugs, St Augustine's. St Augustine's are represented by Bo Nicholas, Brandon Smith, Oliver St Pierre, and Joshua Wilson. Their cox is Ryder Taylor, and their coach is Judith Ungemark. Ladies and gentlemen, want you to congratulate the crew from St. Augustine's.
There's a great photo right there.
That's fantastic.
On the lake, we'll turn our attention to final of race 70. It's a final. It's a schoolgirl 4. In lane 1 from Queenwood, we have Charlotte Botha, Eliza Cluck, Madeline Nicol, Chloe Driver, and Lucy Anderson as cox. In lane 2 from Loretto, Normanhurst, Olivia Lucas, Molly Pirtle, Alexandra O'Brien, Elizabeth Powell, and Sarah Simon as cox. From Roseville, Madeline Shadforth, Sienna Meany, Caitlin Coleman, Abby Cox, and their cox is Lucy Thompson. In lane 4 from PLC Sydney, Alea Steele, Sarah Bebbington, Arabella Rutherford, Isabella Yardley, and cox Lily Dukakis. In lane 5 from Loretto Kirribilli, Matilda Damien, Lucy Howard, Lauren Moran, Alyssa Fickers, and Mietta Jones as cox. In lane 6 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Emily McHugh, Sophia Champion de Cresnay, Abby Davis, Lauren Goldie, and cox by Catherine Hardman. In lane 7 from Radford College, Ellen Mikiarevich, Bridget Keeler Cole, Nikita Crabb, Hannah Hardy, and cox Stuart Ward. And from Canberra Canberra Girls Grammar 2, Claudia Bridgewater, Alex Perry Dalton, Amelia Farrell, and Caitlin Natalie, cox by Eliza Miller.
Thanks, Nathan. It looks like it's that Canberra Girls Grammar Crew 1 who are in the lead in lane 6. That's McHugh, Champion de Crispinier, Davis, and Goldie. And, of course, Hardman, their cox. They had 7 seconds over the crew from Queenwood in lane 1.
That's a good lead at that stage of the race.
Totally.
Hard to pull back from that stage.
Yeah, looks like there's some tighter racing in the middle of the pack there, Nathan, for, I guess, the mine placings.
And we'll quickly turn our attention to the podium. This is the winners of the men's under 19 Division 2, the Cox Floor. It, of course, goes to Kings, Lachlan Smith, Daniel Wall, Isaac Rumble, Peter Zegas, and their cox, Aidan Tran. Please join me in congratulating the men's under 19 4 Division 2 winners, Kings.
Nathan, we're looking back at the competition lake now, and I think it is the crew from Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 6 that have extended their lead by a couple of seconds over Queenwood now. So really asserting their dominance over this field, Canberra Girls Grammar. And a bit, some tighter margins for second, third and fourth, but you'd still say Queenwood are pretty comfortably second and Loretto Kirribilli comfortably third, I suppose.
Yeah, but hats off to the girls from Canberra, the girls from Canberra Girls Grammar. They pulled an extra 3 seconds out of Queenwood there in the third 1500. We'll be sitting in a very comfortable place as we've got some interesting steering from PLC in lane 9 or lane 8, which might soon be lane 7. Oh no, they seem to straighten up. That's okay. But yeah, Canberra Girls, very comfortable with Queenwood on the far side in lane 1. Maybe under a slight bit of pressure from the girls from Loretto Kirribilli, who they share a boathouse with. The Canberra girls looking very smooth, very controlled.
Yeah, of course. So this is the schoolgirl force. So there's the first 8, there's the second 8, and then this is the third boat. So
yeah,
rowers number 16 to 20 in the order, I suppose. That's, of course, if there are 2 8s before them, and I'm not sure that's the case for Canberra girls. But
no, well, yeah, they seem to be doing okay. Even their second 4 is competing for medals here. But yes, an easy easy win for Canberra girls there in lane 6. McHugh, Champion de Crespinay, Davis and Lauren Goldie, coxed by Catherine Hardman, as Queenwood finish second in lane 1. Good result there for Loretto Kirribilli in lane 5. Finished third. Canberra second boat in lane 8 finishes 4th. And we have what looks like Roseville and Loretto Normanhurst 5th and 6th. Radford College finishing 7th. And PLC bringing up the rear of the field. So,
ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to present the winners of race 66, which is the 3rd division of the schoolgirl Year 10 double scull. Your winners for 2022 are Mossman Rowing Club, represented by Lisha Carter and Ava DeStasio. Their coach is Katie Healy. Won't you congratulate Mossman, winners of the schoolgirl Year 10 double scull Division 3.
So, just to confirm the result of the previous race, race 70, the Schoolgirls Falls. Canberra Girls Grammar School won quite comfortably. First place from Queenwood, who were some 11.5 seconds behind. Loretto Kirribilli in 3rd. In 4th, the Canberra Girls Grammar second boat. In 5th, Roseville. In 6th, Loretto Normanhurst. 7th, Radford College. And in 8th, PLC Sydney.
And race 71 is underway as well. It is the schoolgirl coxed quad Division 1. So I suppose the top scullers in all the schools piling into quads now. So looking forward to this event. It's going to be contested over several divisions, 3 to be precise. But in this one, in lane 2 from the Armidale School, Anuska Byrne, Isabella Crawford, Sophia Paris and Zara Sherwood. Their cox is Emma Benham. In lane 3 from Loretto Normanhurst, Bridget Whitaker, Elizabeth Heilman, Kate Waters and Elizabeth Atcher. And their cox is Genevieve Bolster. In lane 4 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Olivia Crawford, Samantha Burns, Frankie Bush and Eliza Lilly. Their cox is Isabella Carey. In lane 5 from PLC Sydney, Alex Reid Queenie, Taya Creary, Charlotte Cameron and Victoria Mortensen. Their cox is Ashley Horsburgh. In lane 6 from MLC, Bri Campbell, Sophia Ietzi, Pascale Symington and Tessa Tompkins. Their cox is Seraphine McNamara. And finally, in lane 7, Sydney Girls, Lauren Teo, Mia Vinchaguera, Charlotte Steele and Zara Greenwood. Their cox is Delina Gamage.
At the 1500 metres, it looks like Canberra Girls Grammar were comfortably in the lead, actually, from Sydney Girls and then the Armidale School. Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 4 and Sydney Girls in lane 7. But as we look at it now, looks like things may have been changed, or certainly much closer than the scoreboard suggests. 5 seconds lead.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't look like 5 seconds to me, Nathan. It's I mean, it's hard to tell from this vantage point, of course, but yeah, it does look like Canberra Girls are in the lead, but of course Sydney Girls are over this side of the course now.
Yeah. Yeah, so Sydney Girls in lane 7. And the Canberra Girls in lane 4, which is middle of the lake. As the angles start to reveal themselves as they come up to the line. Looks like Canberra Grammar certainly do have the noses in front. And a good result. Good day for Canberra Girls Grammar, certainly.
Yeah, very impressive in the past couple of races.
So as they approach the last 75, 50 metres, Canberra Girls Grammar, Crawford, Burns, Bush, Lilly and Cox, Isabel Carey. Looks like to have taken the win there.
Rowing very cleanly indeed as they come over the line. It's a fantastic win for Canberra Girls Grammar in race 71. And they'll be followed over the line by Sydney Girls in lane 7. Yarmouth School over there in lane 2, going to come in 3rd place. And then there are 3 crews remaining, my apologies. So of course this race is a bit more spread out than previous couple of races.
PLC cross the line there. In 4th position. Loretto, Normanhurst and MLC will close out the field. We'll turn our attention now to the pontoon. This is the medal ceremony for race 70, the Schoolgirl 4. In 1st place, Canberra Girls Grammar. Emily McHugh, Sophia Champion de Crespnay, Abby Davis, Lauren Goldie, and their cox, Catherine Hardman. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Schoolgirl 4, Canberra Girls Grammar.
Ladies and gentlemen, just before we turn our attention back to the competition lake, I just want to make a quick announcement. We've had a phone handed to us. It's a purple iPhone, by the looks of things. iPhone, can't quite make out what model it is, but it's an iPhone with a button on it. It's got Apple stickers on the back. If you've lost your phone, come to the commentary tower and talk to some of the RNSW staff and we'll get it back to you.
And on the course we have race 72. This is Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Cox Quad. Very quickly run through the lineup. In the far side in lane 3, Radford College. In lane 4, Mossman. In lane 5, North Sydney Girls. In lane 6, we have Queenwood. And in lane 7, we have Roseville. Coming through the 1500 metre mark, it was Radford College from the ACT. With a very commanding lead from Queenwood, who themselves had a commanding lead from Roseville. North Sydney Girls in 4th. And it looked like Mossman Crew had scratched. So only 4 boats in this race by the looks of things at the moment. So Radford College, like 1500s, they had 13 seconds on the Queenwood Girls, who themselves had 16 seconds on the Roseville Girls. Very comfortable win for them.
Yeah, really quite a spaced out race here. Nathan, not much jostling happening in the the final 500 meters, I should say. But Radford again flexing their muscles in the quad sculls, and showing they really are serious contenders for. I know the ACT Head of the Lake is in a couple of weeks, and I'm sure they'll be there in full force. And of course, there'll be various underage events at nationals, which I'm sure they'll be competing at. But Radford College, ladies and gentlemen, they take out race 72, the 2nd division of the Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull. And they've done that in a time of 7:50, which is pretty much bang on what their counterparts from Canberra did. 7:51 was the winning time. So, yeah, get down to the head of the lake in the ACT.
Yeah, there's going to be some racing there.
Yeah, race, yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely worth the trip up, particularly in the rain, when your crews are winning. Roseville boats, Eloise Baird, Samia Charara, Caitlin Pierce, Sydney Creever and Cox Sophie Brady finished 3rd. and North Sydney girls finish 4th. So that was race 72. That was the Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull Division 2. And the results were in first place Radford College with a time of 7 minutes 50.65. In second place Queenwood. In third place Roseville. In fourth place North Sydney girls.
So race 73 is underway, Nathan, and so we'll pay close attention to the time, the winning time in this race, to see how it stacks up against the previous two divisions. But in any event, in lane 2, representing Loretto Normanhurst, Erin Bridger, Abigail Whitaker, Asho Kelly, Amber Buchanan. Their cox is Sarah Simon. In lane 3 from MLC, Sophie Wilson, Francesca Morrison, Dylan Rose, and Haya Yahya. Their cox is Olivia Alden Hallett. In lane 5 from PLC, Grace Hannon, Stella Payson, Sophia Soudulakis, and Miranda Zabo, coxed by Clara Irving. In lane 5 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Jacqueline Davis, Jazzy Hughes, Victoria Wheeler, and Claire Sonic. Their cox is Grace Dimoff. In lane 6 from the Armidale School, Meg Keeley, Lucy Crowley, Sarah Skipper, and Eve Muirhead. Their cox is Emma Pearce. In lane 7, representing Sydney Girls, Aparna Hari, Sarah Blaney, Doreen Wong, and Josephine Perry. Their cox is Sarah Lynn. And finally in lane 8, also from Canberra Girls Grammar, Sophia Carey, Vivian Gilbo, Madeline Garner, and Sarah Wheeler. Their cox is Willow Kerr-Lewis.
And we'll turn our attention to the awards podium. This is the Schoolgirl Coxed Quad winners, Division 1. And winners, Canberra Girls Grammar, Olivia Crawford, Samantha Burns, Frankie Bush, Eliza Lilly, and their cox, Isabella Carey. Please join me in congratulating the Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull Division 1 winners, Canberra Girls Grammar.
Thanks, Nathan, and more joy for Canberra Girls Grammar in race 73. They are their crew from lane 5. That's Jacqueline Davis, Jazzy Hughes, Victoria Wheeler, and Claire Sonic. They are ahead of the MLC school by about 4 seconds, so a handy lead. And then the MLC school are themselves 9 seconds ahead of that second Canberra Girls Grammar School crew. So plenty of joy in the quad sculls for Canberra Girls Grammar.
What are they feeding them down there?
Beats me. So yeah, do look out for these young women in the quads, ladies and gentlemen. They are proving the real deal. So the real question will be, we've had 3 consecutive races of Schoolgirl Cox Quad Sculls. Who gets bragging rights? I think it'll be, well, Canberra Girls look as though they've done enough.
Yeah.
I think they do have their noses in front.
Absolutely, yeah. The distinctive green and white boats.
So Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 5, comfortably ahead of the MLC school in lane 3. Not going to be challenged for this lead. And they will take out this 3rd division of the Schoolgirl Quad, Cox Quad I should say. And a time that's a little bit slower than their colleagues, but it's a win nonetheless for Canberra Girls Grammar. Followed over the line by MLC School in lane 3. And in lane 8, the 2nd Canberra Girls Grammar School to place 3rd. And finally we have
That's PLC, I think, who's going to come in
Yes.
4th place in lane 4. Bar disaster, it will be Sydney Girls who finish 5th. The Armadale School, hard to miss again in the bucket hats. Coming in 6th. And some way behind will be Loretto Normanhurst, who may have had some equipment issues. It's hard to tell.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll switch now to the presentation for race 72, the 2nd division of the Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull. And the winners, Radford College, Olivia Hickey, Zoe McIntosh, Claudia Kendall, and Hannah Sampson. Their cox, Jude Barlin. Ladies and gentlemen, won't you congratulate Radford College?
And we'll turn our attention to the lakes once more. Race 74. This is the Schoolgirl Second 8. In lane 3, we have Pemble Ladies 2. In lane 4, we have Loretto Kirribilli. In lane 5, we have Pimble Ladies 1. In lane 6, Queenwood. And nearest the stand from St Catherine's in lane 7.
So the race is underway, Nathan, and looks like Pimble Ladies are in the lead. A narrow lead over Loretto Kirribilli, who themselves have just the narrowest of leads over the crew from Queenwood. And then there's a bit of a gap. So we really have 2 races in our hands, between 1, 2, and 3, and then 4 and 5.
Yeah, well, I've got some skin in the game in
Course,
this
some
one, so
skin in the game.
I don't know whether to be quiet or not.
But look, so it looks like Loretto have, in fact, it's difficult to say, but Loretto Kirribilli certainly rowing very well. They've raised their rate of striking over there in lane 4, and Queenwood was certainly very close to them through the 1,000 metres. We should get some updated numbers in a very short time, but I would say, if I were to hazard a guess, that Pimble have still maintained a short lead.
Yeah, looks like Pimble are certainly in front of
Yes.
of Loretto, but as they come to the 1,500, it looks like Pimble cross the line in first. Second is Loretto Kirribilli. Queenwood still in 3rd place, just dropping off slightly.
Yeah, so
off
those
the back of them.
margins opening up a little bit through that, the 500 metres between the 1,000 and the 1,500 there. But of course, it's all to play for in the last 500 as usual. And we'll just see what happens here. And of course, the race for 4th place is very much on between Pimble Ladies College 2 and St Catherine's. So less than just about half a second in that one.
Yep. Looks like
That looks like a push coming from Loretto Kirribilli.
It does certainly. It certainly looks like Loretto Kirribilli and Pimble are going to go toe to toe. Queenwood boat looks a bit scrappy from this vantage point.
Yeah,
But the blue and the yellow from Loretto versus the red, white and blue from Pimble. Pimble, I think, just maintaining their noses out in front.
I think this is going to be a really, really good finish to this race, Nathan. They are going toe-to-toe, and they are throwing everything at it now. So I don't know if Loretto Kirribilli have quite overtaken Pimble. I can't quite
moving
tell.
though, they're definitely moving. Every stroke they take, they're gaining on them. Could be very close. Loretto Kirribilli moving up inches every stroke they take. They're coming to the last 10, 15 strokes.
Pimble have responded now, I think. So Pimble just open up that lead again just in the last 50 metres or so. And what a response there from Pimble Ladies College. So
Good
they take
win.
it out. Loretto Kirribilli in second, and it's just a little bit of a distance now back to Queenwood in third place. And we've got the second Pimble Ladies crew in lane 3, and St. Catherine's over here in lane 7 to finalise the field.
And as Pimble Ladies and St. Catherine cross the line, we'll turn our attention to the race podium, the medals podiums, race 73, the Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Division 3. The winners, Canberra Girls Grammar, Jacqueline Davies, Jazzy Huge, Victoria Wheeler, Claire Sonic, and coxed by Grace Dimoff. Please join me in congratulating Canberra Girls Grammar as the winner of the Schoolgirl Cox Quad Division 3, sorry.
Thank you, Nathan. And race 75, ladies and gentlemen, is on the course. It's Division 1 of the men's under 19-8, so another big event. This event is going to be contested over 2 divisions, given the number of crews that have been entered, but I'll run through the crews quickly. In lane 3 is Sydney Boys High, lane 4 is Shaw, lane 5 is Newington, and lane 7 is St. Joseph's. So scratchings from Scots in lane 2 and Kings in lane 6.
Yeah, I think we've had another scratch somewhere along the way as well. There only looks to be 3 boats in this.
Yes.
And it looks at this stage, Joey's are nearest to the grandstand in lane 7 out in front. A good boat length from Newington.
So I think that might be the Joey's second 8, I think. They are, yeah, they've got a handy little lead over Newington in lane 5. And Newington, of course, coached by Chris Holliday, who's also one of the senior coaches over there at Sydney University Boat Club, so plenty of coaching talent. But certainly the Joey's guys really looking quite strong indeed, and they are lifting the rate and really sending that boat along really nicely in lane 7, aren't they?
Yeah.
And so there is no doubt about the lead or the win for St. Joseph's in lane 7. Newington will claim second. And then it's going to be back a fair distance now to Sydney Boys High.
Yep, looking very strong crew that Joey's crew there.
So Sydney Boys coming across in third place to finalise the field. So on the lake now is race 76, which is the second division of the men's under 19-8. Scratchings, however, in this event from Scots in lane 2, Newington in lane 3, and also from Newington in lane 9. So should be, we have 5 crews competing. Shaw in lane 4, Kings in lane 5, Scots in lane 6, St. Joseph's in lane 7, and the Armadale School in lane 8. And it is the King's School with the narrowest of margins indeed over St. Joseph's. And yeah, then a fair distance back to the Armadale School by the looks of things.
Looks like no quarter will be given in this race, huh? It'll be an interesting race between these two schools. And all boats on this side of the lake. But going through the 500-metre mark, it was really neck and neck between King's and St. Joseph's.
So ladies and gentlemen, just as we're waiting for this race to come down, we are going to present the medals for race 74, which is the schoolgirl second 8. And ladies and gentlemen, your winners for 2022, Pymble Ladies College. Pymble are represented by Bianca Auld, Alice Dunn, Eleanor Alred, Olivia Kelly, Macy Lay, Tilly Morgan, Lucy Miller, Polly Sargent, and their cox, Eliza Gothard. Their coaches are Ollie Teets and Lucinda Wycombe-Fines. Ladies and gentlemen, won't you congratulate the schoolgirl second 8 winners, Pymble Ladies College.
And just a quick update on race 76, the men's under 19s 8. Again, still nothing really given on these two boats from King's and Joey's. Less than a second at the 1,000-metre mark. They have dropped the Armadale School. Both those boats have dropped the Armadale School by some 25 seconds. But yes, they will certainly be going toe-to-toe, stroke for stroke, as they approach the 1,500-metre mark.
Well, what a 500 metres of racing, Nathan, that's been... They've not given an inch either boat there.
Absolutely.
They have gone absolutely stroke for stroke every metre of that, a quarter of the race. So let's see how the crews respond in this, the third 500. King's and Joey's not giving an inch. It's just some vision of King's now on the screen, and yeah, Joey's popping in on the left-hand side as well. And here they come through the 1,500. Let's have a look at the bow balls. If we can get
it's even less of a gap. 0.33, so it's gone from 0.63 down to 0.33, so very, very little in it in the last 500 metres. That's really great racing.
This is going to come down to the wire, this one.
Who has got the metal in the boats? St. Joey's versus King's. Toe-to-toe, not an inch given by either boat.
Yeah, this is going to be great. So who's got more Weet-Bix? Who wants it more is the question to be asking. And it looks like both boats are just keeping things a little bit controlled at this stage. I would say King's is rating maybe a stroke rate or two lower than Joey's.
Looks like it.
But let's just see. It's too early to...
Now Joey's go. Interesting steering just going on there from Joey's. It's just moved over to the left of the course quite dramatically, but it looks like they've changed it, and had a call from somewhere in the boat and increased the rating up slightly. King's keeping it controlled.
I think it might just be King's who've stepped ahead, but it's still very close indeed. They are now in the final 100 metres, and both crews throw the rate through the roof, and Joey's making a really strong comeback here. Five strokes to go perhaps.
Oh,
Joey's,
it's going to be
King's,
depending on
very
where they are.
tight indeed. I think it might be Joey's.
Joey's just takes it on the line. Takes it on the line by less than half a canvas.
What a fantastic race for Division 2 of the men's under 19-8. Joey's by the narrowest of margins.
0.57. I think the lead slot swapped several times there in that last 300 metres.
It did.
Joey's took an interesting kind of kick at one stage with about 200 metres to go. Maybe they were just not perfectly timed as we look at the scoreboard, look at the final finish. Really just a matter of they just finished the stroke.
It was just the surge of the boat, that one,
Yeah.
I think. Of course, the Armanel School coming across the line now. And yeah, give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as they come across. Fantastic row.
Good row there. And we'll turn our attention to the winners of the men's under-19 eights Division 1. The winners being St. Joseph's, Jackson Gersoy, Tom Summers, Oliver Morales, Quinn Dickinson, James Fredrickson, Maxim Maloney, Joe Mangelsdorf, Charlie Hine, and Cox by Harrison Tong. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the men's under-19 8 St. Joseph's. And on the course, we've got the last race of the day, race 77, the men's under-17 Cox Quad Scull. Again, it reads like a lottery draw. In lane 1, Radford College 1. In lane 2, Radford College 3. Looks like we have a scratch in lane 3 from Kinross Walleroy. So in lane 4, we have Kinross Walleroy's 4th boat. In lane 5, Kinross Walleroy's 3rd boat. In lane 6, Kinross Walleroy's 1st boat. In lane 7, Radford College, and a scratch in from Cranbrook by the looks of things in lane 8.
So two crews who have, two schools, involved in this race, Nathan, who both of whom have performed remarkably well in the quad events today and throughout the year as well. Radford College and Kinross Walleroy, hailing from Canberra and Orange respectively. So I think it is the Radford crew in lane 1 who is in the lead at this stage. That's Rowan Harris, Ewan Gregg, Hamish Gaydon and Finlay Robertson, and their cox is Pippa Humphreys. And then the Kinross crew in lane 6 seems to be in second place. That's George Wackham, Henry McColl, Tommy Paulton and Campbell Miller, and their cox by Henry Baker. A bit more spread out, I think, in this race. Nathan, 3 seconds between first and second.
And somewhere between second and third again,
Yes.
10 seconds. But it goes Radford, Kinross, Radford, Kinross, Radford, Kinross. So there's some nice symmetry in the finishing
Yes.
positions.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like the wind is just swirling a little bit around in this last 500 metres of the course now, as the rain comes down for our final race of the day at the 2022 Kings PLC Regatta, and it's Kinross in lane 6 on your screen. Sorry, but it is of course Radford College in lane 1, who had the lead at the 1500.
Yeah,
Yes.
at 1500, Radford were 3 seconds ahead. Maybe Kinross have snuck back at them. Don't think they've done enough to overhaul them, but they certainly come back on them, I think.
Yes, yes. Radford are really rowing quite well on the other side there. Both crews are jacking the rate now and throwing the kitchen sink. It's the last race. But yes, you're right, Nathan. It's Radford have secured that victory now. And they win race 77. And they snatch that victory off Kinross Walleroy in lane 6. So just the flurry of horn sirens now as we come across the line. That's the the Kinross crew in lane 5 finishing now. Quite spaced out this race. And a bit of a race going on now over the far side between lane 2 Radford College and lane 4 Kinross. They are going stroke for stroke, and let's just see what happens here. The final couple of strokes, I think it might just be Kinross on the surge who takes this one from Radford. So plenty of, I suppose, miniature races happening here. And that will just about do us. But we'll now turn back to presentation. This one now for race 76, the men's under-19 8 Division 2. And it was, of course, won by St. Joseph's. St. Joseph's are represented by Thomas Madden, Nicholas Newsom, Xavier Ball, Malcolm Deegan, Harry Dunn, Ollie Baxter, Jack Cullen, Matt Moulders, and their cox is Patrick Grundy. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate St. Joseph's.
And ladies and gentlemen, hot off the press, we have the point score for the girls' races and the girls' schools who've all been competing today. So the aggregate score across all races. And in first place with a score of 64 points combined is Loreto Kirribilli. In second place, Canberra Girls Grammar School. And in third place, Redlands. If a representative from Loreto Kirribilli could please go to the medals tent where they will be awarded their trophy.
So we should just have one final presentation, Nathan, for the men's under-17 Cox Quad Scull, which was won by Radford a short time ago. But all in all, that pretty much sums up our proceedings today, ladies and gentlemen. We had a bit of adverse weather throughout the day, but the good news is that the wind didn't really whip up at any point majorly or disrupt things in any significant way. If anything, I think it was some fairly fine conditions for
I think so.
sculling and rowing.
The rain doesn't really affect us too much. The wind is far greater enemy, but yeah, well, that's the wraps up in terms of the racing, and I'm sure lots of these, well, certainly the girls' schools, lots of the girls' schools will be here tomorrow for the the IGSA event. There will be certainly some scores to settle. I know somebody who will have a score to settle.
Yeah, so plenty of chances at payback over, of course, tomorrow and over the coming weeks and a month or two, I guess, with some plenty events coming up at the pointy end of the season.
Yep.
But for the moment, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to present the winners of the final event of the day, the men's under-17 Cox Quad Scull in race 77. And the winners for 2022 are, of course, Radford College. Radford are represented by Rowan Harris, Ewan Gregg, Hamish Gaydon, Finlay Robinson, and their cox is Pippa Humphreys. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate Radford College, winners of the men's under-17 Cox Quad Scull.